Yeah, my phone's always on silent, so it's I don't have to do anything.
I rotate between turning it on and off, so.
Yeah.
The stressful station. The stressful station.
No, it's so good that it wasn't.
I was going online. Oh. You're not good at all. That's fair. I wonder who's going to get their first mean at this comp, because theoretically someone could if they only have a under 10-minute result.
In 4?
In 4-1, yeah.
5 line already happened.
Yeah.
Graham and I think Ethan. But he'd already had one, but I think he got another one, yeah. Graham got his first 5 line mean.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It completes his profile now.
He has platinum now. That's crazy.
Yeah. My son Sean got a mean when Walker did in 2017.
I mean, in theory, there should be less people
in 5
here.
line, and then
They usually,
a few hours
once
after
they don't make.
he realized this
But it
was
is
his
Nat, so I
brand
guess it
new
doesn't really happen.
5 cube had a tiny little SCS logo on it. So he went to Tim. He said, "I used this in 5 line." So he had to
Over
redo his
1,000.
average, and of course he didn't get one.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
second round, 400,
and he's
yeah.
like a 13-minute solver at that time. Like, yeah.
Like pretty dang fast.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to CubingUSA Nationals 2023. We are out here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This competition brought to you by CubingUSA, as mentioned earlier, and Happy Feet Productions. We're hoping you're having a fantastic Sunday today, and today we're going to start off with a Please Be Quiet event in 4 blind, with the exception of Tim on the microphone. This event will be mostly silent. And we're watching some highlights from Zane Kanani's 2x2 round. Unfortunately, not getting the results that he was looking for specifically, but it'll be enough to get a 117 average and secure pole position in the 3rd round of 2x2.
All the pressure's on me. I'm gonna start my stopwatch.
You don't have to.
I know. I know.
I learned this at like 3 a.m. last night because I pissed off enough people who were like annoyed at how I do it. It's called.
So I'm gonna ask the competitor.
Quiet now.
Because then I'm gonna start it and stop it. Because then at least.
If you are curious to see some other notable results from U.S. Nationals on Saturday, as I mentioned, with Zane Kanani taking pole position in 2x2 second round, the second place goes to Michael Nielsen, who actually got a PR of 1.4 with a best single of 1.2 seconds. Also, in 3x3 round 1, if you were here in the venue, absolute chaos with the sheer amount of people coming to watch our top players. In 3rd place, we have Kyle Santucci from Canada with a 6.21 average of 5. In 2nd place, we have Maddie Hiroto Inaba from Hawaii with a 6.09 second average of 5. And of course, probably the favorite to win the competition, Max Park, with an average of 5.86. Doing very well under the pressure that was given to him. And the pressure is only going to increase from here on out, especially with all the spectators here to watch our main men battle it out. Some other notable top players, Patrick Ponce with a 6.28 second average of 5 here at CubingUSA Nationals. And we have 3 more total rounds of 3x3 to go. And 3x3 Round 2 will begin at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. And that, for all of you guys who are trying to calculate all of that, is going to happen in 1 hour. Oh, and it looks like we are getting started with 4x4 blindfolded. Alright, Stanley beginning his memo right now. Of course, securing I believe a world record of 51 seconds. And beginning execution around 32. Some very, very fast memo and his execution looking a bit slower off world record pace, but of course by far our favorite to win the competition, Stanley. He's not going to need a super great result to win still. Oh no. It looks like he lost his place for a bit, and I don't know if it's solved. Wow, it did not look like it was going to be solved by the end of that. But he managed to pull it out. Great job, Stanley. As we see on screen, 51.96 second world record single. In terms of competitors to look out for four blind, we have Tommy Cherry up on the blue stage with a 125.19 second single. Of course, Graham Siggins with a 123.41 second single, which is 6th in the world, and Cale Schoon with a 150.30 single that places him 19th in the world. Now, I see these, like, gigantic green and white blocks. So for blind solvers, I don't know how much they're going to be able to utilize that. Some other orange centers and blue centers made as well. Actually, this is super interesting. I'd imagine blinders would definitely use this to their advantage here. Wow, Tommy's taking a significant amount of time here with memo. I don't believe he normally takes this long, to be quite frank. I was not expecting this. Alright, beginning execution around 1 minute and 6 seconds. Based off how memo and execution is normally split up, we might see this, if it's a success, become something like 140, 150 second solve, but Tommy losing track, I believe, as he transitions from the centers to the wings. Oh no. I think he might have lost his place here. I'm not really sure if he's going to be able to try and save this solve or if it's even worth attempting, but I've actually never been in this similar situation, such as Tommy, but making it out of the scrum alive, centers are still good, but yeah, unfortunate for Mr. Tommy Cherry. Probably just not going to be able to get it done on the first solve, but you know what? You got 2 more solves to go. You just need a success, and you got a good chance. And as you see this fellow competitor over here, and when you watch this competitor, you start to see the stark contrast between Stanley and the field. Just simply in terms of memo, Stanley perhaps more than 5 times as fast on memo compared to everyone else in the field. I mean, of course, maybe only 2 times as fast as Tommy, but I mean, we're multiplying here, guys. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Did he start execution at 24? I was not ready for that one. Of course, fumbling out the gate, similar to track and field in the 100-meter dash. If you don't have a good start, you won't have a good finish. This is started out hot, but we'll see what he gets here. Centers are done though. Doesn't look like anything is necessarily missolved.
Good morning, everyone. This is Keaton Ellis here on the mic with Michael Chai.
Hello. Good morning, Keaton.
I'm drinking my morning coffee.
I'm also drinking my morning coffee. And Stanley actually, Keaton, on the first solve, got a 118?
And now a 124.
Yes. Not bad from Stanley at all. But currently, I guess Stanley is within striking distance of Graham Siggins.
What did Graham get?
Graham, we have not seen him compete yet. Of course, there are 3 groups of 4 line, which is a ginormous amount. Alright, and we got Tommy Cherry back on the plate here. Of course, that first solve being a 220 DNF, he never really finished. Which is what DNF means, but resigning the first solve.
Shout out to everyone who's here at 8:13 in the morning.
Yeah, it is. It is bright and early here. Shout out to the staff members who are essentially like all here today. That's crazy. What is after floor blind victory is actually, once again, our main event, 3x3 round 2. That's going to be in 45 minutes and some change.
Yeah, 3x3 round 2 is going to have 4 separate groups. So we will have sort of 4 waves of people that are going to be on stream.
Oh, Tommy execution much faster than the first, or memo, excuse me, much faster than the first attempt. So not even looking at safety necessarily. Approximately saved The splits are, he saved about 10 to 12 seconds on memo compared to that last solve. And this is actually going very well for him. Centers look pretty much done here as he transitions to wings. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. I think Tommy's got it.
Tommy the 135.
And blowing through his PR.
Big fist bump.
Oh, not quite his PR. Sorry about that. I thought it was one of the 150s, but you know what? It's going to be enough to get it done here.
I think that's going to be
Probably be podium.
probably second place, unless Graham does any better than that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I wonder if Graham can actually, assuming 118 is Stanley's best single, I wonder if Graham can actually beat it.
I mean, Graham's PR is what? 123. He'd need to get PR in Nationals.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah. Is he up by 2 corners? Oh, man. And just thinking about having to invest 7.5 minutes of your life to just end up with a 2 swap.
Oh, man.
Gut wrenching. This is what hours and hours and hours of practice at home, in competitions, in locals, and regionals, in states. All this is what it leads up to, and you gotta capitalize on the moment, boys.
Michael, do you do 4-punt?
No, I do not.
I've done 4-punt once at a competition.
How did that go for you?
So, if I actually got a success, it would have been one of the slowest in the database. It was a 29 second. It was a 29-minute attempt. So, I mean, literally 30 times slower than the world record. I was off by 6 wings. It was a PBQ. It was my only solve of the entire day.
Okay.
Wow. Michael turned out his mic and just started laughing off stream.
Oh God. Stanley beginning execution at 27. Of course, we have, I believe we have Graham on the other side here. I don't know if it's his first solve, but taking his time on memo. This is looking solid for Stanley. Doesn't look like there's any mistakes thus far.
Yeah. We'll try and see when he transitions from centers away to corners, and we can take a look at the centers and see whether or not there's anything left.
Yeah.
There's a big pause right there.
Oh.
Probably transition between steps. Trying to recall memo there.
You know, Stanley has had some big pauses on all 3 of his attempts up until this point.
Okay, so he gets done. There you go.
Did I see something not solved?
No, it looks solid to me. Wow, I mean, I don't see every phase.
Yeah, I don't know. I might just be tripping here.
Either way, there's absolutely no reaction from Stanley.
116. That is going to be his counting time in terms of calculating podiums. So just be mindful.
Which is nice. Rest
Yeah.
of the CubingUSA Nationals. 140 start for Graham.
Interesting. Graham taking quite a while longer. It makes you wonder if we actually missed maybe a first couple solves where he DNF'd. His PR is in the 150 range. Or 120 range.
That's corners. I don't spot any edge mistakes.
No, nothing so far.
So for those of you who are watching that, don't sort of understand how this method works. You solve blindfolded generally by memorizing the location of every piece on the cube, associating each location with a letter. And so you just memorize a string of words in order to get where every piece is.
Okay.
Okay.
228.
We can take a look at the scorecard in just a second. once it gets passed over to Graham to see how many solves he's done so far. Nancy's written it down. Graham is writing the second box.
That is his second solve now.
So you would presume that the next solve would be sort of as fast as you possibly can.
Yeah, it would have to be. He took such a significant time in memo. It makes you wonder if that first solve was indeed a DNF.
It might have been.
Yeah.
Must not have caught it on screen.
Of course, you know, we never really know how practiced someone is in coming up to US Nationals.
So one thing about 4x4 blindfolded that's different than, say, 3x3 blindfolded or even 5x5 blindfolded is that 4x4 doesn't have a set center. And so when you're solving on a 4x4, you can actually choose the orientation that you want. This is useful because different orientations are going to have a different number of solved pieces. You can see for Tommy right here, he's got this green bar of centers in the front. And if you solve white top, green front, that means that two of your front center targets are already done simply by choosing the orientation of the cube.
A lot of flexibility there. It'd be even different than even 5 blind.
Flexibility is sort of secondary to the ability to memorize quickly and execute quickly and have very efficient algorithms.
Mm-hmm.
But it does help.
Looks like this is just this is definitely not going to be Tommy's fastest solve given his success. Oh.
Yeah, just DNFs.
And lost it. I'm going to be honest, that scramble looked sort of scary. Just didn't see a lot. Oh, Kartikakala going to play it here on red stage.
Carter's 8th on the psych sheet, with a 306 mean and a 247 single.
Mm-hmm.
So, one thing actually, I suppose it's coming up on like 5 years ago or something like that, where WCA started to recognize the means of 4x4 blindfolded and 5x5 blindfolded. Previously, they only recognized the single. So, even if you did 3 attempts in competition and got all 3 correct, they wouldn't recognize that. Now that we are recognizing 5x5 blindfolded means and 4x4 blindfolded means, obviously people are trying to get those, and people care a little bit more about getting all 3 solves correct in competition.
Yeah.
Despite that, in WCA, there are fewer than 100 people who have done a 5x5 blindfolded mean. And so if you are interested in getting top 100 at any event, you can immediately do so by getting a 5x5 blindfolded mean in competition.
Yeah, I think it's as simple as, if you want to be top 100, Keaton, you should just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should do the hardest event successfully 3 times.
Yes.
Within the time limit that a competition has allotted you.
Yeah. Maybe an hour and a half. Yeah, just learn 5 line. And Carter, a beginning execution around 225. Of course, Graham's single that we saw about 228 not too long ago. I remember when 4 blind, that was close to what the expectation was to win finals. Just a mid 2-minute solve for US Nationals. Of course, times have changed, methods have developed, and people have come right along in this event, such as Stanley Chappell, and he's been completely obliterating the field ever since he stepped foot in this event.
Yeah, I'm thinking about 10 years ago we had Marcel Angry, famous Hungarian cuber who won Worlds with a 230, 234, 233, I apologize. And that's not even a big podium here at US Nationals.
Not anymore. I also believe on the blue stage we have Christopher Sun.
Yes, Chris Sun. Actually, I believe he's not seeded for the 3x3 finals, but he's very much capable of getting into it. Not only is he really good at sort of your standard sided events, he also has taken an affinity to the blindfolded method, blindfolded defense. So,
doing quite well. He might end up with a 230, 240, given that he doesn't mess it up here.
Carter with the success.
Wow. Oh no.
Looks like he was off by just a couple of wings. And Christopher's son actually with a sub 3 minute saying he's got a 249. That would have been his PR had he gotten a success on the last solve. So I'm going to be having Michael switch off here. And with me for the next part of this competition is going to be the one and only Krish Nathwani.
What's up, everybody? Good morning.
Good morning, Krish. How you doing?
I'm tired.
Yeah.
Yeah. But happy to be here.
We are. We've witnessed more or less Stanley with a 118.
Okay, okay.
I was 118, 124, 116.
Wow, okay. That's a good mean.
So a good mean to start things off in the morning. Tommy Cherry with a 135.
Okay.
Graham was, he's got a 123 on the site sheet. I think he came in with a 240.
Okay.
So that's where we're at right
Do
now.
we know how Noah Swore did?
We do not know how Noah Swore did.
Because I think he could definitely podium. I know he was very close to North American Championships last year. I think it was either an unfortunate DNF or a +2 or something that cost him the podium last year.
+2 and a 4-born podium has got to be one of the rare things to be seen.
All right, we've got Kale starting. Kale, the current world record holder for FMC mean. Sadly, FMC really did not go his way. He got 326s.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And to update you all on FMC, Owen Wittes and Alexei Zinyavin are the co-national champions.
Wow.
Part of the reason I was so tired this morning is I was staying up with Owen being like, dude, you're the national champ. You earned this.
Time to go party.
Chris Chi, 2267, third place. This time last year, 2267 ranked 8th in the world. It is now down to 26th, but still a ranking that's top 30 in the world, getting third place at a big championship is ridiculous.
How did you do?
If we scroll down here, you can see me in 8th place. I bombed my first 2 attempts, and I just went into the last one. I was like, I don't really care anymore. But a 24 flat mean is pretty solid. We got next year. This is also the world record podium by a couple moves, yeah. I mean, the top 2 both got means that rank 10th in the world, and then third place ranks 26th in the world, so...
Very close competition as well. There's only
yeah.
one move on average separating third place from 6th.
Yep.
Or third place from 7th, I'm sorry. So...
Exactly.
Very
Very
efficient
crazy.
at the top level. Everyone at the top level is using
DR, HDR, yeah.
HDR at
There's
this point.
there's this thing called hyper parity now.
Excuse me.
Where basically, I mean, there's a much more complicated way of doing it, but the simplified, like normal person way of doing it, if you're not like a stupid genius, is
Well, you can't be a stupid
well, you can't be a stupid genius. Is essentially finding a corner solution from your domino reduction, counting the amount of quarter turns it is, and that's the minimum amount of quarter turns it will take to get you to half turn reduction. Yeah.
Wait, so it doesn't tell you what to do, it just tells you how many moves you need to
Yeah, exactly. Well, because sometimes it'd be like, oh, this corner solution is short. I'm doing this corner solution. Why am I not getting to HTR? It's because you're doing too few quarter turns.
So that's a good tool in order
It
to
is.
speed up checking different solutions.
Yeah, for those who are trying to get into the event, I learned this from watching Jaden McNeil's reconstructions. He's doing a Road to World Record series on YouTube right now, just reconstructing every mean up to his world record. And he just posted one yesterday. Actually, I was watching it on my way down here. I saw the first 2 solves, which were an 18 and a 19. This is at home, by the way. Don't worry. He hasn't broken the event quite yet. All right, Graham Siggins coming up to the red stage after a DNF from Kale Schoen.
Graham would be favored to podium. He's second on the site sheet, only behind Stanley Chappell. But right now it seems like Tommy Cherry is the faster time right now with the 135.
That's only 10 seconds above Graham's PR single, so
there's not a lot of wiggle room right there.
No, not at all.
So for those of us at home who aren't doing Galaxy Brain level fewest moves, we were mentioning a couple of acronyms earlier, DR and HTR.
All right, so DR stands for domino reduction. It's where you've done edge orientation on one axis, and then you do edge orientation on another while simultaneously orienting all the corners. And the cube is just left as, think of like a square one. It's just, you can do, except, with an F and B axis. You can do R2, F2, B2, and L2 moves. The only face you can do like single moves on are the U and D layers. And this makes it really easy to, if you've got a good corner solution on your domino reduction, it makes it really easy to solve the edges in not a lot of moves. For example, yesterday, 8 people got a 21 off of a 10-move domino reduction. That gave 16 moves to 3 edges, which were then solved in 5 moves. And then HTR stands for half turn reduction. It's essentially doing DR again on another axis and reducing the cube to only half turns, so only double moves to solve it. Graham about to solve his. Is this success? Yes, it is. 156. That puts him solidly in third, I believe.
So do you know why it's called domino reduction?
I should.
So, actually, I think the better analogy, instead of a square one, is a 3x3x2.
Oh, yes.
Previously known as the domino cube.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
That's why it's called domino reduction.
Yes, this is true.
This is very different from the way that we used to do FMC.
Oh, yeah. That was block building, EO, block building, and then insertions.
Yes.
I mean, that's how I learned. That's how all of us learned. Christopher Chi taught a lot of the top FMCers these days. So he was the professor. And I think I was averaging, I don't know, a solid like 25, 26 with a very high DNF rate officially until domino reduction. And I think, aside from one hiccup earlier this year, my worst mean since 2022 has been 24.3.
Oh my goodness, that's very impressive.
Yes, sir. I think I'm down to a 23.5 average of 25 officially.
Does domino reduction reduce DNF rates as well?
At least for me, it does. It's a lot more analytical the way you approach it. You just check as many edge orientations as you can, and you should find a good corner solution off of like a 12 to 13 at least, or at most move domino reduction. And it's definitely helped my consistency a lot. Like at home, I'm rarely getting over 25.
All right, very impressive. So
no results in for 4-blind yet.
4-blind results have not gotten in. For those of you who are just tuning in, we have gotten results from Stanley, Tommy Cherry, and Graham Siggins. Right now, it's looking with those three. We've got Graham Siggins with a 156, Tommy Cherry with a 135. Stanley actually got a mean. He had a 118, 124, and 116. So 116 is going to be very difficult for anyone else to beat.
Oh yeah, no. Stanley has essentially cemented himself as national champion, which is incredible. I think if anyone wants to have a shot at podium, they've got to get sub 2. I didn't realize Stanley and Tommy were in Group 1.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I thought they were saving him for later.
This is Stanley's 3rd U.S. Nationals winning for 4-blind.
Which is ridiculous.
He's also won Worlds 2019 and then North American Championship last year. So quite a few medals under his belt.
Oh yes, Stanley is the undisputed GOAT of Big Blind.
Oh, that's not true anymore. Hill Pong with the 5x5 blindfolded single world record.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that makes Hill Pong the GOAT, though. I would say Stanley doesn't have WR5 blind single anymore. However, He's still the greatest of all time. But
Stanley got a rare North American record
he
recently.
did. This was I here? I was there. I remember he. So Stanley missed 5-line world record single by .04. He walked out of the room and he was mad. He was like, God, man, I missed it by .04. I stopped the timer and I was like, oh man.
But it is also a rare North American
It
record.
is.
You don't see
In
that
big
on his
blind,
profile.
yeah. What records do you think we could see today?
So today on the schedule, what we've got after 4x4 blindfolded is...
This is the last round 1, so...
Yeah, we've got 3x3 round 2. We've got 5x5 round 2, one-hand round 2, 2x2 round 3, Pyraminx, Scube, and then all the finals. I think that...
As Chris Sun DNFs. Almost 3-3-3-3-3-3.
We've seen a lot of Pyraminx world records recently.
We have from Ezra Shear.
Yeah. We have a lot of other very high-level competitors as well for Pyraminx. So I think that would be a very likely one. I think 5x5 results are very difficult.
Yes.
I mean, Max on Thursday got a 34 single.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Sorry for the hat hair.
Yeah. I've got the shower hair. Wait. Hold on. I've been holding this one in a while. Sorry, I had to.
Shout out the mute button.
Oh yeah. The soundboard right here.
I think also Scube would be a place to see something.
Yeah. I think Carter and Zane are going to be so nervous just going against one another. Although Zane thrived under the pressure last year.
Yeah,
at North
Zane
American
did very
Champs.
well at North American Champs last year. I mean, world record, not in finals, but...
I think we could maybe see another Tommy Cherry 3-blind world record.
We're at a 12 single and a 14 mean now, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's safetying 15s at this point, which is crazy. Oh, I learned this last night. Tommy now currently holds the second most world records out of anyone.
After Max?
It's Max and Tommy. I think no one else holds more than 2. And Tommy holds 4 right now.
Stanley would have 3, correct?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Okay. No one else has more than 3, sorry. So it's Max, Tommy, Stanley, I believe. Which is crazy that Tommy has 4 world records. World record single and average in 2 events. Undisputedly the best at 3-blind and clock. Alright. What do we have going on the red stage here? I don't know who this is, but...
This is Josh Weimer. Fun fact, Josh Weimer and I went to elementary school together.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so Josh is a Texas Cuber.
Okay.
Who then went to school, obviously, at UC San Diego, and is now in the D.C. area. I actually did elementary school in Texas.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and his sister was in my class.
What?
And my brother was in his class.
So did you, know their family at all?
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
That's
and then,
crazy.
You know, I moved away. Eventually I moved to Maryland. I became a Cuber in Maryland, and sort of that's how I'm known in the community. But in 2016, I actually went back to Texas to visit a couple friends.
Oh, no way.
And then went to a competition. And then I looked on the site sheet at one point, and I was like, Josh Weimer? Is it that Josh Weimer? Yeah, I saw him there. I saw his mom there.
That's crazy.
No, it's a very, very small world.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, do you just do random moves after the EO until you get DR or something? No, sadly not. You, after you do EO, you want to reduce to DR minus either 2 edges and 3 corners, 4 edges and 4 corners, or 2 edges and 4 corners. And 2 edges and 4 corners you solve using RE2R prime. You set the pieces, the undR'd pieces up to RE2R prime. 2E3C you set up to RUR prime or RU prime R prime. And 4E4C you set up to a single move, so just an R. I think Sean Bouquet has a good tutorial on this. I genuinely forget how I learned. I think Chris and them just kind of told me the triggers, and I think I just figured it out.
You just force it into your brain just by doing a lot of trial and error.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that's a strategy, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So many people can beat 350 clock average. Yes, but so can Tommy. Oh, Fush. I did not realize Fush and Fushot had a really good tutorial. Yes, that is good. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like you've named like a crazy cubing coincidence. I think the other one is I didn't realize Daniel Grigg lives a town over from where I grew up. I spent 4 years in Bethesda, Maryland.
Yeah.
He lives in, I believe, Silver Springs. Or lived, I don't know if he moved or anything, but he lives a town over. So if I had stuck
He went to
there...
high school in Silver Spring.
You did?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did, yeah.
He went to Blair.
Yeah. So if I'd stuck around, and still somehow found cubing, that would have been pretty cool. Would have been a cuber like 5-10 minutes away.
So I'm not trying to dox anyone on stream, but there are multiple cubers from the Bethesda area.
Oh,
so
really?
Yeah.
I wonder if I went to school with any of them.
I think most of them are younger than you.
Okay.
So that's why I don't want to dox anyone. But
Oh, fair enough.
the Maryland area has been very fortunate to have a great cubing scene
It's true.
for quite a while.
All right, Ryan Pilot. I think this is going to be a success here.
Yep.
Ryan Pilot with a 337. Very solid from him. Oh, he's shaking his head, though. Yeah.
The second I see someone get a success and shake their head, I know the first thing that comes to mind is something happened in Memo
Mm-hmm.
or something happened in Recall where they just sit there for 10, 15 seconds
Yep.
and just completely forget something.
Although at this level, yeah, it's 10-15 seconds. At the lower level where I was at, it was like you just kind of sit there for a minute and you're like, ah, God, what did I do?
I was telling Chai about this earlier. My only 4-blind attempt was at Please Be Quiet Lexington.
Oh,
the
really?
competition that I emergency
Oh,
delegated
yeah.
for you guys.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. It was a 29-minute attempt. It was my only solve of the competition. I flew up there on a Friday and I flew back on a Sunday to do one attempt.
A 4-blind.
And I was off by 6 wings.
Oh.
It would have been one of the slowest times in the database, though. So.
Okay. That's crazy. I mean, hey, we had a great dinner at Bertucci's that night. We almost got FMC world record podium. It was a very successful comp.
If I remember correctly, those scrambles were really bad.
Yeah, they were really bad, but everyone did well. Or at least the top 3 did well, and at the time had the best 4th place ever with 24.67, which at the time it was like unimaginable that sub 25 won a podium. Now you're seeing 24.67 get 9th place at US Nationals, which I think this is probably the best top 10 ever.
That wouldn't surprise me that much.
Yeah.
Although I presume that next week or 2 weeks from now we'll also have a very
Yeah,
competitive
although
podium.
none of the good American FMCers are going to Worlds. However, we've got everyone else.
Jay in particular, one of the world record holders, is going to be there.
Yes, Jay,
Two-time
Chung
world record
Wen.
holder.
Yeah. Oh, back to this 4-blind stuff though. I've competed in 4-blind once. My first ever official attempt, I get to corners. I inverted my last 2 letter pairs. I was off by 3 corners.
Oh no. We saw Park Garg earlier with the 728 DNF. He was off by 2 corners.
No. Oh. Yeah, it sucks when you're doing a big blind attempt and you're off by corners. Like that's the one thing that you have, you know.
That's the one thing that hasn't
that
changed.
should be a given. And then my next attempt, I get to corners again. Everything is solved. I do my first letter pair, and everything's just gone. I just forget everything. I remember someone was live streaming it to Pizza's friends, like just for the memes, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, is he gonna get it? Is he gonna get it?" And I get 2 letter pairs in. I solve 1 letter pair, and I solve my first 2 corners. And I just kind of sat there for like a minute, and then I was like, "I got nothing." 5-blind podium. Stanley, Graham, and Kale. Kale, not podiuming in FMC, but getting himself a 5-blind podium. Kale used to be known for Big Blind back in the day, before he started maining FMC. Big Blind and Skewb.
He had some records, if I remember correctly.
You know what? Let's give her a look. And by her, I mean his WCA profile.
As Krish does that, I am going to be swapping out of here for our next caster, which is Aiden Bartlett, who's going to be taking the rest of the way for the rest of this 4-blind group. Krish, it was a pleasure. How did Kale do? He does have a world record in it?
He's got world records in 5 blind, 4 blind, and continental records of 4 blind. Oh, sorry, and he's got a world record 5 blind, continental records, everything else. My fault. Carter with a 317. I'm not too happy with that.
All right. I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Enjoy the rest of 4 blind.
As Keaton exits the casting booth, we've got Aiden Bartlett coming up behind me. All right, and Aiden is here.
Hello?
Aiden,
Hello?
How did you sleep, my friend?
I slept okay.
Oh,
How did you sleep?
I slept okay.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, it was a late night.
Yeah.
I went to bed at like 1:30 or 2.
Wow. I did not go to bed that late, personally.
It was mostly just reassuring Owen that, or not reassuring, but congratulating Owen that he's one of the national champions in
Oh, yeah.
FMC.
No, that's awesome for
Yeah,
him.
no,
Alexi as well.
Alexi as well.
Chris got third.
Yeah, I'm rooming with Owen, so I was like, all right. We
Yeah.
were just kind of sitting in our beds, and I was like, dude, I'm rooming with the national champ. And he was like, wait, that's me. Yeah.
The results pulled up right now.
Oh,
Alexi
look who that is in
and
8th.
Owen. Chris Shonatwani
No
in
way.
8th place with a 24 move meet.
Yeah. Sadly, Zachary Oakes missed a huge chance at podium. He had 23-23 going on the last one. And as you can see,
Needed a 22.
8 people, or 21.
21.
Yeah, because he would've
Chris
lost by
beat him
single, yeah.
Okay.
8 people got a 21 on the last attempt.
Yeah, so I heard that last scramble was pretty good.
There was one good thing.
Okay.
There was one good domino reduction.
Everybody saw it.
Everybody saw it. Zach, he told us he spent a half an hour on that domino reduction that gave the 21, and he didn't find it,
Didn't find it.
which is so tough. I found it in an incredibly convoluted way, but I'm just glad I found it. I'm
Yeah.
glad I got one decent attempt after the first 2. I think if I had left the room and everyone had gotten a 21 and I got like a 27 or something, I would have been pretty upset.
Why are we so quiet today? We are doing 4x4 blindfolded right now, so the casters as well as everybody in the room has to be very quiet.
Oh, someone says Bertucci's. Oh, it's Sam Schultz. He said he hasn't heard that in forever. The rolls in olive oil are fire. They are. We went there with Keaton after Please Be Quiet Lexington 2022, after he emergency delegated the comp because I believe Tim Reynolds got COVID and wasn't able to delegate the comp. We still wanted it to happen, so we used, I believe, I believe the delegate or the organizer of the comp was able to fly Keaton out. And Keaton said he showed up on Friday night. He left on a Sunday, and he did one attempt of 4 blind, and it was 29 minutes,
All right.
and it was not a success.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's his only official 4 blind attempt.
I've done a few. I've never gotten a success. I was off by 2 twisted corners once.
No.
Which is not a common way to DNF 4 blind.
No, it's
Usually
not.
it is a center or a wing that's out of place.
Yes, because corners is the only thing that doesn't change.
That's the easy one.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying I've DNF'd 2 out of my 3 official 4 blind attempts. Actually, no, I think I've only done 2. I think I've DNF'd both my official 4 blind attempts by corners.
I've done 3 5 blind attempts, I believe, and I've DNF'd all of them. One was by 2 wings.
Oh.
Which was crazy. I've never had a 5 blind success at home either.
Yeah.
My only ever DNFs were always by centers. So that was the first time I'd solved all the centers, but I missed 2 wings. So.
Wow. Yeah, I still don't have a 5 blind success at home. It's something I should learn. I was realizing today, this is part of getting older as a cuber. I've been to 13 or 14 comps this year, which is a lot. I'm very blessed. However, I've only beaten 9 of my PRs.
Yeah.
So I think I've had 7 or more PR-less competitions. So I was thinking that I should take the events that I'm not super great at and just try and grind them so I can at least leave some comps feeling a little fulfilled. Getting 1 PR at Nats is not ideal, but at least I got something.
I'm looking for skewed PR. I have not broken those since 2018.
Oh yeah, I think the ones I broke my blind mean. Now the oldest one is my pyramid single, 158 from Hudson Valley Spring 2018. That's in March of 2018. A 6 mover that I did not 1 look because I was like, oh, my average is dead, whatever. And I was like, oh, a 3 move V, a 3 move V. I do what I think is the 3 move V. I have a turn and a tip left. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
More than a V.
Yeah.
Are many competitors not wearing noise protectors? Yes, I believe Stanley Chappell, who almost unequivocally just won the entire
Oh yeah.
round. Was not wearing any earplugs, as far as I know.
We've got Timmy Castle over on the red stage. I think this looks like it could be a success.
It likely will be, but I don't know if the time is what he'd be happy with. I think Timmy has a 2:43 official 4
Oh,
blind.
wow. I did not know he was that good.
Yeah. So he might just be safetying here just to...
Oh,
does
no.
not get all the wings. Is just completely confused. I wonder if he triple DNF'd.
Yeah, I think he did.
Or he may have been going for a mean.
Oh.
Possibly. I don't know.
That would make more sense, because I feel like triple DNFing is one thing.
Timmy has a 20
But-
flat 3 blind single, by the way, with a
Oh.
120 mean.
Oh.
Let's see, I can't read the scorecard. That was his 3rd attempt. He messes up the algorithm to fix it as well.
Oh, he's taking a picture of it, so I think it definitely was a botched
I'm
mean.
gonna guess botched mean, yeah.
That's so tough. That's so
Off by,
tough.
it looked like 4 wings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was a success. He must have just messed up at the end.
Yeah, or just either shot to a wrong target somewhere, or could have just mismemoed.
Yeah.
Very possible.
Very possible. It's so tough. 4 blind. I am forever in awe of people who can do 4 blind. Who can do 4 blind fast, sorry. I was like, at my peak, at home,
I can do 4
yeah, I can do 4 blind.
Yeah.
At my peak, I was averaging like sub 10 at home.
Yeah, I think I was around the same.
Yeah. My
Maybe.
first ever 5 blind was like, I think it was like, the attempt was sub 20.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I think that most of my 5 blind attempts have been around 25 minutes.
Oh, that's so tough for Timmy Castle. Let's see how many wings that is. 1, 2.
It could just be a 3 cycle.
It might just be a 3 cycle,
In which case, likely he would have just shot to the wrong target
Yeah.
somewhere.
You know, another event I kind of want to get into is multi. Multi is a lot of fun.
I don't know. It's just hard to dedicate
It
an
is
hour
hard.
to a very likely DNF.
That's true. At least with FMC, you're getting a solution.
Yeah.
Although my multi PB was in like 2018. I got 5 out of 5 in 20 minutes. So theoretically, at that pace,
4 minutes a cube, you could do 20.
exactly.
You know?
Or
Excuse me, 15.
15. Yeah. 15. So that would be fun. However, I don't think once the school year starts, I'll be doing any multi. I've got 2 roommates who both like to play a lot of music.
Will not be
Yeah.
that quiet time that you need.
No, it will not. If I were to try and get into quiet events, this summer would be the time to do it.
Yeah.
Because both my roommates are gone right now. That's another thing as cubers get older and theoretically go to college. We've all got to deal with roommates now.
Yeah.
You head to college next year?
Yes.
Where are you going?
Western Washington University.
All right, let's go, dude.
I started last year.
Oh wait.
So, yeah,
oh yeah.
I'm
Right.
gonna
You're
be
19.
gonna
My
be
fault.
second
My
year.
fault.
Yeah.
Have you liked it so far?
It's fun, but I hated dorm living.
You hated dorm. Are you living on campus next year?
No.
Oh, dorm living again?
Got an apartment.
Got an apartment. Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Are you living on
Yeah.
campus? Yeah. That's where I'm at too. Yeah, that's definitely the move. But yeah, cubers having to deal with roommates is always a funny little situation because, you know, they're typically not used to that noise.
No, they're not.
My freshman year roommate was pretty chill about it, actually. He was in the room when I got my 3x3 PB single.
Did he hype you up?
Oh, yeah. Within us living together for like a month, I got my 3x3 PB single. It was like a 405. I hadn't broken my PB in like 2 years. I like jumped up and I was like, yes! And he like dapped me up and everything. I have not beaten that since. It's been 3 years.
I have no clue what my 3x3 PB single is, if I'm being honest.
It's probably like a 4 or something.
It is 4 something. It's just been so long since
Yeah. No,
broken it.
I'm at 405. That's how I know. It's just because it's so close to a
Yeah.
3. I had a 4.4 the other day where it was 35 moves. I didn't realize I was getting an OL skip
Oh, okay.
because I did green cross. I never do green cross.
Ryan Pilot has another sub 3 4 blinder.
He got a mid 3 on one of his solves as
Mid-3,
success. Aiden, what events do you have today?
I have Cube 3x3 square 1 and 3 blind. I did not make 2x2 semis.
Oh,
Yeah.
what happened?
I just did bad.
Oh. All right, but you've got the square 1 final, right? What was your average in semis?
791.
Okay.
So
Nice.
not great, but
But you knew you'd make it.
yeah.
It was an 8.4 average made it this year.
Yeah, 842, I think.
That's pretty crazy that square 1 has gotten that good. 8.42, I think, might have been the national champion 4 years ago.
Could have been.
I don't remember.
I think
Ava's
Ava
exact
got an
average.
8.6 average, actually.
Yeah. So, 8.4 would have been national champion at the last
and
nationals.
now it just barely sneaks into finals.
Yep. Incredible stuff. You've got any specific goals for today?
I'd like to sub 7 in square 1 finals, but I don't know what the odds are of that. I need somewhat decent scrambles.
Yeah.
I want to make it to Cube finals.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
for fun. 'Cause
That'd be
I
fun.
like being on the national stage.
Yeah, no, I would definitely like to make a final today. I think 2x2 or PR are my best bet. I could fluke into 3x3 finals again, like last year. That would be pretty funny. I mean, 16th place was 710. I've gotten averages sub that before officially.
Do you
Who
have a sub
knows?
7 average?
Yeah, I've got 695.
Okay.
Actually, my second best average is 710.
Okay.
I got that a couple weeks ago. But yeah, solving on the big stage is always such a privilege.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the feeling of walking out and the announcer calling your name, even for that brief second, is so cool. It's why we do it.
It would be cooler if I was a higher seed.
Yeah, this is true.
Last year at North American Champs, I was 2nd seed going into square 1
Oh,
finals.
you were? I remember
Yeah.
that. I was like, oh, dang, Aiden's back.
And then I completely bombed it.
Were you nervous? You were going for a podium, right?
I was, yeah. The scrambles were really bad in square 1 finals last year. So,
Yeah.
And I was not turning well.
And somehow Dylan got a PR average.
Yeah, that was insane.
It was like counting 5.57, right? Or 5.58?
5.57, I think. It was low 6. I don't think it was PR, but it was like 6.0.
No, it was PR at the time.
It was.
Yeah. Ryan Pilot onto his wings.
Around 2:35, I think he started them. But
yeah.
having trouble remembering.
Yeah. We'll see if this can be a success. I'm sure he's going for a mean now.
To get a complete profile, you do need a mean in both 4 blind and 5 blind nowadays.
It's so much harder than it was before.
Yeah.
Oh, and now we can't see.
Interesting move by the judge.
Yeah, I mean, the goal for me back in the day was to complete my profile. There's no way I'm getting 3 or 4 and 5 blind successes in a row. There's just no way. There's no way I'm even getting 1.
I think realistically I could do it someday. My profile would be almost complete, entirely complete, I think.
Ryan really angry with that. That's off by quite a few wings and a few corners. Oh, is that the corners are just off by EU?
I think to have every tab on my WCA profile, I just need a world record and then 4 and 5 blind.
Okay, yeah. Well, you have every tab. You just need
Well, I tab to complete everything, yeah, because I've had championship podium.
Yeah, world's podium specifically. Yeah, world's podium, continental record, national record.
I'm one
which
of
is
the
crazy.
few Americans to ever get a national record.
Yeah. Back in the day, to get platinum, you needed national, continental, and world records, right?
You just needed a world record, I believe.
Okay.
Because I think that they counted.
Oh,
you might need continental though too.
Yeah, I think it was
But
continental and not national.
Not national though, because I think specifically for American competitors.
Yeah, exactly. It's so hard. This is before Canada was like really, really good too.
Yeah.
Like Canada's definitely gotten a lot better.
But I believe the U.S. holds every North American record
We
at
do.
the moment. Yeah.
We do. Yeah.
And 35 out of 38 world records, I think.
Yes. No, the U.S. is we're kind of killing it.
We only don't have Megaminx and what else? FMC single. Oh, and 3x3 average.
Oh, yeah,
With-
yeah. With
okay.
Yihang. Oh,
Yeah.
God. And it's only a matter of time before Yihang gets WR single, honestly.
Yeah.
I fully expect him or Roy Hung to at some point pull out like a 2.
So we must be finishing up 4 blinds.
Oh,
now.
Aiden, to complete your profile, you also need a formerly known as tab.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean not actually, but like that would literally have everything.
I need to maybe delegate too.
Yeah,
or
that'd
some
be,
sort of staff member.
Yeah, that'd be pretty
show up
funny
too.
if you just change your name just
Change
for
my
like, the
name.
profile. Yeah. All right. So, looking at 3x3 round 1, we have Max Park winning with a 586 average. Rounding at the podium is Kyle Santucci with 621.
That's crazy, Kyle.
Yeah.
From Alberta, Canada.
And he hit us with a pure sub-7 average as well.
All like low 6 almost. Not a single
Yeah.
sub-6 in the average, so 621 average.
Yeah, Ryan Pilot rounding out the top 8 with 666. Yeah, this is going to be incredibly competitive.
Some other good names in there. Luke Reiser, 5th place in the first round.
Yeah, and Luke got a counting 7 as well.
Kala, 9th.
Yeah, I think that's their PR.
It is, yes.
Yeah. And we've got Nick Sanchez coming in 16th place. He was not expecting that.
Yeah.
He was not expecting a 7.1 average to put him in 16th, although we've got at least one notable person below that. We've got Luke Garrett.
Yep.
I think he got a 7.22 average.
Did not perform super well. That would not put him into 3x3 finals if he got that in semis.
So, yeah, Luke Garrett, 7.22. Brendan Dunnigan, 7.19. Oh, my gosh, Kevin Costello III.
Yeah, he did really well.
7.35. I think that's his PR.
I don't think it was.
Or
When I checked on
it might be close.
On WC Live, that the PR both tag did not show up.
Counting 6 and 7 and low 7 there as well.
751.
Oh God, yeah. But I can't get over Kevin. That's crazy. Yeah. He was like the Massachusetts cuber when I first started cubing. He had a 7.3 average, which I think was NAR when he got it.
Likely, yeah.
And a 5.6 single. I
think I remember that single. Yeah. Because it used to be like anything sub-6 was like top 10 in the world.
Yeah, no, he was really, really good back in the day.
Yeah.
Also a 4x4 specialist at the time. Got a bunch of records in 4x4. Yeah.
4x4.
He ended up going to MIT, and I believe he's still doing music stuff, which is really cool. Yeah, MIT is no joke. He's competed at MIT more than a few times. There were a lot of competitions there back in the day. I love that venue.
I never got to go.
I think Nationals was there one year. I think 2010 Nationals was at MIT.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, which, I mean, if
I
you
was
told...
6 years old.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I was 8.
Would not have been competing myself.
If you were Yi-Hang Wang, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, but if you told anyone that the Rubik's Cube National Championships were at MIT in 2010, I think they would believe you without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah. It feels right.
Yeah. Calling someone random like Asher to get the first sub-3, like someone really good but not one you'd expect to break that barrier.
Yeah, it's always possible.
Yeah.
You never know who's going to break the
Luke
barrier.
Reiser could get a 2.
You know, Yu Shengdu, nobody would have ever predicted Yu Shengdu to be the first person to get a sub-4 official.
You just need someone to get a stupidly lucky scramble.
Yeah.
And it just depends who's there. It just depends who's there.
Looks like on the blue stage we are completely finished with 4 blind.
On the red stage as well, I'm starting to hear some noise.
Looks like we might be able to speak up now.
Yeah, I believe it's time for us to switch out.
I think so, yeah, because we have
3x3 round 2.
3x3 round 2.
All right, guys, it has been a real pleasure, and I will see you soon after 3x3 round 2. Wish me and Aiden luck.
Yes, please. I would like to make semis.
I would like to make semis as well. Give me a nice low 7 average. That'd be nice. I'd enjoy that a lot. All right. We'll see y'all soon.
See y'all.
Yeah, same. I did the same thing. I had a nice long sleeve underneath with a t-shirt, and I was like, yeah, this is gonna. And I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, of course, they didn't have the AC on first thing on Thursday, so it's really warm in here. But I've been, one layer less than what I was expecting to be fine.
Yeah, based on yesterday, I almost didn't put it on and thought I'll put it on if I need it. I go, no, you're gonna be sitting doing 4 blind. You're not going to be hot, no matter what. Just wear it. I'm very glad I did.
Really cool things off.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it's like 70. It's nice. Yeah, definitely. Agree. Well, and I think that heat wave, it had been going across, and it hit here like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then it kind of drifted. Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm from out west. I don't know what's normal for here, right?
Yeah, me neither. I'm from Florida. All I know is that Florida, normal's hot.
Well, yeah.
When everybody was like heat wave, we're like, this is just regular.
Yeah.
But I did leave when I left to come here. It was a 107.
Southern Florida?
No, this was in Orlando. Feels like a big, heavy, hot, wet blanket is on you when you walk outside. You get used to it. I've been there for 30-something years or so. And I'm originally from Michigan. I lived there till I was in my 20s. So when I first moved to Florida, it was in November. It's like 70. I'm like, this is summer. I'm in the complex pool, and everybody else. I'm like, what is wrong with you people wearing boots and jackets? Now I'm that person.
Yeah.
You know, once it hits the 70s or below, I get, oh yeah, my winter clothes out.
Man, one of the things I like about Seattle is that it's generally mild. You know,
Yeah. It's
winter,
not severe
cold,
hot,
but
or
it's not like deathly cold.
Yeah.
You know?
like Michigan.
And then summer, it's warm, and you know we get some heat, but it's not like killer hot. You know, almost ever.
Yeah.
Usually in the winter, sometime around early February, we'll get a little cold snap for 4 or 5 days. It'll be down, in the teens,
Yeah.
right? And then,
All right, everybody, welcome back to US Nationals, brought to you by CubingUSA and Happy Feet Productions. We are out here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I am Michael Chai.
And I am Nick Silvestri.
Nick, welcome to the stream. Welcome everybody to the stream today. And we're about to start off Final Sunday with some 3x3 round 2 right now.
Yes, I believe this is our last second round of the competition.
It might be the last second round, but you know what? 2x2 second round happened already. So, yeah, actually, it should be our last second round coming up.
This is one of our last big rounds, that is for sure. We have 400 competitors advancing from the first round. The cutoff for advancement was just over 12 seconds.
Yeah. And you're going to see here that our staff members, along with the workers in the convention center, they are preparing for some absolute spectator mayhem, as there are seats on seats on seats, as everyone prepares to watch some of our main competitors come up to the stage.
As we took down some of our practice tables in order to make more room for spectators. You may have seen a huge crowd on some of our overheads for some previous rounds.
Yes.
Trying to do some crowd control today, get people a little more organized. And we have some serious top players here with us today.
Yeah, our main top player, Max Park, arguably the favorite to win the competition here. He got a 586 in round 1, I believe. Yes, he got a 586 in round 1 with a 536 best single. Of course, Madi Hiroto Inaba from Hawaii with a 609 second average of 5.
Not far behind at all.
No, very, very close, honestly. We have Kyle Santucci from representing Canada with a 621 second average of 5. And also, looking for the top player, you won't be able to see him up on the very, very top, but Luke Garrett at 19th with a 722 second average of 5. Not his best showing. He was solving on stream.
But he did get the only sub-5 single of the entire round, I believe, with a 487.
Correct, yeah, and I would not be surprised, and of course, I don't imagine the competitors are currently watching the stream, but I would not be surprised if there's a 4 or like a sub-4 coming into play pretty soon. At least that's just a personal prediction. I hope I don't put any unwanted pressure on them, but we'll have to see. And shout out to Elliot Kobolansky in chat. IDK, probably Nico. Hello, how's it going, everyone? Alex, a dog. Welcome everybody to the stream today.
So because we have 400 people, we will have a series of 4 groups coming up. So if you don't see someone you're looking for immediately, they may be in a later group. We also have 2 stations being filmed, so it's possible sometimes we'll miss some solves in between there.
Correct.
But we will try and get as many of these people on stream as we can.
Yes, and then 3x3 round 3, there will be a cutoff of the top 100 competitors. And what that looks like right now, based off of our round 1 results, is going to be approximately a sub-9 average, just give or take some better and worse performances from people's means.
Yes, that sub-9 should be enough to get most of the people that we see into the semifinals, barring any very severe mistakes, perhaps 2 did not finishes. We do not want to see that happen today.
Nah, not at all. Seeing some DNFs in the earlier rounds was really interesting to see. But also, there's going to be head-to-head finals for 3x3 as well. So for most, if not all of our finals, we have a top 20. However, for 3x3, we're going to be doing top 16. So it will be, oh God, 8 sets of head-to-head competitions. I had to do some quick math there, Nick.
Yes, 16 divided by 2 is in fact 8.
And yes, if you're curious about where Dylan Miller is in the psych sheet, actually seated 10th currently with a 6.82 second average of 5. Also, I believe a finalist in US Nationals 2019. So Dylan Miller, a long-time top player in the US field. Right now, currently seated at 16th, if you're curious of who it might look like on the very, very cusp of head-to-head finals, is Nicolas Sanchez from the Southeast region with a 7.10 second average of 5.
And Zeke Mackey is right behind him with a 7.16. So the margin for making it into that final round is currently going to be very slim. It can come down to a single solve, and 1 pause can be enough to push someone over the threshold there.
Correct. And unfortunately, we weren't able to stream it, but from what I understood, the crew battle as well as the Rubik's Magic unofficial competition was quite spectacular, with some photos to boot. I saw some competitors do some wild, wild flexing.
It has been a very, very long time since we have seen Rubik's Magic, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, I've barely seen one in person until coming up to this competition maybe like a week ago. And apparently the way to maintain it or to fix it has something to do with what you call or restringing a Rubik's Magic. And I was watching people watch like a 10-year-old tutorial on how to fix a magic, and you call it stringing, which is not something I'm particularly used to.
It's practically fishing line holding those little panels together.
Yeah, yeah. If you're curious about how Rubik's Magic works, it's the same scramble with the same solution. So actually, it might be quite similar to cup stacking almost in a way, just in terms of like how it functions. Not exactly what you would call a scramble, but just a state that you have to get to another state. And of course, if you are curious about like what our top potential is for this competition, in North American Championships, our North American champion, Matti Hiroto Inaba, did have a 3.08 second unofficial single solve within his, I believe, Nations Cup relay team. And that was a spectacular solve, and everyone was flipping out. The venue was going crazy. So I'd imagine if anything even remotely similar happens here, but on the official setting, it will absolutely break the venue. But you never really know here.
I was trying to find the results for those unofficial events here. It's taking me a little bit to find them.
Of course, this is the North American Championships WCA Live 3x3 final. Seeing that Patrick Ponce getting in second place with a 6.27, and Luke Garrett again with a 6.68. So seeing some very familiar names here, Dylan Miller and Jerry Yao. All right, and it sounds like that is the call for us to start 3x3 round 2.
Here we go. Wake up. It's so tiring when you're sitting and doing four blind and it's like, stay up, stay awake, stay awake.
And Nick, it is about that time to start solving. Of course, we need to make sure that all the four blind competitors were able to have a fair chance to compete. So, you know, making sure that we don't transition a little bit early, which is where we're primarily accustomed to, especially on this level of efficiency with CubingUSA and how they run competitions with some slight overlap. We could not do that for this event. So we're running just a wee bit behind here.
Hopefully we can make some of that time up later on in the day, but it seems like we're going to be pushing some of these transitions hopefully a little bit tighter just to make us some of that time.
Correct, and I believe the time will be approximately 9:45. When Group 3 starts for 3x3, actually the chair of the board, executive director of CubingUSA, Keon Berry, he is going to be a little guest here at our stream, our broadcast. So hopefully you guys will welcome him with open arms as he helps commentate 3x3, as well as talk a little bit more about CubingUSA and its involvement with the WCA and just competitions in general.
Yeah, so we have that to look forward to. That is, again, at the third group of 3x3. We are here starting Group 1 of 3x3 now with our first competitor.
All right, so we're definitely going to have to pay attention to just what the scrambles might look like here. It will have a big factor with how competitors do today. Ooh, that's a tough OLL. And then G-Perm, 886. I got to say, for that OLL and that PLL, 886 is impressive.
Yes, there are a lot of moves in both that OLL and PLL.
Yes. The F2L is beautiful.
One of our longer combinations to complete that last layer.
Not even longer combinations, but just simply just the fact that he has to do an AUF and an ADF to fix that G-Perm, just to make sure that you know, you don't DNF situations like that. I've definitely seen it happen before.
You know, I've learned recently that you can actually do that ADF before starting the rest of the G-Perm. So you can move that D move at the end to the front.
Yes, that's actually what I do. So that is why, in particular, I love the RUD G-Perms, because you can do little tips and tricks like that, and you save some moves in a way. Or technically you don't, but you do.
So we saw a white cross on the previous one. Most of our competitors are probably going to solve in white cross. It is the most popular. But we can begin seeing some patterns.
Oh, no, no. This is the Blight of MU Algs, and I believe that was a Z-Perm. I could be wrong here. But, Nick, in Western Championships, in 3x3 Dead Finals, a significant amount of competitors not able to execute MU perms.
Yes, very dangerous, especially given the fact that if you are off by one in-move slice, unlike being off by one other layer, an in-move actually counts as moving the two outer layers, and being 2 moves off from a solved cube is a DNF, so it is much riskier if you miss those last moves.
Correct, and especially with the advent of magnets, M-moves have actually in particular been quite difficult to execute at the highest level, just simply due to the fact that the M-moves and the magnets, there's so much momentum that goes through. Sometimes the M slice just goes right through, and you just don't know when to turn a U layer. Oh, and wow, great OLL, and this looks like another G-Perm.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. This streamer's curse. Being off by this one in-layer slice counts as 2 outer moves, so this is a DNF.
That is, oh man.
Very unfortunate.
The caster's curse, streamer's curse.
I'm not even sure how that happened. That was an E-layer slice.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. And yes, just to correct, or let everyone know in chat, it is going to be Keon Berry. And I believe, yes, you can actually do this with G-Perms. If you misalign the D layer in the beginning, you don't have to do the ADF at the end. So, fun fact from Nick Silvestri. You should definitely watch some tutorials on that if you're not sure about how to do that.
It's a very smooth 12.25 there. Not one of the faster ones, but the very consistent turning shows that you don't have to always be super quick in order to drop some very respectable times.
Correct. And this competitor is struggling with, I believe, the Z-Perm at the time. Great UOL with a little bit locky PLL execution.
An 8.92. So it looks like we'll come in just under that 9-ish threshold to move into the next round. Unfortunately, the pressure is going to start building with that previous 12, I believe, that we got. Was it 11 or 12?
It was approximately an 11, if I'm not mistaken.
In
but
any case,
yeah.
that will be the competitor's margin for error taken up on the first solve, meaning that they're looking at doing another 4 solves without having to make a mistake if they're trying to get into the next round of 3x3.
And Nick, I could be wrong here, but is this Trip Peters?
I don't actually know. Trying to get a glimpse of that name tag.
1165 here.
1165.
All right, Chris Yeager back up onto the plate with the unfortunate DNF and a high 8. So this could go both ways for Chris. Oh, dot Olal potentially. No, he gets some edges oriented. And he had the M2 down at the cross, unfortunately.
Yes, sometimes people do this on purpose. One of the first moves is to solve the white cross there on the bottom. However, occasionally it can be easier to solve it incorrectly and fix it later with a really quick sequence of 3 moves. It's unclear whether or not Chris did that one on purpose, but in any case, it is definitely an interesting little technique.
I would say that he probably didn't do it on purpose, but recognized it halfway and saved it to potentially get a different PLL case. That's always something worth considering. All right, so tons of variance here with this competitor solves coming up.
We saw an interesting D move there while doing F2L. Usually when you see that, it's some slightly advanced techniques, and I think we saw again another 11. So I believe we're at 11, 9, and 11. There's that competitor's pressure probably building there.
And we have Ben Gottschalk, known for his square one solving here. Seeded 16th for Swan Finals, I believe. 11:38 for Ben. All right, let's see how Chris does in this solve. So with an 8, a DNF, and a 10 up to this point.
We have a shake of the head right at the start of the solve, already unhappy with
fumbling left and right rotations. Fatsoon Olal into a, oof, that's gonna be counting, Nick.
Yep, the double crossed arms there.
And if 8.8 was what Chris was going for, unfortunately, currently what is going through Chris Yeager's head is that he has officially been knocked out of semifinals contention, which is never a feeling that you want to have, but, you know, that is the realities. Of course, he should definitely go for his fastest single he can possibly get.
Could be a little bit of a release of pressure for maybe the other solves, but yes, unfortunately, it looks like it will be unlikely to be enough to advance to the next round.
Yeah, this is tough.
All right, Ivan. Ready to show off?
T. Olal into a U-perm. Opting for the MU U-perm here. Great choice considering the stakes at hand.
Ivan Kruger on stream now.
All right. F2L and do the
bit of a pause there. Seems to be having some issues finding the pieces.
Oh, E-perm. You never want an E-perm, but I guess that's what it is sometimes.
Showing off. And this year for product placement.
Oh, great.
Oh,
not
good
bad.
solve coming in from Chris here. 7-9-1.
Best solve for him today.
No problem.
Unfortunately, coming off the back of that 12 and that DNF. Maybe that DNF was the release of pressure.
Yeah.
No longer feeling it. Able to put down some good times finally.
He did enough with a decent average, I believe. A counting 8, counting 12, and a counting 10. So it'll just be right around that 10 mark. So not the worst in the world, but we all, will get 10 averages, even at the highest level. That's how it is sometimes. All right. Solving with his left side first for the F12, and then solving the right pairs after. All into, interesting. Selecting for the MUU perm this time. This competitor is showing a lot of ALG knowledge. Interesting. I wonder what goes through his head when he decides to opt for one ALG versus another. Probably AUF related. And Trip Peters back up to the plate here. Solving on yellow cross. Oh. All right, with a T OLO into what I believe is a T perm. Swag.
Interesting execution of that OLL case. I believe it was a different owl because the case is from a different angle. Unless that is their default algorithm. Oh, interesting. We also saw the couch cushion. We've seen this technique employed by such greats as Kevin Hayes.
Yeah, the couch cushion has become quite an important feature for our competitors, unironically, because the tables are actually, I don't know if you can tell on the stream, but the tables are significantly high up in comparison to our seats. So that is quite funny. Quite funny. But it has a practical purpose. It is not because we're uncomfortable sitting.
In fact, the seats are very cushiony. Although that perhaps is part of the problem.
That, yeah, we definitely sink down quite a bit.
I believe I saw this competitor's name was perhaps Casper on the name tag when they walked up.
Yeah, that was a great OLL, but everything else was, I don't know if it was exactly what this competitor was going for today.
That timer stop seemed to give an air of perhaps being a little bit disappointed. The toss the cube up onto the mat and drop the hands down on it.
Yeah.
That fashion is a telltale sign perhaps of a less than stellar attempt by a particular competitor.
Yes, indeed. And I believe we're almost wrapped up with 3x3 Group 1 right now.
And a reminder that at 3x3 Group 2, we will be having Kian Barry from CubingUSA on stream to talk about some of what CubingUSA does.
Yes.
And its involvement with the WCA.
So that should be in about, I would say, 20 minutes or so. If you are very curious about the activities of CubingUSA, if you're curious about what they stand for, and, all of the above, maybe it might even be a Q&A. I, at this point, do not know, but I'm sure you guys will all be excited to meet him. 10:26 for Ben Gottschalk. Not bad. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty average solve for him. Oh, wow, what an OLL. Great execution, but tough case. And yes, more likely than not, Max Park will be in the last group.
Yes, I do believe that these groups are organized by speed, which is a bit different than many of the other groups that we've had previously.
Yes, and it might be organized by speed, probably sprinkling in some staff members here and there, just to make sure that we can keep the event going.
The reason for this is most likely that because only the top 100 are going, and we can do about 100 competitors at a time, in order to keep it the most fair, the top 100 seeds will be given all of the same scrambles.
All right, and as we take a look at 4x4 blindfolded final round, we are officially crowning Stanley Chappell the repeat U.S. national champion with a 116 single, of course also securing a 120 mean. Congratulations to Stanley Chappell.
Incredible consistency there.
All right, we also have Tommy Cherry coming in second place with a 135, as well as Graham Siggins rounding out third place with a 150X single solve. did very well there. I believe Graham underperforming in terms of what his PRs indicate, but upon speaking with him, he definitely was not prepared to even come close to that performance. So I believe he's very happy with a third place result.
And the multi-blind results, of course, everyone expected it. Graham Siggins at the very top, doing 54 out of 60 cubes in an hour. The way multi-blind is scored is not simply just the number of cubes solved. There's actually a penalty for every unsolved cube that is attempted. So that is subtracted from the number of cubes solved. So the 54 out of 60 would turn into 48 points because 6 of those 60 cubes were not solved.
Correct. But congratulations to Graham Siggins for being the 3x3 multi-blind repeat U.S. national champion.
54 cubes in 1 hour.
Yes. That is ludicrous. And actually, Graham taking a bit of a break. So the fact that, he was even able to get 54 out of 60, honestly, still extremely impressive. Just being able to secure the bag. Now, this goes to show with our blind events how much the competitors were ahead of their field. And you could argue that competitors such as Graham and Stanley were maybe the most dominating competitors in their field up to this point. You could say Max, Park, of course, 6 and 7, but it is on a different level for 4-blind and multi-blind and 5-blind.
Absolutely. The same gulf that Max has created with his 4x4 through 7x7 results exists in all of these big blind events. Perhaps with one exception of Hill Pong for 5-blind single. A 0.04 faster than Stanley. I think that is the one place where the huge gap in skill between the first and the second ranks in the world has become very, very close in these big blind events.
Yes.
And we have some of the results for the 3x3 first round. We have Max Park coming in with a 5.86, but not far behind Matty Hiroto and Naba with a 6.09 average. Again, very tight clustering there at the top. I wouldn't say that it's completely expected exactly who's going to win this. The stars can align in certain ways, and we might be seeing some unexpected people and unexpected podium placements.
Correct. This is going to be really close here. And it's going to be close between, I think, specifically a subset of competitors for that top position, and then it'll be a mumble, jumble, fumble for that second, third, fourth, fifth place finish in 3x3 head-to-head, keeping in mind that it is going to be just 2 competitors with all eyes on them. So just depending on how they react to that information is how they might do. And some other things to keep in mind is that our potential finalists for 3x3 are all varying capabilities of ZBLL, such as Max Park, now doing ZBLL, and actually it might be quite dangerous to execute it, but he seems to be doing quite well thus far in terms of his recognition development. But of course, Max Park being color neutral and Matty Hiroto and Naba solving color neutral as well. We also see Sung-Huk Nam placed 27th so far in the first round with a 7.51 average of 5.
Again, only the top 16 will be moving on from the semifinals into the final round. So some of these people in the 20s, I think, depending on their solves, they very well have the possibility of making it into the finals, but certainly not all of them can make it up there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here, and even competitors such as Carson Wajaja with a 7.85 second average of 5. I mean, even he could sneak in as a top 16 seed. You never really know exactly what's going to happen. Of course, we have one of our OG cubers and Jonah Crosby even sneaking up there in 37th place with a 7.84 average of 5. And yeah, impressive stuff here. I believe also securing a podium in 4x4 for U.S. Nationals 2019 as well.
So it looks like we're just waiting again on the next group of 3x3. We have all of our staff members seated in their judging positions. I believe just waiting to call up the next group of competitors.
Correct. And this is the thing where we definitely want to talk about competitors being able to perform at their absolute peak versus their absolute worst, and then kind of regressing to the mean. If you're on the cusp of the cutoff for what it means to make the next round, keep in mind that with an event with so many groups, you're going to have that many sets of scrambles. So depending if you're color neutral, one color, dual neutral, there's going to be a wide variance here. So I could be in group 3, for example, and I could sneak my way in because not only did I get the best set of scrambles in the world with, like, I don't know, like an 8.5, you know, you never really want to release the idea that you might get a personal record, right? But also, maybe people in group 4 receive absolutely awful scrambles, which only compounds the fact that there is a lot of parity involved in how to finalize the ranking based off performance.
Yes, and like you say, depending on the scrambles, even though everybody in the same group does get the same scrambles, which is the reason why we have bundled the top 100 people into the final group here for 3x3 round 2. Depending on exactly what those are, we can see some people from group 2 and group 3 slipping in, especially if they are simply on point and their performance is just perhaps exceeding their typical performance. Again, setting new PRs is always a good opportunity to advance into rounds that you don't normally expect to advance into.
Correct. And I am actually curious myself. I want to make sure that I can actually find our competitors. I'm going to assume that Max Park is going to be in group 4 for 3x3. But I wonder if Maddie and Luke, where they stand at the moment. I will have to figure that out, and I want to give you guys a live update. So it looks like for 3x3, Luke Garrett will unfortunately not be on stream. He will be on yellow stage for group 4. So that is something to keep in mind here.
We have 5 stages here at the CubingUSA Nationals, each of them with 5 tables, each table with 2 stations. So we have 50 stations across the entire venue, and unfortunately we are only able to show 2 of them. However, we do try our best to optimize for pulling some of the most notable faces in front of those 2 cameras. We have a special system for identifying the competitors who are best show up on stream. So we will be seeing some exciting faces here in just a bit when we get started.
Yes, and Matty Hiroto and Naba will be on red stage for group 4. So he will be in the same group as Max Park. And just a sanity check here, Max Park will be on group 4 for the blue stage.
I think it's worth remembering that last year at the North American Championships, Matty Hiroto and Naba won the title there. So Matty is our defending North American champion. WCA major competitions like the CubingUSA Nationals alternate with years for the Continental Championships. So this is going to be the first year that another major championship like this has the chance to bestow another title upon someone.
Correct.
Also, this is the first U.S. National Championship since 2019.
Yes.
So it has been a number of years since we have crowned a new winner in any event.
Speaking of U.S. Nationals 2019, the U.S. National Champion, Patrick Ponce, will be sharing a stage with Max Park on blue stage for Group 4.
On stream now we have Walker Welch, one of the organizers here for Nationals 2023.
I expect all of you guys to give Walker Welch a welcome, happy birthday, dedicating his birthday weekend for U.S. Nationals, taking on a prominent role in organizing, delegating, and stage leading. Oh, wow. Great execution. 11 seconds and 42 tenths of a second. Is that how you would say that? Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh.
Currently, as we are proceeding with 3x3, round 2, group 2, I am Michael Chai.
And I am Nick Silvestri.
who will be commentating some of the fantastic 3x3 solves headed your way. And if you are not familiar with who Walker Walsh is, just know that he is a fast boy. Extremely fast. Theoretically could make the semifinals as well.
He's been around for quite a while, and I think he puts up some very strong results in FMC in particular.
Ah, yes, yes.
FMC is short for Fewest Moves Challenge. It is, rather than seeing how fast you can solve a cube, it is how few of a moves you can solve a cube. You have an hour, and it's like taking a test, but at the end you have a solution. And some of the best people in the world can do it in under 20 moves.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Oh, wow, that's a devastating OLL. I never want to see that OLL in any 3x3 solve. Arguably one of the worst ones, along with potentially maybe the bad case for the C OLL.
Very gentle pickup on
Yeah.
the start. A lot of the competitors start very hot out of the gate with very fast moves. But this was
Z-Perm. But you know what, Nick? That's a great point. I would actually love to see more competitors be a little bit more deliberate, have a gentler pickup, especially in these high-stakes situations as this competitor brings a banana.
Yes, Lucas seems to be having his breakfast. I do believe it is worth pointing out that at a WCA competition is not technically against the regulations to eat. However, we do request that it is not too loud and that you also do not make a mess.
Yeah, at the very bare minimum, we do appreciate a sanitary playing field for all of our competitors. But yeah, at least Lucas seems to have his protein.
I don't know how much protein there is in a banana.
Actually, a decent amount.
Really?
Yeah, that's why excuse me. That's why bananas are part of protein shakes.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So Lucas getting a 1066 here. Oh wow! Congratulations to this competitor. Very happy with an 880. Unfortunately, not able to catch that that finish there, but of course, able to catch the instant replay. Great OLL case to have with an H perm. Expect nothing less from this last layer case.
Why isn't it resetting?
Oh, you have to.
We have a microphone on each stage, so we occasionally catch some side conversations. Seems like on another stage, perhaps they're having some issues with the timer resetting.
Yeah. It's always nice to hear the intimate conversations between a judge and a competitor up on the stream table. Oh, that's a tough last F2L with a pie. And I wasn't able to catch that PLL. A lot of moves in that solve.
In order to ease communication, we have names for various PLL cases. That one there that we saw the cross. If you follow the stickers on the sides and you draw lines out from them, it kind of makes the shape and the symbol of the pi character, the 3.14 ratio between the diameter and circumference of a circle. So we have funny names such as, they're mostly letters or characters. We have U, we have pi, we have H.
Yeah, yeah. The top players will most likely, the top players that you're thinking of will most likely be competing starting the very next group, which will be group 3.
And Walker, also a former Skewb world record average holder. I believe that is in 2014, shortly after Skewb was added to the WCA as an official event.
Yeah, correct.
The Skewb world record now sits at just 1.5 seconds.
So, you know, Walker essentially being outclassed.
12.
But you know what? Much better performances at 3x3. Oh, a little bit locky there. And then that's the curious case of getting a great single solve. Just following that up is pretty hard. Because then you have this expectation going in your head that like, oh, I could make this count.
All right, he's fine.
Are you ready?
All right. This competitor back up into the stage.
Again, we have 4 rounds of 3x3, or excuse me, 4 groups of 3x3 in this round, and we are on the second group. Again, very gentle pickup there.
Yeah.
Very deliberate. I'm sure reduces the mistake.
Oh, fumbles.
The commentators curse once again, just as I'm talking about reducing mistakes there.
I mean, it was still a great
turn.
solve. Don't get us wrong here. What was that? 905. Great solve for that competitor. So, and that's going to be pretty unfortunate. I do believe that all the OLLs have names associated with them. An OLL that I call Fat Soon is, I think, called the Lightning Shape.
As Soon is the name of another case. However, Soon and Fat Soon are differentiated because of the way the algorithm is executed, moving 2 layers in an algorithm rather than 1 layer in the normal algorithm.
Correct. Ooh. Wow, fast pickup from this competitor. Also, I saw a big green line. I don't know if anyone calling neutral offstage was able to capitalize on that. 982. Not happy with that, but honestly not doing bad.
Anthony Jiang lucky in that range there, 9.69 versus 10.57. This 4th solve is critically important to the competitors because it determines the range at which the final average can be in. After the 5th solve, it determines exactly what that number will be, and that is because the fastest and slowest solves of the average are discarded, and the middle 3 results are averaged together. So that 4th solve, or excuse me, when that 5th solve, depending on whether it's the best or the worst, may get thrown out, and you can immediately make some predictions about what the time is going to be. On screen, you can see BPA and WPA. That is best possible average and worst possible average, and that does define the range. If the 5th solve is the best of all of the 5 solves, the best possible average will be the final result. And if it is the worst solve of them, then the worst possible average will be that result.
Correct.
Also, instant replay there on Will Cern, unfortunately having a little bit of issues finishing up the final algorithm of his solve.
Also, in chat, Shelly Chang. Welcome, Shelly, to the stream. And yeah, if you can say Fat Soon and if people know what you're talking about, that's definitely enough for sure. Shout out to you, Executive Director, coming on celebrating 20 years with the WCA. So we look forward to celebrating that with you. And also in the following group, the chair of the board for CubingUSA, Keon Barry, will be commentating with Keaton Ellis as they talk a little bit more about CubingUSA and what they're all about. Rough finish. Rough finish. And we have a few more solves here in 3x3 round 2, group 2.
Walker Welch back on screen again.
Love the GoPro mount setup.
Are you ready?
8 seconds. 12.
8 seconds.
Walker with a 9.61. Walker has a very deliberate turning, so 2 9.61s in a row. Funny little coincidence. We're going to do a quick little staff change while we get Kean and Keaton on stream. Please say hello to Keaton and Kean.
Everyone, hello. My name is Keaton Ellis. I am joined by a very special guest right now for 3x3 round 2, group 3. I've got Kean Barry with me. Kean is the director of
Chairman
of
Director is Shelley
CubingUSA.
Chang.
Director Shelley Chang. Shout out Shelley. Kian is the chairman of CubingUSA, and we're going to have him on this morning to talk a little bit about CubingUSA as we take a look at some solves from the end of 3x3 round 2, group 2, and also 3x3 round 2, group 3. Kian, how you doing?
Good, good. How are you, Keaton?
I'm doing all right. How's your weekend been going so far?
Good. It's always a really busy, hectic couple of days, but I think it's gone fairly smoothly. This morning notwithstanding, but yeah.
Well, so far things have looked great from our end. We have some people in chat saying hello to you. Joey Gooley down there.
Hi,
There's
Joey.
Shelly. Shout out Shelly. So, you're the chairman of CubingUSA.
Yep.
Do you mind telling us a little bit about what CubingUSA is?
Sure. So CubingUSA is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that we founded almost 8 years ago in an attempt to do a plethora of things in the cubing community in North America and the United States specifically. We want to, support local competitions, particularly in areas that are underserved. We want to have some educational outreach. We want to extend our reach as best we can with that. That's a goal going forward. And certainly we also want to organize a massive competition every year. We're really excited that this year we were able to come back for the first time in 4 years. COVID and NAC last year restricting that, and hosting the largest competition in WCA history.
I'm very excited about that. We hit over 1,000 competitors for 3x3, for those of you who did not tune in yesterday for that. And it's been a fantastic competition so far. So, Kian, can you tell me a little bit about, I'm a competitor. This is maybe my 3rd or 4th competition. I've been going to these. What does CubingUSA do for me as one of these types of competitors?
Sure. So apart from just obviously hosting nationals every year, which is a massive undertaking for us and requires, we plan out 1 to 2 years ahead. Other than that, we also support a lot of local competitions. So our nonprofit status allows us to sometimes get good rates for local competitions, provide insurance for them, provide like a financial backing for organizations and local competitions that might not be able to have it otherwise. Some areas need it more than others. We're happy that there are now regional nonprofit organizations that we can work with as well. But some places are more underserved. For example, we're trying to extend our reach to areas that haven't had competitions. I think we're looking at potentially, nothing official, something in Puerto Rico and some other areas as well going forward. We think it's very important that we try and get more people access to competitions at a reasonable rate.
That's very exciting.
Yeah. I should mention, it's an entirely volunteer organization. We are really just trying to support the sport of cubing, sort of like a trade organization.
Ooh, we had a very close +2 there.
Not sure.
8 seconds.
Oh,
that
need a delegate on that one.
looks a little over to me. I would guess it's a +2.
Luke Van Lanningham with an unfortunate solve right there. 8.2, by the way, an average time that would likely get you into 3x3 semifinal. So, that's a really, really close one. I hope that's not a +2. Although it looked like it was.
Y-perm. Ooh, yeah, that looks a little over to me.
Okay, so if I want to help out CubingUSA in any way, and I want to be a part of this organization and help be a part of the progress towards the goals that CubingUSA wants to make, how can I get involved in CubingUSA?
Sure. So if you are interested, for example, in organizing a competition, we have a tab on our website for supported competitions, gives you a little bit of information. We have a form you fill out. We try and, we obviously have some institutional controls for like budget and things like that make sense. And we can provide some contact. If you have a general question or have interest in like helping out with the organization more directly, we have a contact page. Please do reach out to us. Additionally, of course, we are a nonprofit organization run by volunteers. We are happy to accept donations. We have a website, www.CubingUSA.org, that I hope people visit, and you could donate right there to a tax-deductible organization.
So if you are interested in checking out Cubing USA, it's CubingUSA.org.
Yes.
You can check out the donations page. It's CubingUSA/about/donations.
Okay.
If you'd like to go and contribute, again, it is a tax-deductible 501c3. You can write off anything that you donate to Cubing USA on your taxes, so it works out very well in that regard.
Yeah, and you can be assured that every dollar that you give would be directly going back into the cubing community in the United States, which I think is a great thing. We literally have no salaried employees, no one that makes any money off of this whatsoever.
Oh no,
another one.
Luke. Oh, that's very, very painful.
Yeah,
and that
one's
one's a clear.
Yeah, no question about that one. That's a +2.
That's going to be counting, which is really, really tough.
So this is Group 2 still?
This is, we're moving on to Group 3 right now. So this is the start of Group 3, and then after that is the big guns. We've got Max Park on Group 4. I'm also in Group 4, but I wouldn't consider myself a big gun
big
anymore.
gun, absolutely. And back when I was a little bit more active, Keaton was certainly a big gun.
Oh,
no. Are we ready?
So, Kian, how did you get first involved with Cubing USA?
Oh, wow. So I've been cubing for 17 years or so, and starting around 2010, I got more active in US Nationals. 2011, I joined the Nats organizers team, and for 5 years, we had or more than that, we had a informal group that ran US Nationals 2011, 2012, 2013, Worlds 2013, US Nats 2014 and 15. And then we decided we wanted the protection of having a legal entity so that no one was individually liable for anything that was happening. So since then, we've been working as a nonprofit. We have a number of members that are here from the inception, but we continue to grow and try and get more people involved every year. We added a new board member last year, and it's an ongoing process. Something that we're all people with jobs and families and everything else, but we want to still contribute to the good of cubing, even if we're not, like myself, not practicing or involved in a competitive way anymore.
So, I see Eric Lineback and Michael Gottlieb in chat. Shout out to them.
Wow, yeah, those are names from back in the day too.
So, I'm sure a lot of the people at home are interested in a little bit about the behind the scenes of how a Nats organizing works, especially some of maybe the local organizers out there who've done one at a high school or a church or some other sort of gathering space. How big is the team that you guys are working with, and how do you put on an event of this size?
Sure. So number one, I would say you need a Tim Reynolds. In order to do the event that we have, Tim Reynolds is the lead for Nats organizers. He does a truly remarkable amount of work. One of the big complications, and I say that with real sincerity, because one of the big complications of organizing a competition like this with over 1,000 people is the complexity of the schedule. I mean, the cost to run a competition is obviously quite high, which is why we have to charge what we charge for registration, because it's getting to be extraordinarily expensive, convention centers versus hotel ballrooms. So we've been working on every plan we work on now. Starting about 2 years out, we start to look for venues. And we can, work with the venue contact on whatever we can, and we have all, contracts, and some places are more within our budget than others. Occasionally we get that is not solved.
Ooh, Blake Thompson with the DNF right there.
Yeah. Occasionally we get, we go through a process and we have a couple of reasonable options, but sometimes it presents itself to it. But in the months leading up, there is a lot that goes in terms of logistics. So like every single competitor needs to be, planned into groups. They need to be changed as the competition goes on, especially, in things like 3x3 and 2x2, which have 4 groups. We have a staff of, 130 people or something like that at this competition. And, they all have individual schedules as well. So the complexity of organizing this event requires basically our continued attention for a year, if not more. We have consistent meetings, and it's a lot. And we're not stopping there. Next year, North American Championships, we expect to have more competitors. We have a higher competitor limit.
Do you know what that competitor limit is?
I think we're thinking either 1,400 or 1,600, but we'll see exactly what it works out. But we definitely want to provide even more opportunity for people to compete, especially given that it's a Continental Championship, and we expect some other people from North America, presumably quite a few Canadians, and maybe other people from North America, hopefully, as well. And we're going to work, hopefully, with some Canadians on organizing as well.
For those of you unfamiliar, next year we will be having North American Championships in Minneapolis, Minnesota, hopefully with a 1,400 or a 1,600 competitor limit. Now, how many people are on the team total?
Total for organizing?
Yes, for Nationals organizing.
8 or 9, maybe. Although we're going to add a couple for next year, probably.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so, we try and differentiate the jobs. Someone in charge of, maybe we're planning on having a team dedicated to streaming and things like that, because this is becoming a bigger factor in our events than it has ever been before. Tim does scheduling. We have a treasurer. There are a couple of delineated jobs that everybody has, but in general, 8 or 9 is probably good. I mean, you get too big, it might be problematic as well. I did not know Blake appeared on Martha Stewart Living.
There's a fantastic photo of probably 10 or 11-year-old Blake with Martha Stewart. He is maybe 5 feet tall.
Oh, that's
it's
fantastic.
really cute.
That is fantastic.
Really,
I got to see that.
Cute. So, you say that you're planning out nationals 1 or 2 years in advance.
Well, we begin the RFP process where we send out basically it's a process you do where you send out your requirements to convention centers. I think we considered.
What does RFP stand for?
That's a request for proposal, I believe. Basically, you send out your what you need to convention centers, and they send you back what they can offer, what dates they have, what the cost of things are, roughly a very broad version of it, and then we narrow it down. We definitely considered at least 30 or so sites that we sent sub to. I think for Nats or NAC, sometimes it's been over 40. And normally there are a couple that end up being clear, but given the size of our event now, because we need a convention center, you pretty much need to book a year and a half at least in advance. We have a contract, we had this contract for Minneapolis for a while already. There's no way around it. We used to have Nats that were 150 people, and you can hold it in a hotel ballroom, and you can't do that anymore.
So I'm sure there's a question that many people are interested in knowing the answer to.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're allowed to answer it.
Okay.
But
I'll see what I can do.
Do you know the location of Nationals 2025?
I do not at this moment know
Okay.
the location of Nationals 2025.
Okay, so that's still up in the air.
Yes.
You've heard it from the organizing team themselves.
I'm
So
not-
no one knows yet. You can feel
That
free
is
to
true.
speculate.
Nobody. You can speculate all you want. I am certain that I do not know. Yes.
So that is available. If anyone would like a specific location in Nationals, please put it down in chat, and your opinion may be registered with all the rest that are out there.
Yeah, we do get a lot of opinions on that. We get people asking us for specific cities. We'd love to move it around to great, super fun, wonderful cities that everyone can access, and we try and move it around the country as best we can. We have a budget, and we're limited in certain ways, but hopefully we're able to provide, a reasonably accessible venue every year.
Well, as we're ending 3x3 rounds 2, group 3 here.
You got to get going, huh?
I do have to get
Not
going.
warming up?
I'm in the next group.
You
I
make the
did a little
finals?
bit of warm up. Well, this is only round 2.
Yeah,
I have
but are
to
you gonna
I have to struggle to make round 3 at this
okay.
point. But I've been on with Kian Barry. Kian is the chairman of CubingUSA. Again, if you're interested in helping out CubingUSA, you can check them out, CubingUSA.org. You can also, if you're interested in donating, go to CubingUSA.org/about/donations. You can see it right here on screen. Kian, thanks so much.
Thanks, Keaton. Nice to see you.
It's been a fantastic.
All right. I got to go run the competition.
All right, go do that.
Sorry.
Seconds.
Thank you, Kian and Keaton. We are back again with myself, Nick Silvestri, and Michael Chai.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? And you know, Nick, as I actually just finished competing, there is going to be something really important to note here for 3x3 Group 4. I'm not sure if we're actually going to see our best times here, because when I was competing over on green stage, my hands were ice cold.
Yes, I think that is a very big difference that we've noticed between yesterday and today versus Thursday and Friday. Thursday and Friday, it was warm in here. However, yesterday and today, it is cold. I feel the air blowing on me from the air conditioners.
Yeah, and it was really hard to tell from our stream booth because obviously we're in a little booth, right?
You can see it. It's blowing in the wind, actually, I think, behind us.
Yeah, it is extremely cold, so I would definitely temper expectations, at least for this round. I'm just not sure. I tried to execute a AUF for my U-perm, and my finger tried to go, and it didn't go.
Uh-oh. Frostbite setting in?
Yeah, it might be age, Nick. It might be age.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
But looks like we are starting our final group, some of the fastest seeds from the first round of 3x3. Up here, you know him, you love him, it's Patrick Ponce.
All right, of course, color neutral solver. And Luke Garrett, if you're curious, will not be on stream today over on yellow stage.
Patrick is, of course, the current world record holder for the one-handed average.
Yay.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is a lot of moves here for Patrick here. A bit unfortunate for his first off. Of course, we have Maddie Hiroto Anaba from Hawaii coming up to the plate on red stage. And if you are unaware, or if you weren't, you're just tuning into the stream, Max Park will also be sharing the blue stage with Patrick Ponce. Of course, Matty, color neutral as well.
It looks like we have a solved edge there between the white and the red faces. A lot of the time when we see that, it is an opportunity for 6.41. That solved edge is an opportunity for a competitor to perhaps exploit it and skip one of these steps of the solve. Unfortunately, it looks like we didn't get to see that here with this particular one, but it's always something to keep in mind when you see some pieces that are in their correct relative positions like that.
Correct. Maddie's starting off with a 641. A decent result for him, for sure. It looks like Patrick Ponce executing the ZB, recognizing the two matching corners in the front with the not matching corners in the back.
Yes, ZB is one of the advanced algorithm sets. There are 493 of them, and it takes the two different algorithms that must be executed using normal OLL and PLL and turns it into just one.
All right, and Max Park coming up to the plate for solve 1. Also, color neutral, just not solving very often on red. Of course, Maddie opting for orange cross on that first solve. And Patrick opting for green cross on that first solve.
So we've been seeing lots of different colors. It'll be really interesting what we see Max pick up here.
There was a large line on that scramble as well for white.
Another big chunk of connected pieces there on orange.
So white's on top here, so I wonder if Max is opting for yellow here. No blue on bottom. Jesus Christ. Okay. 558. I don't know what he saw, but he saw something good.
Yeah, I believe there are actually two solved edges here. So this is one of those scrambles that offers a lot of flexibility for these color neutral solvers.
Correct. And I don't know what Maddie might do here. Looks like the yellow is deceptively poor, so probably won't be opting for yellow here. Opting for a red cross, it seems. All right, X cross, F2L4, OLL into a PLL, and he fumbles the bag.
That was so fast.
Oh my goodness, X cross, F2L234, straight into a continuation for last layer.
Looks like he was very close to getting the +2 there, almost stopping the timer before he was done with that final move. It may have been almost faster to just accept that if he had stopped the timer then and not fix it.
That was pretty much sub 5, had everything gone to plan. But a great solution from Maddie. Holy heck.
Alrighty.
also opted, whoa, some pseudo sliding there. Oh no, keyhole, sorry about that. And Patrick with a 786. Not a strong start for Patrick Ponce. Of course, we have Luke Greitzer up on the stage once again.
One of the 2 fastest Luke Gs that we have at the competition today.
Yeah. 6.3, not happy with that solve.
Still quite fast.
Yeah. I mean, 579 PR average is nothing to sneeze at.
I think it is worth noting that the expected advancement time in order to make it into the semifinals for 3x3 is around 9 seconds. So I believe that should be a relatively safe solve for most of these solvers, even if they do get a couple of bad solves. Of course, bad is relative for them. Their bad solves are still very, very fast.
Yeah.
So the pressure is there, but it is perhaps not quite as high as it would be otherwise.
All right, it looks like Max Park opting for Blue Cross, it seems, once again. Great solve into a soon, and then a G permit seems like with a 558 once again. And Maddie with a 589.
We talk a lot about ZBLL here. Some of these fastest solvers know many of the 493 algorithms. However, it does seem like that the soon cases, where there are 3 corners on top that are not solved, are some of the hardest ones to recognize.
Apologies, that was not a G perm. It was the RUF-V perm with the rotation. And also, as you noticed with Madi Rotonabe, he did the GD perm, RUD, the little trick where you misalign the D layer, as we were talking about earlier, Nick.
Yes, it makes it a little bit easier sometimes to turn that U face because you don't have to worry about also doing something on the D face.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah.
Luke G starting on yellow cross. Of course, I believe a white-yellow solver here. And Olal, great Olal there. 615. Not exactly happy. But of course, these competitors are looking for top 16. They're not really concerned about top 100. So the top 16 cutoff will be approximately 7.5.
Yes, these results that we're getting now are going to be our best preview into seeing who might be able to be getting into that final round.
Yeah. All right, Patrick Ponce starting on green cross. Oh, wow. Patrick is really struggling on this average here. I would not be surprised if this is related to, oh, I see a huge orange block here. I think Maddie immediately looking at orange block. I wonder which cross he ends up. There's a lot of solves pieces here.
Potentially looks like blue.
Oh, starting on yellow. Oh, Olo into the gray PLO.
Wow.
Maddie with a
Very,
442. Let's go, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Oh, my goodness. Now imagine if Maddie Hiroto Inaba did not fumble the 618, Nick.
Yes, it looks like, that we would have seen an especially fast average here.
I'm so, man. I know. We have to be objective and unbiased. But, man, I love Maddie Hiroto Inaba.
He has such a satisfying turning style. I believe one of the fastest solvers in the world today who still does not yet have a sub-5 average, but it does seem like we are coming very close to seeing that one of these days.
And Max Park opting for yellow cross here, just like Maddie, but in the previous solve. ZB? Oh, we were just talking about this with ZB recognition. This is going to be really tough for Max here. But this is the problem. To actually be able to learn ZB, you have to go through growing pains here. Just not understanding that at the end of the day, the ZB is not being able to have that full recognition and that full execution. It might not work out for you, but you have to go through those growing pains, Nick.
Yes, Max is typically a very characteristically consistent solver. As you can see, we got 2 of the same time there for the first 2 solves. That is not uncommon for Max to see very tight spread. This 7.9 is probably just an outlier. I imagine we'll see 2 more solves in around that mid-5 mark.
Yeah, and opting to do the OLL, PLL for that case, as Max just needed to finish the solve first and foremost. And Maddie on, I believe, solve number 5 here. Oh, he's looking.
12.
Looks like he's going for yellow cross once again here. Holy heck, with the U.
A bit of an execution mistake it looked like there on the ZB.
Yeah.
Had to recover from it.
That's a very difficult, honestly, the U ZBLOs have very tough execution. So it's really hard to say because a lot of them have like a lot of RUD that gets really complicated here. At home, that algorithm is very easy to execute, but you know, it's tough. Patrick Ponce with a 574. Wow. Some great solves from Maddie. A 606 average.
Are you ready?
That could have been much faster.
That's coming back up. This fourth solve is very important to determining that final average.
Keep in mind that Maddie had a 442 on this scramble, solving on, I believe, yellow cross here, which is well within Max's striking range. So we'll have to see what Max has to do. Of course, Maddie doing the X cross.
I'm talking about those cold hands again. Max does bring hand warmers to every one of his rounds. Got to keep those fingers warm.
Max going for yellow cross just as well. Looks like he did do an X cross with the all out into the PLL 522. Great solve for Max Park. Coming back strong from, you know, sometimes just not your best solve. Not everyone comes back from a poor solve with a great solve, and I'm glad that Max was able to get a 522 there.
Max is very, very consistent.
Worst possible average, 635.
But I would be very surprised if we see a 635 coming out of Max.
I would be surprised too, but just to highlight, worst possible average, 635 is dumb fast.
Whoa. As you can tell, our crowd is certainly filling up. We moved all of these chairs to that location for a reason.
Yeah, and you can definitely see people crowding the left and then the middle and then a little bit less on the right. Quite an interesting example of what you would call, is it, you know how water flows whatever the easiest path is?
Yes.
That concept. I am losing the words here.
Path of least resistance.
Yes. Oh, Patrick with a great execution so far. 588. That last layer was really fast. Patrick is stone cold. Yeah, he's coming back strong with his 5 and a 5 recently.
This Patrick is also one of the most consistent solvers that we see. It's relatively uncommon to see these kind of outlier solves that get up into the 7s and 8s that occasionally occur.
And Max Park has one more solve here. Maddie did quite well on this solve. Let's see what Max opts to do here. Of course,
looks like he had another ZBL out there. I wonder if he's training on that one that he perhaps did not recognize correctly.
Oh, he's really drilling these ZBs right now. It's an interesting angle just to see what it's like to warm up. Of course, Maddie opting for yellow cross on this last solve as well, so we'll see if Max matches once again. Oh, I do see the red and the yellow matching. I did not catch that earlier on Maddie's solve.
8 seconds.
Indeed, going for yellow cross there. ZB, Max Park, a 558, 558, 79, a 522, and a 523, Nick. Whoa.
Nice average.
Max hardly makes mistakes. That 7.90 was definitely uncommon. I believe that's the first time I could even look at a solve and say, like, something went wrong here.
Yeah.
All weekend.
Yeah.
Wait.
He's had a variance between his fastest 4 solves of less than 0.3, or a little bit less than 0.4. That is crazy.
I believe this is Brian Johnson on screen.
Correct. Not having his GoPro. You know what? He always solves with a GoPro. I wonder why that's the case. 360 plus WCA medals. A seasoned veteran, seasoned competitor, knows what it takes to make the final round.
It was only the last layer there at about 4.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Looks like the ZB recognition and execution took almost 2.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like we've wrapped up 3x3 as a whole for round 2.
Are you?
So congratulations to all the competitors that made it this far, and we wish you the best of luck. Hopefully, the Scramble Gods allow you to make it to round 3 for semifinals.
Results will be going in soon at live.worldcubeassociation.org. You will be able to see the results and who exactly advanced into the semifinals in just a few short minutes.
Correct, and also we're going to be moving straight on to, I believe it's going to be 2x2 round 3, Nick. Is that correct?
That sounds correct to me.
Yeah, so 2x2, just going to be a lot of interesting top players to watch here. But of course, Zane Kanani with a 117 average last night.
Yes, unfortunately, we were not able to show that last solve, but it was a 1.08 immediately following a 0.97.
Correct.
Zane is, of course, dropping very fast solves, very quick averages on the regular. Current world record holder with a 1.01. Zane is on the hunt for that first sub-1 2x2 average. There have been a few times where he has come close to it in a competition and unfortunately could not pull it off, but I would personally love to see him do that today.
Yeah, me too. And also Zane's got some of the best record reactions in all of cubing.
Looking at the results here for 5x5 in the first round, Max, of course, on top, one of the fastest big cube solver in history. So a 37.97 for Max. In second place, Sunghyuk Nam from Korea with a 42.85. Only about 5 seconds behind Max, but those 5 seconds are well over 10% of the total solve time there. So it just goes to show how far ahead Max is from the rest of the crowd. But after that, Patrick Ponce at a 44.95 and Kate Graham with a 48.5. Kate Graham previously setting the female world record for both single and average there in that first round.
Yeah, shout out to Kate Graham.
All right, looks like we're going to do a little bit of a staff change. This has been Nick Silvestri.
And this is Michael Chai. We'll be heading out.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, ready when you are.
Hello, hello. All right, this is Aiden Bartlett.
Hello, everyone. This is Brandon Lin. We changed staff right in the middle of Patrick's first.
Should be first, yeah.
5x5 solve? Yes. We are getting underway with 5x5 for the next few minutes. And again, we have Patrick doing his centers.
Patrick is a Yao solver on 5x5, as most of our top competitors are now.
Looks like he just
Finishing
finished up.
His cross plus centers now is on to last 8 edges, putting 4 edges first on top. Then we'll likely do an R, U prime, R2, UR, put the rest into the front layer and the U layer so that you can cycle edges through. Are done with 3x3 stage at 44. All right.
We've made this remark several times on stream, but Patrick does solve blue cross, which is pretty different from most competitors who will end up solving white and yellow as their first 2 centers.
Patrick is color neutral on 3x3, but started as a blue cross solver, so is more comfortable doing that with Yao.
Here we have Jerry Yao, just finishing up 3x3 stage at 50 seconds. Sorry, at PLO now.
55.93.
Is that Jerry or no? That's
Jerry Yao, I believe.
Okay.
Patrick had a very, very smooth 3x3 stage on his solve.
Looks like he can maintain that edge orientation as well, so is able to just fly into Soon straight after.
And now here's the big one, Max Park on the blue stage.
Oh, man.
Talking with his judge a little bit, maybe saying how 3x3 went.
I'm hoping for
Max
the best
likely
for you
did
right now.
get first place in 3x3 round 2.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But we did have some other great results. I think Kyle Santucci got the Canadian national record for 3x3 average.
Oh, nice.
Maddie Hiroto Nava got a 442 single.
I do want to point out that Patrick's PR average in comp is 43.97. So with that 44.54, he has a good chance at beating his PR single, depending on how his other solves go.
Max done with centers at 13 onto free slice edge pairing. Max is one of the few to stick with the reduction method for 5x5, where you just solve centers first, then go on to pairing up edges, and you finish the rest like a normal 3x3.
Last for center, last for edges here. Doing the last
3x3 stage at 33. This is not a great time for Max, but likely will be a 40, 41? 41-10. Not a great solve for Max, but still the best we've seen so far.
42.
Now here's Maddie solving under the table. Finishes his solve at 46. Maddie is another reduction user on 5x5.
And if this isn't even finals, you got some time.
Even if I lose to 5x5 final, it's okay. I can still get yes national.
Exactly. You got
Hearing Max there talking about how he does not care if he loses 5x5 to Nam in finals because he'll still be the U.S. national champion.
It's a good attitude to have. I think this is Maddie's replay.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yep.
Bit locky on the anti-soon there into the U-perm, yeah.
Oh.
That's Patrick coming back up. Patrick started with a 44.54.
I'm really sorry about that.
I believe.
44.54? That's
44.54.
Yep.
The white center looks pretty good, but Patrick will not be solving that. Has to go for blue and green to start off. His first two centers done at 7, and now has to start pairing up these Yao edges, which, while it is the most difficult step on 4x4, it is even harder on 5x5.
So as you do Yao for bigger cubes, it definitely scales to be a little bit harder, which is why you don't see Yao very common on 6x6 and even 7x7. But for 5x5, it's gaining popularity.
Yep. It is getting popularity on 6 and 7 as well. I believe that with Timon kind of being one of the first, Timon and Kieran being the first two to kind of popularize using it on 6 and 7 and using it to good success. I think we've seen a lot of people follow suit. Something like Nam now uses it on 6 and 7 as well. And then many other top solvers.
That's good.
That was not a +2 from Patrick. 51 seconds from him. Here we have Kate Graham.
Kate Graham who set the female world record last round for both single and average.
Bit lucky of Y-perm.
It's a 54.
Next part is one.
Not a great time for her. She's very disappointed. I think she said that it felt like a good solve. But then looks at the time and not a great time. Replay of Patrick's solve here.
Does
F prime into ZBLL.
Here's Max going again. Max Park on his second solve.
Might be able to make use of that white bar better than Patrick could. Although it looks like that is not what Max opts for.
Max also solving blue.
So maybe there was something that was good on blue that we missed. Center's done at 13, like last solve. Watching Max Park solve is just honestly incomprehensible for most people. Although he's actually pausing a lot more than you typically see out of him.
Yeah, he's just finishing up his last edge, I believe, at 30 seconds. Finishing up. Actually, he just moved on to 3x3 stage.
37 here.
37. Nice.
That didn't even look like a great solve for Max. There was a good amount of pausing still. Finishing up his Yao centers here at 18. While his centers are 5 seconds slower than Max's, he has a head start on edges with there already being 3 edges solved.
As well as cross. It's the advantage you get with using the Yao method.
And you do not have to look for cross pieces. You just have to start looking for your F12. And this is actually a very good solve.
This is really nice.
There's a little bit of a winner variation there. Gets a 38 to start off. That could be Nam's second or first solve.
Nam's PR average for 5x5 being 39.67.
That is second in the world and an Asian record as well.
Patrick on his third solve.
8.
Something slightly nice on green there that he could make use of. And looks like he did solve green first.
Yep. Ooh, big pauses, looking for his edges. Although it does get them done relatively quick. It's going to be finishing up centers plus cross edges at 22. On to last 8 edges. Going pretty smooth through this. This could be a nice low 40 for Patrick. Yep, already done with edges. On to 3x3 stage. This might even be sub 40.
Yep. He
very well sub 40.
Very
this
good.
is a 38.
38.69. Patrick official PR is 38.34, so just missing out on that PR, unfortunately, but still a pretty good time for him.
Very good time.
Yep.
Over here we have Kate Graham.
On her likely second solve. Ooh, pretty big pausing here. Not on great pace. Finishing up Yao centers at 26.
Probably.
Yeah, this is not going to be a great time for Kate, I don't believe. We'll be moving on to 3x3 stage, probably around 45.
It looks like she's still doing those last two. Actually, now she's on 3x3 stage.
Yeah. Getting some easy cases, luckily, but this is still going to be a 51. Her PR average last round did, I believe, have a counting 53 in it. So she's not out of the running, but...
8.
would be a little bit more difficult when you start off with 2 not great times.
Max finishing up the 2 centers.
This doesn't seem to be great pace. He's still, the last 2 solves he was done with centers by this point. So about a second slower on centers. If the edges are good, that can make up a lot of time though.
He's definitely pausing slightly less in here, but still not.
Looks like he'll finish
up
up
for him.
On a 3, oh, has to do parity. On a 3 at 34, it would take a miracle to sub 40 this. Still ends with a 42.92. 42.29, sorry. But here's another one to watch. Sunghyuk Nam from South Korea. Well, he can't take any championship titles here.
Yeah.
I think that he is hoping to maybe take something home for Korea in a couple weeks.
Worlds being in Korea in 2 weeks, being on his home turf.
We'll probably switch the overhead here to see. Yep. Done with first centers at 8, so not fantastic pace.
Still need to work on those Yao edges right now.
Yep. Oh, this is definitely not a great solve for Nam. His last solve, he was already finished with, would have been almost finished with edge pairing at this point. So we're looking at maybe a high 40 here. Unless there's some very good edge pairing.
8.
This has to do parity.
Yeah.
Moving 3x3 stage right now.
Okay, better than I expected, but still a 46.75.
Shaking his head a little bit.
I believe that was Nam's second solve, so starting out with a 38 and a 46. Has room for PR and ASR as well, but
Patrick finished his last Yao edge at 17. Now moving on to the last 4 edges.
Looking pretty good for
looks pretty
Patrick.
solid.
Although edges don't seem to be going too great.
Let's do parity right there.
But still likely going to be a low 40. The PLO skip that could have even been sub 40. It's 41. Patrick's PR average you said was 43?
It is a 43, yes. 43.
So he is on pace. Just needs to get a counting, probably 42 or 43 would do it.
Looking at his best possible average, yes, looking pretty good for him if he can pull it off in this last solve.
Yeah, it doesn't even make that 38 counting, which is a very close time to his PR single, so that would be tough to do, but it is never impossible. We'll have Max Park coming up here, yep.
Max spamming some PLLs right before warming up. Definitely spamming some 3x3 stage algorithm.
This is a very good white center.
Oh, yeah.
2 pre-made bars.
Yeah, definitely spamming some 3x3 stage algorithm is definitely very helpful for 5x5 since it's going to be a little harder to turn those 3x3 outer layers once you get the 3x3 stage. So turning accuracy definitely really matters.
Dunlop center's at 13.
A little better than his last solve.
And very quick into edges. Not a single pause here. Oh, as soon as I say that, of course.
Pause for edges.
And on to 3x3 stage after this parity algorithm. This could be, with a good 3x3 stage, sub 40. And it looks like it will be. 39.28.
Just sub 40.
Yeah. So actually, best possible average is somewhere in 39. Yep, 39.34, best possible average for Max, 40.89, worst possible. So it will be between likely Max and Nom for first and second seed. Although Nom has only done 2 solves that we've seen. I believe this might only be his 3rd. So you cannot speak too soon yet.
Max already putting himself in a solid lead over Patrick.
Yep.
We've seen a 38 and I believe a 45 from Nom?
46.
46.
Yeah. This seems to be going much smoother than the last solve.
Still took a long time for that last yell edge.
It did, yeah. But if centers are quick.
He's on last 2 right now. 20 seconds.
Okay, so better pace than last, but still not incredible. Needs to have some good edge pairing and a good 3x3 stage here to make up some time. On the last 4 edges, and actually looks to be just about done with edge pairing at 34 with a pre-made cross. 2 free F12 pairs. Is going to do some multi-slotting there, and gets a 41. Pretty nice looking cases in the 3x3 stage of that solve.
He got a 44.80.
Let's see what Patrick does here. Just finishing up.
You're 5.
Working on those last 4 edges. I don't think this is going to be PR for Patrick.
No. Is likely going to get that worst possible average, but 45.94.
47.
Sorry, not worst possible average. He does have a 51 in there, so this will be a 44 average for Patrick.
Actually, his PR average is 43.97.
So that was close.
His average is 44.46. So yeah, half a second off his PR average. But I think he'll still be pretty happy with that.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's going to put him in finals at a pretty good position. Likely 3rd seed.
Nom with that.
Yeah, a little bit.
J-perm. Hey, Graham. Adjusting that camera right next to that koala. She seems a little surprised by what she sees.
This is probably the one that has the has the 2 pre-made white bars.
Yeah.
Excited to see what Nom will do on that scramble, as he will always be solving white and yellow. Having a very fast first center will be something to get him a good head start.
Just 3 centers.
On the edge pairing at 22. It's a 48, so probably not on pace for PR. But still likely on pace to make finals.
Hopefully we'll see Max Park's last of
I think we might have Max and Nam going at the same time.
Well, Max just sat down. Nam is also sitting down right now. Max is going to start his last solve. Nam has not started his next solve yet.
We'll keep an eye on it for you guys.
Nam has started inspection for his next 5x5 solve.
So let's keep an eye on what Max is doing for now. Almost centers at 13 again. That seems to be average for Max. On to last 8 edges. This is not a great pace for Max. Done with on 33 at 33, but has a pretty big pause looking for cross edges, it looks like.
And soon into the V-perm, 41.
The Max Park difference of just, excellent solve for Nam,
37. ZB. 37 for Nam. Really nice for him.
So Nam has it counting 39 and 41 right now. If he counts that 37, that could give him both the first seed into finals as well as a PR and Asian record.
So it could all come down to Nam's last solve here.
So Nam's worst possible average will probably be around 42, which I think that guarantees him at least second seed.
Remember that we still have a 5x5 finals.
Yes.
So these competitors will still have a chance to demonstrate their 5x5 skills in the finals.
Yep. This round is really all about just making finals, putting yourself in a comfortable seed.
Mm-hmm. Hello, everyone. Once again, we are CubingUSA Nationals, coming to you from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
So we have Nam coming up now for his final solve of 5x5, round 2. This is where we will decide who is going to be in first or second seed.
Currently, lost one of my friends is FMC.
Looks a little bit nervous.
They lost one of my friends.
Yeah, he is in contention for a personal record.
They found round 3.
So Aiden, remind me of what Nam has so far.
So Nam started out with a 39, got a 46, 41. 46, then a 41, excuse me. And then has just gotten a 37. So if he does make that 37 counting, then this could be a new ASR. Likely.
Could be pretty close.
We don't have the exact times, but really just needs a 40, I believe, to put him into first seed, but is pausing a good amount already. Is done with first 2 centers at 7. Now is on to Yao edge pairing.
Looks like he just finished his Yao
This
edges.
is not looking to be too great of a solve. Likely not a great scramble, then maybe get a bit nervous. Yeah, done with centers at 21. Would need some phenomenal last 8 edges and a really good 3x3 stage. But yeah, not even on last 4, it looks like yet. So the pressure might have got to him, but might still be able to finish before getting worst possible average. Yeah, 45. So that's going to be probably a high 41, maybe low 42 average for Nam, which will put him into the second seed into the final round.
Yeah, unfortunate that he had to count that 45, but again, second seed is
nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah.
When that is second seed behind Max Park.
second seed will probably mean we'll be able to get him on stream for 5x5 finals as well.
And now, as we transition into one-handed round 2, Brandon and I are going to be heading off, being replaced by Krish and Dana? Dana's not here yet, but Krish is going to be taking over for me, and then Dana will be here shortly, it sounds like. So that is going to be all for me for now. I will see you all in a little while.
Oh. See you, Aiden.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. We're here with 3x3 one-handed round 2 at CubingUSA Nationals 2023. Very exciting stuff. We've got Zhao Sun solving on the blue stage. We just finished 3x3 round 2 and 5x5. Brandon, were you any of those?
I was not, no.
Oh, what?
The only thing I did not do very well in 3x3, so I did not make round 2.
Oh, no.
But I did do 4x4 blindfolded today, and that worked out pretty well.
Okay, how'd it go?
I got a mean,
no
which I'm
way.
really happy about.
Congratulations, dude.
Thank you. So yeah, we have Zhao Sun here, I believe.
Oh, messing up on his LSE. Eli Parker with a 1048, pretty solid for him.
So in the first round, we did see that Zhao Sun did almost get OH world record, but unfortunately missed out on that. So hopefully he'll be able to redeem himself this round. We'll have to see about that.
Yes, yes. I'm very excited to see that. And we did find out that an 873 average is what made the semifinals. That was top 100.
Oh, you mean for 3x3?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about for one-hander for a second.
No.
And
For 3x3 semis. Top 100 was 873, which is pretty crazy. I think top 16 was just barely sub 7.
Wow.
So it looks like you are going to need a sub 7 average to make the final. Although I think it might be a little skewed based on nerves.
Oh, yeah. Dude, this is going to be definitely a completely different mental game
going into
for
semifinals.
So we'll see how the competitors handle that, and that changes the times that they were going to be getting and the cutoff for going into finals.
Yes, exactly. So who do we have coming up to the blue stage? Let's see.
The suspense.
Yeah, good job on your mean. What was the time?
I had, it was a low 8-minute mean.
Wow.
I really took my time on that. I've reviewed my memo like 4 times. I just really wanted that mean.
Yeah.
As we see, Max Park is solving OH. He just had a pretty stellar 5x5 average, about a 40-second average, which puts him comfortably into first seed.
Yes. That was worse than his average in round 1, though, by a substantial amount.
8 seconds.
But yeah, he should easily win this.
As we all know, Max Park is really good at one-handed as well.
He is. End by ends in OH. That's his game. All right, as he does parallel into U-perm, 10:52. That's the second fastest time we've seen so far after Eli Parker.
And we had 10:41 for Eli Parker just earlier.
There you go.
Here's Zhao Sun being called up to the blue stage.
Max transitioned really smoothly into OLL right after doing his last slot. Here we have Zhao Sun, a Ru user, which worked out pretty well for one-handed. So in one-handed you can use the table to be able to help you do any one-handed tricks, and so for Ru, you're only using the middle layer and the top layer, and putting them on the table lets you be able to turn those pretty easily.
Yes, and he gets started with his second solve here, starting off with an 11:47. Not super great for him. His PR average is high 9 onto his LSE, and a 989.
Okay.
Pretty good LSE there. It took him a while to get his corners done. At least took him longer than it did in round 1. But round 1 was crazy stuff from Zhao Sun.
Zhao Sun's PR average is, well, I believe it changed after round 1, right?
No.
Or it did not? Okay.
No, because of the counting 13.
Okay, so his PR average right now is 989.
Yes.
Sorry, 981.
Okay, yeah. So we might be on PR watch here for Zhao Sun. Eli Parker starting his second solve over on the red stage. He moves on to last layer here. His turning is just
He
really
like
fast.
turns insanely fast.
However, the cases must have not been great, or he must have messed up something there, because the turning was amazing, but the time was not. Eli with a 12.
Eli not using the table either.
No, no. All right, Max Park starting his second solve. Max Park, a big fan of using the table for OH.
Moving straight on to Olo.
Yeah, I think our three big contenders for OH are Zhao Hang, Max, and Eli. However, Luke Tixon did get a sub-10 average in round 1. Also, Patrick Ponce. I forgot about him briefly. He's the world record average. However, he got like an 11 or 12 average in round 1. So we'll see what he can throw down here. Brendan Dunnigan getting a sub-11 average in round 1, solving on the red stage, turning incredibly fast.
Oh, he fumbled a little bit on the Olo and gets a +2, unfortunately.
Oh, no. He's not happy with that. Brendan with a 14.37. That's we've got Zhao Hang coming up to the blue stage. We've got Dana Yee coming into the casting booth, about to swap out for Brandon Lin.
I'm going to be swapping out with Dana, and hopefully I'll see you guys soon. See you guys.
All right, Zhao Hang getting started with solve 3. He's got an 11.4 and 9.8. As I'm joined here by Dana Yee.
Hello,
how you doing?
hello. I'm doing all right.
I have not casted with you yet.
No.
It's been a nice, solid year since we've casted together.
Yeah.
I think the last time we casted was Zane's SKU World record average.
Yes,
in
that was
NAC
fun.
finals.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
That was fun.
As Zhao Hang gets on to CMLL. Oh God, this is not a good solve
Very
for him.
good roost solver. Maybe not on this solve. Obviously
Yeah.
not a terrible time, but
For
probably
him,
not what he's looking
yeah.
for.
That takes him out of the running for getting a PR average for sure.
But should still be pretty safe for finals.
Yes.
Let me see what round 1 top 20 was.
It was like 13 or like high 12 or something, I think.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, there are only 3 rounds of one-handed. And top 20 was 13-11, so he should be pretty safe.
Yes.
Although, of course, he does have 2 solves, so he could mess it up.
He does, yeah. So we've got Brendan Dunnigan over on the red stage. Got a sub-11 average in round 1, PR. Brendan is notorious for his incredible all-rounding ability and ability to just improve like crazy at any event he puts his mind to.
He's also chewing gum. I don't know if or how that affects.
Yeah.
Solving. Not happy with
He's
it.
not happy with that.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that takes him out of the running for PR because his previous solve was a 12.3 +2.
I see.
All right,
We have Max.
Getting onto his third solve. I think the yellow cross looks kind of nice. And he does it.
If you'll notice, a lot of one-hand solvers have completely different turning styles. Max is very table usage heavy.
Yeah, and I think the absolute opposite end of the spectrum as Max gets a 983 is Eli Parker. Eli Parker solves almost completely in the air. As
so
we
does
see,
Patrick.
so does Patrick.
Yeah.
And Eli is coming up on the red stage right now. He's got
The purple vibe going on.
Yes, he's got the
I like
Gengar
it.
vibe going on. He's got a 10-4 and a 12, but I don't know what else he has. But he turns so fast and pretty much completely in the air. Oh, that F12 case is so bad. But forcing the EO and getting a 1042, he got to last layer pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But he had probably the worst case, the worst F12 case in my opinion, barring a flipped edge. Zhao Hang's son onto his fourth solve of Zhou Heng, sorry. All right.
Do you ever wonder if having stuff on your wrists affects your cubing at all?
Yeah, I was wondering this actually. I think all of NA champs last year I wore an Apple Watch. And I don't know. I think I solved better. But I haven't done that since.
I think perhaps it depends. The only reason I mention is because the beads on his left hand seem kind of big.
Oh,
so if you're turning on the table, they might be on the table.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Zhou Heng with a 1077. So his BPA is 1071, WPA 1141. That'll get him safely into finals. Brendan on
one of
two
the top
solves.
spots,
Yeah, in one of the top spots too. Does he know the ZBLO? He does not, and he's going to be unhappy with that. That's counting for Brendan Dunnigan.
Oh, no. It's the gum. It's
It
the
is.
gum.
It
Don't
must
chew
be.
gum.
Don't chew gum. Don't chew gum, kids.
I've noticed that for some events, I need to be completely focused,
Yeah.
like 3x3. But other events like 7x7, I do better if I'm talking to someone while I'm solving.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've been on my quest for a sub-2 6x6 single unofficially. And I've just been sitting at our table, just like going at it, talking with people. I got like a nice little PB meet earlier.
Very nice.
Yeah. And like 7x7 or 6x6, I can like slouch back when I'm solving officially and stuff. It's not a huge deal. Max Park onto his fourth solve, getting to last layer very quickly. ZBLL, Max with an 853.
Max with a very nice 853.
Nine move ZB took him like 3 seconds plus though, which is tough. Eli getting to last layer, not as fast as Max did.
Quite a bad.
Yeah, 12.9 for Eli. He's got a counting 10 and counting 12, but this should get him into finals, which is good. Yeah, Max got to 9 move ZB at like 5.
I have noticed that over the past couple years, Max has been learning a lot of ZB and AUG specific things. Oh.
It's a lot of double moves, so it doesn't make it super optimized for OH.
Yeah.
But
obviously better than
yeah, it's just 3
PLO.
corners left at like 5, which is crazy.
And Eli with the R perm.
Yeah, his turning's incredible.
But even with that, just a lot of moves.
It's the CFOP downfall, as opposed to Johong Sun, who's pulling out some Rue right here. He's nodding his head.
This might be one of Johong's first big comps. I feel like he seems pretty nervous for a semifinal, for an event that he's basically guaranteed to get into finals, even with the worst possible average of 11.4.
Yeah,
all
889 for Johong.
Yeah, so the 9.8 counts.
That looked like a very easy LSE.
Yeah. So that's going to be a 1071 average for Johong. Safely, very, very safely into finals.
Probably a top 5 spot for him. Max Park waiting to do his last solve.
One more solve.
As he just gets called up behind us. Yeah, this LSE looked pretty easy.
And obviously for Rue solvers, they're going to be using the table a lot because it's very difficult, if not impossible, to do efficient end moves without the
that table essentially acts as a second hand.
Exactly. Do you think there should be regulations about table usage?
No, I think...
I agree.
I think what we've got going on now is enough. I didn't actually realize the first time I competed in OH, I used my body as the table. I got DNF'd. I was so confused. I didn't know that was a regulation. So yeah, for those who haven't competed in OH yet, do not use your body when you compete. Do not use it as another surface.
All right, let's see Max's final solve. Best possible average of a 963. He looks like he's doing some thinking, picking the best. It's also interesting to watch what they do with their non-solving hand.
Yeah, true.
Because
Max has an 861.
Very nice. Counting.
That's going to give him a 965.
Yeah.
965, I think.
Average. Very nice.
Yeah. Oh, I was right. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Max's other hand just kind of stays on his leg here.
Some people keep it on the timer. Some people hover it right above the timer.
Yeah.
Oh. So.
I got to go compete.
All right. Good luck,
All right, guys. I'll see you later.
What is the next event? 2x2?
2x2 semis.
Okay, the next event is going to be 2x2 semis.
Enjoy watching, guys.
Also, I love this overhead view because you can see how many people are piled up towards the left to sit and watch the top cubers. They're going to be placed on station 1 because we have camera set up on station 1 for the blue stage and the red stage. Unfortunately, we cannot set up cameras for every single station or every single stage because that would be a lot of cameras, and our production team is already hard at work bringing you this lovely stream. The streaming booth is, if you try and picture this camera here, behind it to the left. So we're a little bit cramped behind these stations, but it's enough space to set up lights and see lots of angles. The whole production team has lots of gadgets and gizmos to switch between scenes and everything smoothly. And as previously mentioned, we are going on to 2x2 semifinals. And if you are just tuning in, this is CubingUSA Nationals 2023. Brought to you from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My name is Dana, and I'm currently the only one on stream. Some people are, walking around getting ready for semifinals. Let me check what semifinals was for 2x2 last round. So there are 4 rounds of 2x2. This is the 3rd round. In the previous round, the top 20 was a 205 average. Which actually 2 people got, but 1 person got knocked out because of a tie. If we take a look at the results from the 2nd round, Zayn Kanani, the current world record holder with a 1.01 second average, in 1st place, followed by Michael Nielsen, also another favorite to win. Some very familiar names on this list. And one thing about 2x2 is that it's such a short event, such a scramble-dependent event that basically anybody in the top 30 or 40 can get into finals or be on podium. That being said, I am joined by
Keaton Ellis. Hello,
welcome,
everyone.
welcome.
How are we doing? We've got some news about 2x2. I don't know if it's been disseminated to the stream yet.
No.
So, current first place Zane Kanani has accidentally pinched one of his fingers on these competition chairs. So that may affect his results here. Obviously, he's still slated to, expected to make finals even with that. I think a sub-2 average for Zane is more or less the bare minimum that we'd be expecting from him, let alone anything slower than that. So it's really unfortunate for Zane. It's just a really horrible thing to happen at a really inopportune time right before competing in 2x2 semis. But I'm hoping for the best for him. I'm hoping he does okay. I'm hoping his finger's okay, obviously. So we'll see how bad it is. You may see a bandage. I believe it is his left index finger, as I've been told, but that's definitely not firsthand. So I'm hoping he's doing okay.
That being said, we're underway with 2x2 semis. We have Luke Van Lanningham on the red stage, starting with a solid 184. I'm going to guess that around 2 flat is going to make finals.
That sounds very reasonable.
Yes.
That sounds very reasonable. Luke Garrett in the first round, by the way, beating Zane Kanani with a 132 average. Zane ended up getting a 137 average in that first round. I'm waiting with bated breath for the one-handed second round results to come in. At a 12.6 average, but Luke here
starting with a solid 126.
That is very good overall.
With a monopod for his camera. There's a power button on that. I'm curious what it's powered to do.
Is it connected to the phone?
I don't know.
That'd be a really nice feature.
Yeah.
125 is Luke's PR average, by the way. So so far so good, but obviously 2x2 has
high variance.
We can complete.
I love the top-down view. Yeah. Sandwiches.
That's what I was gonna say.
Oh. One problem with propping up your phone like that is the angle. Oh no, I saw one person prop up their phone just on the phone edge, like without anything, and then
impressive.
Every time they stop the solve, it just falls over.
Flap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here, the angle is just, you can't see it.
Shout out Ed Vakula.
All right, on blue stage we have Zane, who has a pretty extensive warm-up process.
Yeah, and you can also see the bandage on his left index finger.
Ooh, it looks pretty bad too. There's some blood on it. I did pinch my fingers a few times trying to adjust the chair because it's always too far out. I have to bring it closer.
Yeah.
But nothing is. Oh no.
228.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one thing that I've actually been doing on the chairs, there's a little nub on the right-hand side of the chairs that'll let the chairs lock together so that you can move them as one unit and to make sure that they don't get out of line.
I see.
And I've been hitting my knee on that as I go and sit on the chair.
Already got Luke on red stage. I believe he started with a 1.6 or 1.4.
Luke Van Lanningham, I believe, is a 1.8.
1.8.
184. Incorrect.
Is that a +2? I can't tell from this angle.
I think it's pretty close.
I think regardless, it's not a great solve, and honestly would not make much of a difference in the average, hopefully. So in chat, what happened to Zane's finger? So these chairs, they're very floppy, for lack of a better word. Several people have talked to me and said that when they're adjusting the chair to sit, because people sit in different positions, they pinch their fingers on the hinge, which is quite painful and also very, very not optimal for cubing. Perhaps the worst body part to injure.
That actually looks like almost like an Ortega out from Luke right there.
We've got Michael Nielsen on the red stage. I remember watching him get skew world record average last year at North American Champs. That was pretty incredible. Also a very extensive warm-up process. I do like looking at cubers and seeing what they like to, how they prepare, how they sit, how they solve. It's very interesting because everyone's completely different.
Yeah. For those of you who are tuning in and are maybe new to cubing, 2x2 as an event is more or less a one-look event at the top level.
8 seconds.
Competitors will plan out the entirety of their solution in the 15 seconds of inspection they have, and then the entire solve is purely execution-based after that point.
Zane seems a little relieved with that one. It's always really, really nerve-wracking to go into your second solve with a with like a not optimal first solve, because so the way an average is calculated is that the best time and the worst time are removed, and the middle three are averaged. So if you start with a very, very bad solve, you basically have to get 4 good solves to get a decent average, which is very difficult, especially at a big competition like this, especially when you sit at the stream tables and you see the camera in front of you, the camera above you, the mic next to you, the people watching you.
So I've actually had a chat with Luke Garrett. During his 3x3 round, he was mentioning that it's really the crowd that gets him more so than the stream equipment. He said he didn't even notice the stream. So
also speaks to the lovely setup, very inconspicuous.
I mean, some competitors do notice it, but especially once you get into these semifinals and final rounds, the thing that's going to matter more is the 300 people that are going to be in front of you, rather than the one camera that's on a tripod in front of you and the one camera that's on a tripod above you. Luke with a 1.3 there, that's counting. That's counting, and so he's going to be looking at a good average. I would be very comfortable if I was Luke going into the last 2 solves.
Yeah, we've gotten a few complaints about the... What's up?
We've got a tied world record, by the way. Patrick Ponce tied the world record average for one-handed average. He had an 8.65. He actually clutched it on the last solve, 781, best solve on the last, which is going to tie his own world record.
Yeah, and it counts as a world record.
Yes, he previously had the world record. He's tied it again. It's exactly what you want to do going into finals. Oh, Michael Nielsen with a DNF.
Corner twist, or
I wasn't sure if it was a bad alg or if it was a corner twist at the very end.
Zane's quite nervous here. Yeah, I'm curious to see what happened with Michael's last solve.
He doesn't look too nervous.
Okay. Zane should be pretty safe on this now that 136 is counting. Yeah, it's very unfortunate for Zane to have his finger injured. You'll notice the way he holds his cube, his index finger is almost off the cube. He seems like to avoid using it. Yeah, we just heard a little commentary from the judge above him, but the finger is bleeding. That was quite a pinch, I suppose.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Yeah. Here we have the one-handed results live. As Keaton just mentioned, Patrick is in first place, tying his own world record of 8.65 seconds. And his last solve really clutched the average for him. So very impressive. I can't wait to see his performance in finals.
Some other results that are coming in. Brody Lasner, a.k.a. Brody the Cuber, with an 11.22 average. And the Darren Saito with an 8.93 PR, as we see Luke's 4th solve.
Luke not happy with the 178, but should safely be into finals.
Yes, at this point, there's nothing for him to worry about.
He's sitting forward on... Okay. It was quite lucky on the middle of the execution there. So his best possible average, 145. Worst possible average, 167. Regardless, if he gets a DNF, he'll still make finals. So nothing really to worry about, and I don't think it's possible to beat his personal best.
Yeah, 167 would have slotted him 8th place in
previous round.
In 2x2 rounds 2. So very, very comfortable.
Yeah, so if you'll focus on Zane's left index finger, you'll notice it's he's hovering it off the cube to try and lessen the amount of contact. I'm curious how he does U primes. He seems to be substituting with his middle finger instead of using his index finger. Okay, so that 228 is going to be counting, so he needs to be a little careful on this last solve. It would be actually his worst possible average is 185.
Nope. Worst possible average
252. So he needs to be very careful here because that might not make finals.
It would not make finals.
Yeah, and that would be really, really tragic because I think Zane is a favorite to win here. Yeah, he does not seem very relaxed. I think the environment, the crowd is pretty big right now, and of course the finger does not help the nerves at all. So
you're not seeing him shake his hands though, like his thumbs aren't shaking, which is a pretty telltale sign of someone being nervous.
Yeah.
Or at least a little anxious going into their solves.
Yeah.
So. He's got one solve left. He's been in high-pressure situations before, obviously with world record potential, and so all he really needs would be sort of a sub-2, and he'd be okay.
Yeah, not great. 1.7, 1.6, 1.3. It's like
158 average for Luke Garrett. Very comfortable. Very, very comfortable.
All right, I hear Zane being called up for blue. This is Luke's. Luke's final solve was 188.
And this is
Love
going to
the
be
instant replay.
This is going to be a very high leverage solve right here. This is probably the most important solve so far of the competition for Zane.
Yeah. He basically can't do much worse than a 2.
8 seconds.
Okay, let's focus in here.
12.
There you go.
Okay, he's safe. Oh, goodness. You can see the sigh of relief, the heart tap. The crowd is also pretty relieved. The crowd right now looks pretty full based on the left-hand side, but you're going to see for finals, it's going to be insane. Every seat is going to be filled, and we're probably going to have to send out people to make people sit down.
We do have crowd control measures being put into place. The organizers have recruited staff members in order to make sure that there's no standing in the aisles in between sections of chairs, and they've added more or less an entire extra section of seats so that spectators can watch the finals. The front rows obviously will be reserved for VIPs and staff members. VIPs for 3x3 finals will end up being 2 people that each finalist select in order to get the best view. Typically these are parents, very close friends, people like that.
Yeah. I don't believe he's optimizing the solution not to use his index finger, but I don't know if we got an instant replay on that one, but in general he was using his middle finger to do U primes. Michael also safely into finals, I believe.
Very relieved.
Yeah.
That DNF, obviously, that he previously had gotten on stream, very much weighing on his mind, opting for the pi out instead of F double sexy F prime for that case.
Yeah. Some announcements are being made. Let's see if Keaton can decipher them. What?
I believe they just called out Patrick Ponce's world record average.
Yes. As previously mentioned, Patrick tied his own one-handed world record of 8.65 seconds.
And we're now calling pair minks round 2.
There are 3 or 4 rounds of pair minks.
There should be 3 rounds of pair minks.
Okay, so this is
the
semifinals.
semifinals. After lunch is going to be all the finals. And they're going to more or less come one after another, bang, bang, bang. Did you make any finals, Dana?
Nope. Did you, Keaton?
I am waiting to see whether or not I made it. I ended up getting a 12.69 average in one-handed, which currently is putting me at 9th. There have been 62 people that have been entered, and I am more or less relieved, actually. I think I'm going to make it. But it doesn't make me any less nervous about it.
Represent the old Cubers.
Nice solution right there by Zane. This is going to be the final solution by Michael Nielsen, who we'll also see here for Pure Minks.
Like it made cubing like a spectator friendly.
We're also going to see here for Pure Minks Michael, one of the favorites in order to win nationals. Obviously, Ezra Shear, current world record holder, who just recently got the 1.51 world record, is also here, and I believe got first in the previous round.
We also have the live 5x5 results from the second round, semifinals. There are only 3 rounds of 5x5. In first, we have Max, followed closely by Nam, Sung-Hyuk Nam. So that should be an interesting final. They're very close. And Patrick in third.
The difference between Patrick and Maddie, who was in 5th place, was less than a second. And so, although it does seem to be a fairly close race for first place, oh, I'm so sorry. Patrick got a 44. Maddie had a 47. So, no, there is actually not the short gap between 3rd and 5th. It very much goes Max, Sung-Hyuk Nam, Patrick, and then Henry
There's a
Lickner,
little bit of a gap.
3 seconds slower than Patrick with a 47. So they're going to need a little bit of catching up to do in order to make it to that top 3. The cutoff for 5x5 finals, by the way, 54.54. That was Benjamin Way. Vishwa Sankar just 0.03 slower.
Yeah.
We're starting off hot with a 1.58 from Ezra Shear.
Very relaxed, seemingly.
Ezra in the first round with a 1.65 average. Michael Nielsen with a 1.85.
Here we have Luke doing pure minks. We previously just saw him doing 2x2.
Luke got 4th in the first round with a 2.09 average.
Ooh, okay, starting with a 193.
And he does even better here.
I was about to say no reaction, and then he thumbs up for the camera.
Shout out, Luke.
I believe his final 2x2 solve was the exact same as Michael Nielsen's final 2x2 solve, 188. Could be mistaken.
Very impressive.
Calvin, I'll call Michael again.
Michael's coming onto the blue stage, station 1. Station 1? Yes.
Did he hear his no?
This is Kyle Mead, I believe.
Light work, no reaction. I have to like make myself stop saying that every time someone doesn't react.
Kyle Mead, the 174. I mean, 1.7, these guys are hoping for 1.5s. They're hoping for 1.4s. They're more or less approaching 2x2 in how fast they're getting.
Michael Nielsen back with a hoodie this time. I guess got a little colder.
Yeah, and he's repping Virginia Tech. Just got accepted into college there. Congratulations to Michael. That's a fantastic school. Bunch of great cubers coming out of Virginia Tech. Dennis Attack, Scott McGowan. You guys may have seen Simon Shee on TikTok and other short-form content. Also went to Virginia Tech. They're all Hokies. People are asking for Daniel Goodman. Unfortunately, I don't believe Daniel Goodman is on the red or the blue stages. He got 43rd place.
8 seconds.
Michael with a 178.
I've noticed a lot of the really fast pure mink solvers finger trick it like a 3x3 instead of grabbing it by the edges.
It's you get more degrees of freedom if you're able to
Ezra Scherer, 1.
just do more moves very quickly. Yes, down in chat, for those of you who missed it, one-handed world record by Patrick Ponce. It was an 865 average.
What was the previous world record, Keaton?
8.65 by Patrick Ponce. So Patrick has tied his own world record. Other interesting results that are coming in. Luke Garrett with a 917 PR average. That beats, I believe he had a 9.6. He had a 9.18. That was 6th in the world with a 917 average.
And he will still be 6th in the world.
Yes.
With a 917.
Very impressive for Luke.
And Max Park in 3rd with a 965.
Matty Hrodonaba with a 1039 as well in 4th place. Kyle with a 1.6 as well.
Pretty solid start. Ezra back. Ezra is the current world record pure minks average holder with a 151.
Let me know when you're ready.
And it's amazing to me that solving at the top level, they solve at the top level all the time. No nerves, no flops, no mess ups.
They're very consistent as well. I'm very impressed with that. This scramble only has 1 tip.
Ooh.
There you go.
Yeah.
Currently on world record pace. Shout out chat. I made one-hand finals. I'm very happy for that.
Good job, Keaton.
I haven't missed the one-handed finals, I think, ever, actually. And the nationals I've been to. I missed it in 18 and 17 because I didn't compete.
Yeah.
Luke with a 219. I think all of these gentlemen will be able to make it into pure minks finals. Very safely. Very safely.
Yeah.
Yes.
We got Michael Nielsen. I saw his hoodie, and then I forgot his name. I was like, I know who that is.
Michael, the very extensive warm-up period. So.
I was talking to Michael earlier, and he told me that his hands do get cold when he gets nervous. So maybe that's why he brought out the hoodie.
Yeah, I was wearing my jacket as well during my one-handed solves. I think it helps a lot.
I've also started using a hand warmer all the time, and I objectively think it makes a difference. My hands
Especially when the
get
venue's
nervous.
slightly cold. If the venue's slightly cold, it helps you stay warm.
Yeah.
Helps the blood flow. Did Joe Hank's son make
one-handed finals? Yes, he did. Yeah.
Okay, so We will have a Rue user in one-hand finals. Ja Hang Sun getting 5th place.
With a 1071.
Michael Nielsen.
Michael with the 1-6. I believe this was the same solve that Ezra got the 1-3 on.
Yep.
1 tip only.
So Ezra, Michael, and Kyle all with very, very good times right now.
Oh.
This is Kyle's replay.
Kyle had a little bit of a lockup on the last couple moves there, but overall not too bad.
Ooh.
Luke with a 4-5.
Yep. Let me know when you're ready.
Yes, Ezra is on world record pace. He's currently up. Seems pretty good on the nerves, not too shaky. Doesn't inspect for too long. Okay, okay. So, not if he does.
It would be a little difficult for him to get world record at this point.
Yes, but not impossible. Or improbable, to be honest. Yeah, it seems like on Luke's previous solve, he hesitated a little bit on the last alg.
I believe if he gets best time here, he would tie world record to be off by 0.01. So he's going to need to improve either 158 or the 164 just a little bit.
Kyle with a 247. Not too happy about that. Objectively not a terrible solve. And again, probably safely into finals. For the most part, everyone you'll see on stream for them will most likely make the finals of the events they're competing in, because they are ranked in the top couple spots of the previous round. These are world-class cubers, and they compete at a world-class level.
One person that you're not actually seeing on stream, by the way, is the world record single holder, Elijah Brown, delegate from Southern California. He is off on the blue stage. He's currently at station 5. You would expect him to make it as well. Luke with the 207. Michael's still warming up right now. There you go, Michael with the 177.
Very, very consistent solves. All of his solves are within 0.2 seconds of each other.
He's very consistent.
Yeah.
Very, very consistent.
Oh, Ezra yesterday, I believe, had a box of hand warmers to sit on, and today he has a suitcase?
It's a seat cushion. So actually the seat cushions on these chairs are just attached by some Velcro, so you can pull them up. Other competitors have been taking them and using them as well.
Interesting. Ezra is maybe on pace to break world records, so here he's probably a little bit more nervous than he was on the previous 3 solves. Taking a lot more time in inspection for this one. All 4 tips are turned. Okay.
178.
So not going to be world record.
You
he can tie it, but he cannot beat it. Maybe we'll have the 3rd tie of the weekend for world records.
The first one, of course, not being at this competition, but instead being in Singapore. Jaden McNeil with a 21 FMC world record mean, tying the mean he got very recently, a month or 2 ago.
Yeah. I would love to see a tie right here. Then we have 2 world record ties this competition today in like the same hour. We've got Michael Nielsen for his 4th solve. Let's see. Do you think it'll be within his 2 best and worst solves?
Given the fact that Ezra's 4th solve was his worst so far, I think relative to the others, this might be a slightly more difficult scramble.
Yes. All 4 tips were turned, so that's extra steps he must do. And shout out to everyone on stream. We're almost at 700 people. I think that number's going to rise dramatically throughout finals.
Yeah, you can see there are 4 tips on the scramble.
8 seconds.
Spending quite a bit of inspection.
Michael's still rotating at 12.
Somebody will
Oh, with the DNF.
Who's supposed to.
That's very unfortunate for Michael. He just needs to be fairly safe on the last solve, and he should be okay. But if anything goes wrong, a +2 a DNF, he might be out of finals.
That's just, I mean, it's one turn more or less,
Yeah.
but that cube was, or the triangle was two turns off. You needed to turn the tip, and then you needed to turn the body of the cube in order to get that to be solved. It's considered a DNF. If it was one move off, it would be a 2 seconds penalty, aka a +2. Ezra here.
Oh,
DNF.
DNF.
Worst possible average of 167.
I think he probably tried basically no risk on this one because his worst possible average was a 167. So no harm in going all out, and all out was a little too much for this one.
2 solves off.
Very comfortable in the light purple Crocs.
It's still a fantastic average. It's one of the best in the world. It would be a top 100 result for sure.
Michael Nielsen won.
We've got Michael back on the first stage. And while he's getting to the station, one thing to note is that it is a WCA regulation that you have 1 minute to get ready for your solve. And if you go over that, you can get DNF'd. So a lot of competitors have very extensive warm-up, very extensive...
Because they have that 1 minute.
Exactly. But you do have to be careful as you get close to that 1 minute, the penalties that can occur. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Michael's probably a little bit on edge here because of that DNF. Of course, he could probably safety the solve and very safely make it into finals. He's going to want a good average, of course. His best possible average is a 172, and his worst possible average is a DNF, so very high variance possibility here. Shaking a bit more than he was on his previous solves.
8 seconds.
Using a lot more of inspection. This one seems to have 3 tips. He should be safe, very safe.
There you go.
So he's not going to get his best possible average, but very close to it. All his counting times are extremely close together. So Michael's going to end with a 175 average, which is, of course, a very, very fast time.
And as this is the wrap-up of Pyraminx round 2, we are going to be going next into Scube and then immediately into 3x3 semifinals. And so I'm actually participating in both of those events.
Wow, good job.
So I will need to hop off stream here. Best of luck to all of our competitors in both events. And I'm going to pass it over to Michael Chai for now. So thanks, Dana.
Thanks,
Enjoy the rest of
Keaton.
the competition.
Good
I'll
luck
see you
on
soon.
your events.
Thank you.
Overhead shot of the blue stage. People are filling in, and you can see people are clumped towards the left as they want to watch the people on these streaming stations. As Keaton previously mentioned, we will shortly be switching over to Scube semifinals, and afterwards will be 3x3 semifinals as well, and then we will break for lunch. My favorite event, personally. And as we are switching to Scube semifinals, I'm joined by...
Hello, it is Michael Chai, back for Scube finals. How was Pyraminx finals? Pyraminx semis.
It's pretty interesting. I think a lot of really good solves. Ezra was on pace to break his world record, but he DNF'd his last solve. Or sorry, not break, tie his world record. Lots of great solves. Couple DNFs, couple +2s. So.
I did see the 2 DNFs from, I think, Michael Nielsen, and then, of course, the last solve from Ezra.
Yes.
That's pretty unfortunate here. But it seems like they're both still fine, obviously. They did what they had to do.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Right, and as we're looking at the Scube first round.
Zane in first with a 223 average, followed by Carter Kukala, Braden Rotten, Lupe Lanningham.
Unless one of them got first, one of them got third, then they could both. Or no, that wouldn't make sense. No, they'll just split
And
them up.
Luke Van
They'll get one
Lanningham
good person
having
on the
a
stream over there, one over here.
2.73 average of 5.
They are both over here. They're putting their puzzles down. They're both over here.
Something notable, as you guys might have seen, was Zane's 2x2 results. In fact, it will most likely affect him in Scube as well. unfortunately having a bit of an injury on his left index finger.
Yeah, from the chairs pinching him. Very, very unfortunate.
We've had a few situations with the chairs. It hasn't really proved to be like an issue so far, except for up until this point. But yeah, Zane, I think almost potentially missing 2x2 finals.
There was a possibility if he DNF'd after +2 his last one, he wouldn't have made it. I believe his worst possible average was a 2.5, which
that would be
not have
very
made it.
high.
Yeah.
That might have taken him out of contention if that was the case.
Mm-hmm.
But hopefully we'll see Scoob. I know there's a lot more wrist turning in Scoob, so maybe it won't affect him quite as much. But we'll wish him the best of luck on his Scoob performance.
Someone in chat says Scoob turning looks like a non-cuber turning 3x3. I agree. It also is really funny because it's a lot of wrist motion because you can't really finger trick a Scoob the same way you can for a 3x3.
No, definitely the case there. And also, the world record holder now for average, Carter Kukala, about to come compete as well. So that'll be
Should be very fun to watch. Carter is really good at a lot of events. I've seen him on stream quite a few times. Should be very interesting to see. And of course, this is semis, so the top brass knows that they need to do well, but they're basically safe unless they +2, DNF, or otherwise have some sort of massive slip up. The people on stream are top of the world class. So we'll see. So are there 3 rounds of Scoob or 2? There are 2 rounds of Scoob. So in the first round, top 20 was a 387 average. Let me turn up some of these mics for the judges. So I'm curious to see what the cutoff for finals will be here. Finals for every event except for 3x3 is going to be top 20 and top 16 for 3x3 because it's head-to-head.
Correct. Brian Johnson's starting off with a 268. Brian, one of the competitors that seemingly
Brian's very well-rounded.
Well-rounded, but also unfazed by all of the pressure from U.S. Nationals. Some other people notably are not fazed by these issues are Patrick Ponce definitely being one of them.
I'm your personal judge for the day.
Luke Garrett doing quite well for himself as well. Also, Luke not solving 3x3 on stage for round 2, but getting a much better average than his first round with a 622 average of 5.
Yeah. We've got Luke Van Lenningham on red stage here. You saw him previously for 2x2 and Pure Minx, so very well-rounded cuber, very fast at the events that he does compete in. And it's astounding to me when people are world-class in multiple events. It's so hard to be world-class at one and to be the best of the best at multiple. I'm curious if the index finger injury for Zane affects him more on 2x2 or Scoob, because, as you mentioned previously, Scoob is more wrist turning, but you do need your finger to stabilize and initiate some turns.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, 2 completely different types of events here in terms of what type of turning is needed. But, I mean, Zane doing quite well on Solve 1.
We have Carter with his first solve. +2 on the red stage. Previously mentioned, he is the world record Scoob average holder.
Oh, 271.
271, not happy with that. But again, remember that these are world-class cubers, so these are by any means not bad times, but they just expect the best of themselves all the time.
Dana, did you find that you had issues with solving your... I think you did 3x3 earlier, but did you feel like the venue was a bit cold?
I think it's colder today than it was yesterday.
Yeah.
It's been kind of all over the place. Yesterday or the day prior, the venue was really hot during the team blind because they shut off the AC around 8 or 9, I believe it was. And it was a little cold this morning. I had to wear my jacket and use a hand warmer during solving. And even that wasn't enough to warm me up.
Right. All right, Zane with a 186. Much better than the first solve for sure. I think if Zane could get sub 2 here, they'll be very happy, honestly.
We've got Carter coming up right after Zane. And yeah, so for chat, you can see the upcoming events in the little scrolly bar at the bottom. We will have 3x3 semis after Scube semis, and then blind semis, I guess.
Correct, yes. Blind
and
semis.
then lunch, and after lunch will be all the finals, so it'll basically be boom, boom, boom. Should be very fun to watch. Just world-class cuber after world-class cuber in a variety of events.
Correct.
I'm very excited to watch.
Oh,
no,
is that a DNF?
that's a DNF.
Oh, that's not going to be good for Carter.
Yeah. So the 2.7 is definitely going to be counting. Again, not a terrible time. Top 20 in the first round was a 3.67 average.
Yeah.
Even if he safeties, he'll probably be safely under that. But
just gotta actually, like, by the definition of the term safety, just making sure that he doesn't have a second DNF.
Yeah, or a +2.
Or a +2.
And I think more than anything, they know that they can do those times well, but just having the DNF there mentally throws you off a bit.
Yeah.
And that can affect your solving a lot. For those who missed in chat, Patrick tied his world record one-handed average of 865. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I did
guess
not know
streamers, some of the stream team missed that as well.
Oh my goodness, I did miss that.
Huh.
Jesus.
All right, we've got Zane for his third solve. Oh yeah, we did see his first two solves on stream. But if chat also missed earlier, Zane did hurt his left index finger on the chairs. You can see as a band-aid there's some blood on it. So that's definitely going to affect how you turn and your ability to turn fast. I'm personally not a Scube aficionado, so I'm not sure how it affects your Scube turning. But we can try and take a look here. It seems not to be that different for Scube, but I think the difference with this event and some other events is that you initiate a lot of turns in other events with your index finger, so it might hurt more. Whereas for Scube, it's more of a stabilizing finger.
Yeah.
And you're kind of turning with your thumb and wrist.
I've definitely solved cubes with bandages, right? And that tends to affect just my sensation of just even touching the puzzle. So I can't imagine of it actually being, I'm assuming, quite painful per turn. So it's a double whammy for Zane there. Just the bandage by itself is enough to... Oh!
So Brian got a 315, but because it landed in his lap, it's going to be a +2 because that counts as touching the puzzle after you finish the solve, which you are not allowed to do.
Oh my. Poor...
Carter with a very slow timer stop on that one. 248 though, not terrible. He is shaking a bit because he knows that with that DNF in there, if anything goes wrong, it could ruin his chances of finals.
Yeah.
So, yeah, one thing that's interesting about cubing competitions is that regardless of how you've performed before or how you perform at home, it only matters how you perform in competition. So sometimes some of the best in the world will mess up one small thing and then they won't be able to compete in their finals. And maybe someone who's slated to win an event doesn't even get to compete in their own final.
That's true.
We've got Luke with a 2.6. Seemed not too happy with that one.
Yeah. Bit rough pickings there for Luke.
Okay, in chat, it's saying on Scube, you mainly use your dominant hand. You wouldn't use your left index finger that often to turn. That makes sense. It does seem that left hand is more for stabilizing, especially the index finger. This is also the same for Mega Minx. You'll notice that a lot of people, their left hand, only their index finger moves, really, and then their right hand is moving all around the cube if they, of course, are right-handed, and vice versa.
Yeah. And looking like Zane will have a very, very solid advancement to Scube Finals with the worst possible average of 222. A very little variance there. Best possible average of 2 flat.
Yeah. Brian Johnson laughing a little bit at the solve. I'm not sure. Oh! What happened? Did he accidentally make a move? I didn't catch it. I see. So we'll see if we can get a replay. But each competitor gets 15 seconds of inspection time. They get warned at 8 and 12 seconds. And if they are between 15 and 17, they get a +2 second penalty.
Keep in mind, we are just speculating, but Brian did ask if it was a +2.
Yeah, let's see if we can hear what they're saying.
3 different types of +2.
Oh.
I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the first one was, but
I love these mics on the solving stations because I'm a very nosy person.
And it looks like Brian Johnson
15 with 15 second inspection, 15-3.
Brian Johnson
very
over
unfortunate.
inspecting.
Yeah, anyway, I was mentioning previously, I love listening in on conversations.
Yeah, no,
I feel like I'm eavesdropping, but
I
it's...
love this feature.
Yeah.
We should definitely like have people like sign a waiver, be like, anything you say will be caught in the public eye. I don't even know if...
I'm sure the competitors know.
Yeah.
Especially because the shotgun mic is right above
Honestly,
them.
yeah, the mic is right there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we've got Zane with his final solve. I think regardless of what he does, he's very, very safely into finals, so he does not look nervous for this one at all, whereas for 2x2, he was quite nervous on his 4th and 5th solves because of, I think he had a 4 in there, so could have gone badly. But for this one, regardless of what he does, he was going to make it, and his average is actually going to be about halfway between his best and worst possible average.
Zane solidly with a 211.
Mm-hmm. We might have just started a new group of Scube here, because some of the people that we had just been seeing on stream are finishing up.
Correct. I think it...
Or no,
it
I think it's all in one group. Yeah, so
it is a one-grouper.
People who have not yet finished in this group.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing seeing exactly how many moves they actually do within 2 seconds is wild.
Carter's timer stops have been kind of strange for these couple solves. He's like very... Oh, it's because of his DNF. He's been very, very careful to make sure it's fully solved. No +2, no DNF.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he is safely into finals with a 268, but that was definitely nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
For him. Yeah.
But he understood the assignment.
Mm-hmm.
So, making it to finals, that's... we were talking about it with Keaton, because obviously at the highest level of competing, the expectation that you want to set for yourself is you don't want to think too much about winning. You want to get there. Get to the finals, give yourself 5 solves, and give yourself a chance.
Exactly.
Yeah, at that point, you can't really be too disappointed, so congratulations to the competitors that will be advancing to Scube Finals.
And now that Scube semifinals is wrapping up, we are going to be moving on to very anticipated 3x3 semifinals, which is top 100 from the previous round, which was an 867 or 7 average.
It was
I'm not remembering off the top of my
sub-9
head.
here for sure.
Yeah, I think it was around 8.7 or 8.8.
It was 873. So
873 average.
Marginally faster than the first round, which was 887. Of course, top 16 is already pure sub 7 average. And Carrie Creech up onto the play here.
8 seconds.
Carrie Creech also securing a 779 3x3 average of 5 as well, with a 353 Scube single right here on stream.
See the overhead instant replay.
Sledge.
Yeah. And you do see that the Scube solvers are mainly using their dominant hand, and the other one is more for stabilizing.
We can see some important conversating between stage leads Calvin Nielsen and Walker Welch.
Okay, so who will we be seeing? Let me see if I can figure out who we're going to be seeing on stream for 3x3 semis. Also notably, in the second round of 3x3, there were 2 sub-6 averages, which is crazy. I personally think that the winning average for finals is going to be sub-6.
I think it
but
has to be
because of nerves, maybe like a 5.8 or 5.7.
I think that's a great guess, I'm going to be honest. I think Worlds would actually be quite similar, maybe slightly faster. 5.
Well, there are a lot of people at Worlds that are not here. I would think maybe 5.5 for Worlds is my best
slightly
guess.
faster.
Yeah. Anyway, from the second round of 3x3, in first place we had Max Park, Kyle Santucci with the PR of 593. So hopefully we'll see Max Park on stream. Kyle, Maddie Hirobo Naba, Sunhyuk Nam, Luke Garrett, lots of really, really fast people here. So I am very, very curious to watch this. And the top, there were 51 people who were sub-8. Honestly, I'm going to say that within the top 100, any one of these people could make finals.
Yeah.
People can mess up. People can fluke and do well. 3x3 is a bit less luck and less scramble dependent than 2x2 or pure minx, but it is still scramble dependent and high variance, a very high variance event. I think they're going to call up the next group shortly, and maybe from the overhead view, you'll be able to tell when they call the next group, because basically all the seats on the left will be filled as people rush to see some of the best 3x3 solvers in the world.
Correct. We can actually see someone still solving a Scoob over on that blue stage right there. 2 competitors. And Dana, I couldn't help but notice, notably, were you able to advance to 3x3 semis?
No, I will be here because I messed up. The scrambles were actually very, very easy. I think just for me, I was not warmed up, and it was quite early in the morning. Yesterday, I did a lot better because 3x3 was right after lunch, and I feel a lot happier after eating. But
I think Calvin said they were,
should be
but
good.
I don't know how many rows, because I need to know if Madison's good in the 3rd row.
Here we have the results from the 3x3 second round. As I previously mentioned, Max Park in first, Kyle Santucci with the second sub-6 average, Matty Hirobu Nava in third with a 606. And some of these names you will definitely see in finals. Should be very, very interesting to watch. I love watching super fast 3x3 solves.
All right. And I will be switching out. Dana, I believe you'll be hanging out here with the stream for a little bit. So, stream, I will talk to you guys soon. I'll be right back.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Michael. And I love watching world-class 3x3 solvers, firstly because it's highly, highly entertaining. And another thing is if people do sports or other competitive events, when you know nothing about a sport and you watch someone who's world-class, it's impressive, but you don't really know what's happening. But I think it's more impressive if you're in a sport and not at world-class level, because you just understand the difficulty and the magnitude of what people are doing. That being said, I'm now joined by
Nick Silvestri. Hello, hello. So I heard you and Chai talking about the results from the previous round, and while I was off, I actually saw something very, very interesting. I'd like to point out on screen there, Jeremy Belambot in 17th position got 138th in the previous round.
Oh my goodness.
Yes,
wow.
setting a sub-7 PR average, but I think that this is a very good time to point out that literally anybody from the top 100 here in this round can make their way into the finals with
and
the
he
correct
also
results.
Probably had the worst single of that round with the 28 on his last solve because it was sub-7 regardless. Oh, just kidding. Some people got some DNFs.
But a 28, that certainly is up there. But
yeah.
Jeremy locked in that sub-7 average on that 4th solve. That's what you want to get. I'm sure the nerves completely went away at that point.
It just disappeared, but we just saw the first round average was he was in 138th place.
Yes.
I unfortunately went the other direction. I went from 26th to 130th place.
I'm very sorry to hear this, Dana.
It means I can stream and watch really, really fast people, though.
We would have loved to see you in front of the camera.
I wouldn't have been on camera. I would have heckled them to put me on camera.
We could have made that happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And then you have some power to push people around.
Yeah. I'm a very scary person. I'm, very intimidating, as you can tell.
This is true. So we are just waiting for the semifinals. The top 16 of this, excuse me, I keep confusing group and round all day, all stream. Yes, round. The top 16 from this round will be moving on to the finals. This is going to be the top 100 from the previous round that happened just this morning. Any predictions?
Well, I feel like the top 5 or 6 people are probably favorites for the crowd to get into finals. But again, as you previously mentioned, people have jumped hundreds of spots from 2nd round to 3rd round. Anybody in this group could be in the top 16. I think we will definitely see Max Park, Matty Hiroto Inaba from Hawaii, Sunhyuk Nam, Luke Garrett, Brennan Lin, Max Xiao.
Kyle Santucci there with only the second sub-6 average there in the previous round.
He really clutched that last solve. My goodness. That is absolutely insane.
I'm sure the nerves were absolutely kicking in for Kyle there.
Yeah. For chat, I like to round up and say that I'm 5 feet tall, so thank you very much.
Here, if it helps you a little bit, I will.
I'll straighten my back. I've been sitting like a shrimp. Semis are happening right now. All the non-finals will be happening before lunch, and after lunch is just going to be final. So it should be very, very fun to watch, and basically one after the other, non-stop. Sounds very, very fun.
If I saw this schedule for any other competition than Nationals, I would be very scared.
Yeah.
We have many, many rounds to go through today.
Yeah. Lots of rounds.
We did all 17 events at this competition. I think the most I've ever seen at a single competition was 9 events, and even then, that can get a little bit sticky with the schedule.
This competition is 4 days long, so a lot of people are very, very tired, myself included. How are you feeling?
I've been working on about 6 hours of sleep for the last 3 days straight.
Not ideal.
Yeah, but it's always fun to hang out after the national championships with all the other cubers, especially since many of us are staying in the same hotel. It's very hard to not stay up much later than is responsible.
Yeah.
But always fun. This is always the allure of going to a big national championship like this. And many of you in chat will probably be at Worlds just here in a couple of weeks. So back-to-back big competitions
That's
for some of our
crazy.
competitors.
I need like time to relax and get back to regular life, but I'm going back, and then a week later, I'm flying out.
So much traveling.
Yeah.
So much traveling.
Yeah. I love the summer. All right. We will be underway with 3x3 semifinals. This is the 3rd round. Shortly. This is the last event before lunch, which is my favorite event. Shout out to everyone in stream. We have 674 people, and I imagine as word gets around that semifinals is happening, we might see that pop up above 700.
Yes, I'm very interested in seeing exactly where finals will land us.
I think it's just going to get higher and higher and higher as the events proceed.
Yes, so I'm really looking forward to seeing everything that's going on. Very exciting events. We're saving some of the best for last. I believe the only events that we have finished so far are 6x6, 7x7 clock, and mega, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Although we did do 4 blind and 5 blind, I think. As well as FMC. But FMC is probably not great to throw up on stream. So
it just looked like you're watching an SAT test.
What some people would probably find enjoyment in that.
Yeah. Oh, I did forget to mention that blind round 2 is also before lunch. All right, now we are underway with Matty Hirobunaba of Hawaii. I love watching him solve. His turning is just absolutely magnificent. Let's see if we can get some sound on his stage.
Matty throwing down the best time of the previous round with a 4.42.
So then maybe I only have
Matty with the aviator glasses. Looks a little bit slow to start. Oh, wow. My goodness.
Right after you say that, Dana.
I know. Oh my goodness.
What an incredibly strong start for Matty.
Yeah.
I hope he can keep that up.
Wait. I'm trying to see, what did he do? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What was that, Dana?
I think it was just the regular OLL skip.
Incredible how quickly he could recognize that and choose the correct algorithm.
Yeah, I definitely reverse jinxed it. Most of the time on stream, okay, I wasn't saying slow in the terms of the solve itself was slow, but it looked like he was turning very carefully. So.
Matty's signature turning style showing up there. Very accurate, very precise. Very hard to tell whether a solve is going quick or slow.
Exactly. I think his TPS probably picks up for solves that have a lot of moves, but he was being very, very efficient on that. And as you can see from the overhead camera, people are starting to file in. Maybe they heard that there was a 4. And the fact that like a 4 happened and you didn't hear any screaming or massive cheering is absolutely insane and speaks to the level of these competitors.
I was very surprised to not hear any shouting. We've gotten so occasionally random, it seems like, clapping for various results of various speeds. So I was a little bit surprised there.
All right, we have Luke Garrett first solve on the red stage. Luke Garrett is absolutely insane at basically every single event.
Last week setting a 3.44 second solve. Second fastest in the world.
For chat that just missed it, Matty just got a 472. And Luke Garrett has over 510 WCA podiums, which, again, speaks to the number of events that he does and the fact that he's world-class at basically all of them. Okay, I want to watch this. Not the greatest, but of course not a bad solve by any means.
That's all you have to keep going.
The top 16 for the previous round, round 2, was just a hair under 7 seconds. So we probably benchmark advancement right around there, and that is where a lot of these competitors are going to try and come under. Of course,
Okay,
Max parked up.
Max's first solve.
Yeah, I was holding on to your cue for you.
A little locky. Oh, no.
Unfortunately.
Maxwell is 793, so he's got to focus a bit.
Being
Again, it would be absolutely tragic to see Max not in finals.
Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah.
Max is, of course, one of our most consistent competitors. A 7 like this is very much out of character for him.
All right, we've got Nam on the red stage. I love watching Nam turn as well. His fingers are so long. His turning's like super graceful.
With this next group, I'll go find him, and then you came.
I was so scary about that.
Yeah, because it's your main, and you don't have extras.
Having these mic on each of the stages, we catch a little bit of a slice of life moment from each of our competitors.
All right, let's see. Nam is pretty good with nerves. He's very familiar with being in high pressure situations. And also, the world-class cubers are basically safe if they turn decently well. Like, that didn't look like an incredible solve, but it was still a low 6. We've got Maddie on blue stage. Let's see this. Oh my goodness. Maddie with a 582. Light work, no reaction.
2 of the fastest solves we've seen so far.
Yeah.
A 472 and
so
then
that
a
5.8 is
582.
counting.
All right, thank you.
Maddie's getting off to a good head start. Every competitor wants to lock in pretty much that finals advancement by the 4th solve, if preferable.
Maddie's OLL PLO transition is absolutely insane. All right, we have. Let me see if I can figure out who it is before their face pops up. Who is it?
I believe I may have heard Max's name getting called.
There's no tape on this box, so it might not be a. Oh, it is Max. Okay. Max has 70, not currently, because there are not that many to hold, but Max is a 70-time world record holder. And I think that's even more impressive because he is not a really old cuber. A lot of his records have been new, and as the records get broken, obviously they get harder and harder to break, so it's just absolutely incredible. Max taking a bit more time to get ready for this one. Of course, his first solve was not great, and if he continues solving like that, he would not make finals. So he definitely knows this. Taking deep breaths. Okay, let's see.
Okay, not yet. Okay.
He's not yet ready. I just want to watch this. Taking a very long time to get ready.
It is very clear that the mental game is strongly affecting Max at this moment.
Thanks, Cube Meditation. Great commentating data. Shout out to Nick, my co-commentator.
Hello.
Also great.
All right, here goes Max.
Okay, let's see. He's really nervous. Okay.
Very nervous.
Not
Still managed to
terrible
put
with the
down a
6.5.
very respectable 6.5. Most likely, if he can stay around the 6 to 6.5 range for the rest of his solves, he should be safe to get into the next round based off of the results of round 2. That cutoff time was 6.97 in order to get to the top 16 seeds.
It'd be extremely out of character for him not to do that. But of course, this is a semifinal at a very large event. Everyone knows the nerves are on. They know they just need to do well enough to get into finals, and that's where they go all out. Maddie is probably not as nervous because he has 2 very good solves under his belt, a counting 5.8. Basically, I don't want to jinx it, so I won't. I just won't say anything.
This semifinal is arguably more important than the final round.
Exactly. Because as previously mentioned, anyone in the top 100 could make it, which means that the top 16 from the previous round could also not make it. I'm curious to see how the rankings change. Ooh, Maddie very smooth on this solve. Ooh.
Very nice OLL case there.
Yeah, Maddie's just look ahead is absolutely incredible. Everything just flows. It's amazing.
putting down a 4-7, a 5-8, and a 5-5. Maddie is probably feeling quite good going into the fourth solve.
Yeah.
That fourth solve will determine the range for the final average, and then the fifth solve there will determine exactly where in that range the final average will land.
We also just saw a clip of Nam's 754. It looks like he had a little trouble recognizing and executing the beginning of that ZBLL, but I love watching Nam turn as well. We have Luke Garrett. I'm not sure which solve of his this is, but he's here with his monopod. Very calm, no shaking whatsoever. No stranger to high pressure situations like this. Oh, as I just need to not speak.
Dana.
Oh my god. And he still gets a 682. That's absolutely incredible. That's amazing.
Max is looking uncharacteristically concerned.
Yeah.
You don't usually see him in a state like this.
Because he knows he needs to do well for the 3 solves. Because if that 7-9 is counting, that's going to be a very, very dangerous average for him.
Yes, almost a full second above where we expect that top 16 advancement to lie.
Okay, so if I don't say anything, I can't affect his solve, right? It's not like he can hear us. We are away from the table, but... Okay. Let me turn up the mic on his table, though. Okay, Max with a 612. So the 6-5 is going to be counting. So that's a lot safer for his average, but still not obviously what he's looking for. So he might not be in one of the top seeds, which of course is okay. It doesn't matter what seed you're in. It only matters how your solves are. Nam with a 725, which is counting. I believe he had a 743 before this.
This
so
is
that
getting close.
also is a little dangerous for Nam.
Yes, we're seeing what we're talking about. There might be some of these seeds from much higher up in the top 100 that will slip their way into the finals if we keep seeing what we're seeing here.
Yeah. All right, let's watch Maddie. Takes a little bit longer to get ready, interestingly enough. I'm not sure. I believe his PR average is 525, so he could beat it, but it's going to be quite difficult.
12.
But he knows that he's safely in the final, so he's not really thinking about that.
Incredible. 5-5-4.
The fact that he has like lockups, and I'm like, oh, that looks like not a great solve, and it's just a 5-5-4, just speaks to how efficient he is and how good of a solver he is.
Now that we have 4 solves of Maddie, we can see his best and worst possible averages.
Yeah, so regardless, he's going to make finals in one of the top seeds. We have Luke Garrett here on red with a 604. And one thing to note, I also wanted to mention that Maddie's best possible average is 526. His PR is 525, so he will not be beating that. But even if he DNFs the next solve, he's going to have a 563 average, which in my eyes is probably going to be one of the top seeds for finals.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have Max. This solve really will decide where the average goes, because that 7-9 is very dangerous.
Yes, I was about to say that this may be the most important solve of the competition for Max.
Yeah. Because I think one interesting thing is that a lot of his other events that he's really good at, he's so much better than everyone else, he doesn't really need to worry. Like if we looked at 7x7, I think he won by a margin of like 10 or more seconds, which is insane to think about. But 3x3 is such a short event that even if you are world class, a little slip up can mean bad things. So I will not jinx this, or I just jinxed it by saying that, so I won't say anything.
Yep.
Oh, thanks. Shout out to us, I guess. Okay, I'm just gonna watch now.
8.
Good. Really nervous.
Yeah, Max should be basically safe with that. Even if the 7-9 is counting, it's going to be a 687 average. Although, last round was a 697 average, and people could be doing better this round. As we did see, the top 100 from the first round was slower than top 100 from the second round.
Indeed, we're only seeing about 4 of the 100 solvers in this group.
Exactly.
And as previously mentioned, we had a competitor go from 138th position to 17th in the previous round. So it is truly anyone's game for some of these higher positions for advancing into the next round.
Here we have Maddie with his 5th solve. He's basically safe, so I think his best bet is to turn as fast as he can and try and get his 526 average. Although it might be a move to try not to get first or second seed. One thing I was thinking about is if you're last to go, you just have to wait and like the nerves just build and you're just thinking about solving. Okay, let's see.
Looks like he's off to an incredible start though.
His worst solve is a 619. That's absolutely insane. So he's going to get his worst possible average. I say worst very, very lightly, of 563. That's definitely going to be one of the top seeds into finals.
Yes, that is still faster than his result from the previous round where he got a 6.06. For comparison, Max in the previous round got a 5.46 average.
So even amongst the best in the world, it can jump around a lot. And you might see someone from the podium placing into finals in maybe like 14th or 15th seed because everyone at this level is so fast and everyone is so close in terms of time specifically. All right, we have Max for his final solve. His worst possible average is 687, which might not make finals. I don't know if he knows that. And now that I said that, he's going to know it and then think about it. So we're just going to listen to him solve.
Yep. Eight.
Max is safe into finals. So he's going to get his best possible average of 626. He's very happy with that. I think definitely more nervous than he had been for the previous rounds.
That was much more like the Max that we are used to seeing solving here.
And you can hear from his reaction right after he goes, good. So it was a good solve. I think we have not seen a lot of Nam solves. Nam is very, very happy with the 586 there. I think I did see a 7 and a 676. So not his best average, but he's going to be definitely into finals. Very nice OLL with, I couldn't tell what PLL that was from the top. This is Max's 568. Almost
Very nice
last
OLL.
layer. Yeah, same OLL as
That
Nam.
OLL case where there are two edges flipped like that is relatively easy to predict compared to many other OLLs. That seems like it may have really helped him predict what the PLL was going to be so that he could transition immediately into solving the cube, the final algorithm.
Yes, so Matty Hirobo Nava with a 563 average and Max Park with a 626 average, which will safely get him into finals. I'm very curious to see what finals will be. For those of you who don't know, finals for 3x3 is going to be top 16, where every other event is top 20. And there are a lot of really, really fast cubers at this event. I am sure that there will be some people very happy to get into finals and a lot of people very upset that they didn't get into finals. There are definitely more than 16 people that are capable of being that fast. So should be very interesting to see as results are being entered live. And in terms of the schedule, we are wrapping up 3x3 semifinals. We will have blindfolded semifinals shortly. And then after that is my favorite event lunch. And after that will be every single final. Just back to back to back to back. What are you excited to see today, Nick?
I'm personally a big fan of blindfold events. I think blind is one of the most impressive. I think before, even when I knew how to solve a 3x3, watching people do blind, seeing them memorize and execute the cube in 15 seconds is incomprehensibly fast.
I do love watching blind.
Tommy Cherry has been absolutely on fire. Everybody is expecting him to do some great things. I believe the average is at 14 now.
Yeah.
So we finally broke the 15-second barrier for the 3 blind mean. And the world record is currently, I believe, a 12. Can you imagine that? Even a 12-sided would have made in the second round here at for the national championship. So the fact that he's spending some of that time not even turning is absolutely remarkable.
So these are the results from 3x3 blindfolded the first round. Of course, Tommy in first. And it's absolutely incredible that he is 4 seconds or about 33%, 25% faster than the second place. Reminder that this competition has a lot of world-class cubers. And the fact that he's so far ahead is incredible. It's also interesting to note that second and third had exactly the same signal. God. And one thing to note is that for 3x3 blindfolded, it is your best single. So one strat I think some people do, it looks like Tommy did, is to go safety on first solve and then go all out on your second and third solves to try and get that really good single. For me, I personally don't do blindfolded, but I love watching blindfolded. So it has the energy of someone who doesn't play a sport watching the sport. So I understand that it is absolutely incredible, but I'm not at the point where I understand that it would take so much work for me to get there personally. Whereas when I'm watching 3x3, I can be like, oh, wow, I can appreciate what they're doing because I'm obviously not as fast as them, but I know what they are doing.
Sometimes I wish I could be inside the brain of some of these top line solvers. What are they thinking? What are they visualizing? How are they memorizing it? But it looks like we're about to get started with 3x3 blindfolded round 2. I'm going to swap off here so someone else can step in and commentate. I've been Nick Silvestri. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Nick. Again, we will be starting 3x3 blindfolded semis soon.
Oh, you're supposed to judge? Okay.
Okay. Oh, wow. I feel like I'm doing ASMR.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. I am still Dana. I'm here with Brandon Lin.
Hello.
And we are going to be starting 3x3 blindfolded shortly. I love watching this event.
So, hello?
Okay.
Sorry, we are adjusting the sound settings because, as you guys know, in blindfolded, in quiet events, the room should be quiet. So we are trying to stay as quiet as possible for these competitors to concentrate on memorization and recalling their memorization during execution. Oh, it's a little too loud.
Okay. Okay. So let's see if there's some things in chat.
Can you guys hear us okay?
So in
Let
terms
us
of
know.
who's going to be commentating for the finals, we're not sure yet. Personally, I would like to be here, so we'll see if that happens. Also, quick shout out to everyone in the stream. We have 750 people in chat. Obviously, it's going to drop during lunch and probably spike up quite a bit. After lunch, we're going to start with Square 1 finals, Pure Wings finals, 5x5 finals, all the little stream things on the bottom of the screen. Oh, I can hear my breathing. It feels so weird.
So remember that for blindfolded events, the best time of your 3 solves is counted as the result for that round. So for just to go over some of the results for the first round, Tommy Cherry had a 1595 single, unfortunately DNF that mean, putting him solidly for first place over the next 2 competitors, which are Calix Tang and Nova Swar, who actually tied for 1932 single. Some of the other competitors we should be watching out for, just reading off the first round results. Stanley Chappell, of course, a really prolific big blinder. Liam Chen, a really fast blindfold solver from the Maryland area. Graham Siggins, of course, the current multi-blind world record holder. And we have some other competitors, Ethan Davis, Will Cern, that we will see during this event.
Yes. Okay, let's see anything good in chat. Shout out Bradley Sampson. Very helpful at North American Championships for that stream. In terms of what happened the previous round, we saw Max with a 626 average. He fumbled on the first solve with a 793, which makes it very difficult to go into the next solves. Oh my god, I feel so weird when I hear my breathing.
So it looks like Tommy will be starting off blindfolded. Tommy is, of course, the world record holder for everything 3 blind.
I love watching himself blindfolded.
So I believe
it's absolutely mesmerizing.
Yes. So of course, I'm pulling up the site sheet right now for blindfolded. I'm watching Tommy memorize 6-second memo. Pretty decent for him, I would say. Ooh, it was Opponents look a little bit slower. 16,
So 1663.
So 6-second
Based on the
memo.
previous round, this would be first.
So Tommy had a 6-second memo and 10-second execution. Not the best for him, though that could just mean the scramble is not that great in terms of how many algorithms you have to do. So at least for blindfolded solving, a lot of the of your speed depends on how many algorithms you have to do for a specific scramble. Oh, here we have Noah Swor.
He did no prep. He just sat down and went for it.
Also a 6-second memo for Noah.
And remember that this is the semifinals, not the finals, so they still have to get into finals, so you cannot triple DNF, which is always a possibility for blind.
Oh! Noah's going to +2 here, but at least it's still
that's definitely, that's probably safely into finals. Brandon, what was the 20th place for round 1?
The 20th place is a 45 single.
Okay.
If I'm, yeah, a 45-second single.
So definitely safely into finals.
Noah with some slower edges here, but pretty fast corners. Yeah, it could have been a safety for him, for Tommy at least. I don't think so. Noah definitely locked in finals there. At least he has a solve on the table. Here we have Stanley Chappell.
Which I would like to point out that he wears glasses, but obviously you can't really blindfold over glasses, so he doesn't wear blindfold.
Slower memo, 7-second memo.
And you'll notice that all the top solvers don't actually touch their blindfold to put it on. They use what's called nod-on, I believe it's called.
Yep.
So they whip their head, the blindfold falls into place, and Stanley with a 1761 safely into finals.
Stanley finishing edges after 7 seconds and really speeding through corners. So that might have just been, Tommy might have messed up a little bit, even though his time was still faster, but his corners were still a little bit slower than the others.
A couple things to point out. It seems like Luke Reiser got a 566 PR average in 3x3. Very, very nice.
6-second
I think
memo from
Tommy, since he has a success, he can go.
Those are good edges. 1399 for Tommy.
Very nice.
Very nice for Tommy.
And one sort of difficult thing as an audience member for blind is that you want to clap for good solves, but you can't clap because you need absolute silence. Blind is a very mentally intensive event, and you can't really do this event while like watching TV or doing other things, which is maybe why I don't do it as much. But
so
very mentally taxing event.
So Tommy, actually, world record is not off the board for him. He had a low 15 single, I believe, and a 1399 just now. World record mean is currently 1472. So if he gets a 13, I believe that's world record average.
Okay, he needs a chat said. Elliot says he needs a 1354, which is not improbable.
World record single is 1278, so it's not impossible. But Calix Tang here with a 7-second memo, pausing a little bit on edges.
Fun fact, Calix and Tommy did the team blind event together, where Calix was basically calling the letter pairs to Tommy, and they won with an 8.
Looks like DNF.
Okay. So he needs to safety his next solve to make sure he can get into finals.
Well, Calix might have, we might have seen him off stream, but
okay.
He might need this.
Ooh,
that's a DNF for Noah. But Noah already has Noah already has a 21 single success, so he should not be worried about making it to next round.
So one thing that's interesting to me is that blind is 3 solves, but it's best of 1, whereas all the other ones are means. So FMC, 6x6, 7x7. So in blind, you can double DNF, but in 6x6 and 7x7, as I found out in round 1, you cannot have a single DNF, or the whole mean will be DNF'd.
Yep.
All right, we've got Stanley practicing the nod-on.
Let's see. So Stanley had I believe a 17?
Yes,
earlier?
yes.
Yeah. So we've seen quite good scrambles for the second solve. I actually don't know what the out count is. A little hard to figure out.
Sub 7 memo.
It's a little hard to figure out the out count just from watching himself, but this looks really good.
This looks really good.
15 for Stanley.
Okay,
nice job.
15-21. Very, very safely into finals. As previously mentioned, everyone you'll be seeing on stream is basically going to be in finals, especially for events like blind. For other events like 3x3, of course, it can change.
So
we have Tommy's third solve. So he probably knows he needs to do really well to get a world record. But of course, Tommy's very good in high-pressure situations. We've seen lots of world records from him.
1354 is the magic number for Tommy. That is
Saw
5 second
5-4,
memo.
5-4 memo.
That might. Oh, okay. This could be. Oh, he only has 2 edges left. Is that the DNF?
No! Can't tell if the memo was wrong or the execution there. Of course, he's safely in the finals regardless. No, the chances of Tommy not making finals was very, very slim.
That was epic. I believe he had 2 flipped edges. I don't know if we can get the replay of that, but he was. That would have been really that would have been
amazing. World record. Yeah. I think for him, that solve was kind of low risk, because with a 1399, there's no way he wasn't getting into finals. So he just went all out just in case he could get that world record.
I mean, Tommy already has world record too, so it's not really a huge deal, but would have been nice to break that at Nationals. Yeah, so Tommy just DNF'd his last solve, unfortunately, so he will not be able to get world record. Yeah. Yeah, we're seeing the replay of Tommy's last solve. Oh, it was just a bunch of, it looks like corner memo was wrong, fortunately. Oh, Noah with the 15.
Oh, wow. He seems not happy about that for some reason. I'm not sure what happened at the beginning of the solve. I think something happened with his blindfold.
Well, actually, that seems to be PR for Noah, if I'm...
Very nice.
That's actually
nice.
comp PR 15, for Noah.
12.
He might be just relieved to...
Okay, I couldn't tell if that was a good reaction or a bad reaction, because I think it can... It's probably because the execution wasn't the greatest. So he was maybe a little upset that he didn't do better, but it still is objectively a wonderful time. Really, really good.
Yeah, Noah was not able to get the main.
Upset about the main.
He did DNF that second solve.
Okay. Okay, we've got Stanley. I would love to be able to, like, be in a blind solver's brain while they're doing blind.
6.5 memo.
Yeah.
6.5 second memo. This third scramble hasn't been bad either. 1605 for Stanley. Stanley's
not happy about that one. He probably wanted a better mean. This angle is funny. You can see the blind blocker that just says shh. I've been having this conversation regularly with people, but I wonder if most blind solvers have an internal monologue, or like if when they think of things, do they visualize them, or is it text? Oh, Graham is on stream with A23. So it's probably safely into finals, but he does not seem too happy with that.
I will point out that Stanley did, even though he was upset about the last solve, he did get PR mean. Still PR for him, just barely, like 1627.
I'm going to assume that the scramble was pretty easy, and he was upset that he didn't get a better mean because of the nice scrambles.
It seems like a lot of these scrambles have been pretty nice for them. Again, I am not sure what the owl count is. I wish I could tell you. But
Graham's was a DNF. I couldn't see when they cut away.
I wish I could tell you what the owl count was, but they're turning so fast I can't really tell.
I like the polka dot. And one nice thing about the whole room being quiet is that if I turn up the mics on the stations, you can hear the turning. Let me see if I can time this correctly.
Calix is taking his time for the third solve. Oh no, he put the cover in the wrong place.
Good thing we have an overhead view. This is Jack Pfeiffer, by the way, with a 13 memo. He pulls down the blindfold. You can hear the cube turning. Very nice.
Jack Pfeiffer using freestyle as well as the rest of the top blindfold solvers.
Look
So
at the lucky on there.
Jack Pfeiffer the 29.52.
He's happy about that one because that's definitely safely into finals. I don't know if it's a PR.
It is PR for him.
Okay, very nice, very nice.
Actually, depending on his first round results, it might not reflect well. Yeah, no, that is PR for him.
And for chat, commentary is
17
not...
for Calix.
Okay. He's not happy about that. Maybe the mean and also the scramble being easier. They wanted something better. In terms of chat, commentary is not broadcasted here, and there are signs at the drop-off table and the waiting area that you are not allowed to watch stream while solving, because that can give you helpful information. If you're caught doing that, you could be DNF'd, disqualified, so on and so forth. I guess suppose up to delegate discretion. So commentary is just for you guys because you guys are special.
I'm curious to know what happened on the last solve. Yeah, as Chad's saying, a lot of people seem to be disappointed about that last solve. Maybe it could have been very easy, and many people just
we did
happened
see
to
that
mess up on that.
Tommy did his DNF was a 1333.
Yeah,
I think his memo was incorrect for that one. It just seemed like a couple letter.
Yeah, I don't think he could have also, because it looked like a lot of the wrong corners were on the D face.
I see.
So he could have misturned one of the commutators he was doing on the D face. So that could have been an execution error. But we'll try and ask him, and I'll try and ask him and find out what's up with that. But yeah, we still have blind finals. So this is not the end of finals. Sorry, blind finals. Will be 3x3 blindfolded finals right before the main event of the day, which is 3x3 finals. So make sure to stay tuned for that. Definitely be really exciting.
And for chat, someone does ask, why don't they let them remove the cover in the other events? That is a very good point. Blind is the only event that you remove your own cover for, and that is because the memorization stage is part of the solve, whereas in 3x3, inspection is not part of your solve, and any other solve, inspection is not part of your solve. But it does need to be timed, so the best way for that to happen is that the judge takes off the cover as well. Is this Tommy's DNF?
This is Tommy's DNF,
1333 DNF, yeah.
Yeah, if he misturned, actually, now that I think about it, if he misturned the down face, it would have been misaligned when he stopped. So that might have not be it. Yep.
Okay, seems like all results for 3x3 semis are in, and the cutoff was exactly sub-7. Ray Bai sneaking in with a 699 average.
Oh, wow.
Some notable names in there also, I believe. Max Park had a 626 average. Matty Hirobo Naba had a 563 average, if I recall correctly. Luke Reiser, PR 555. Patrick was in there with a 6.4. Oh, perfect. Don't have to remember everything. Matty Hirobo in the first seed with a 563, closely followed by Luke Reiser with his PR 566 average. A lot of these names are not going to be a surprise, and I love watching finals. So we've got Matty, Luke, Ben Zhao. I assume that's a PR average, 584. So 3 sub-6 averages in 3x3 semis.
That is crazy.
Interestingly, Luke Garrett in 4th, Max Park in 5th. In the second batch of 8, we've got Brendan Lin, Sunhook Nam, Samir, Caleb Chen, Morgan Ye, Varun, Michael Nielsen, and Ray Bai qualifying with a just sub-7 average. So that's a very interesting cutoff. Also a very, very tight cutoff. I predicted that I was going to be about a 6.97 cutoff.
Yep. For sure.
Yeah. There are also definitely some notable names not in the top 16 as we pan through. I think Bertie Lassner maybe was hoping to make finals, as well as Christopher Sun. He's gotten a lot of sub-7 averages and lots of 5 singles.
Jerry L was also in the finals last year, so it looks like he just missed out on that by 4 places.
Yeah. I'm curious to see from the top 16 what places they had placed in the previous round to see how, like, the delta of place changes, I suppose. Yeah, Patrick was not on stream because his average in the second round was not super fast. And the way that we have people set up on stream is the fastest from the previous group, because we sort of assume that those will also be the fastest in the next group. But that's not necessarily true. People jump around places. And of course, at, I think, North American Champs, Patrick was in the bottom half seeds, but he was able to podium.
Just to answer a previous question from chat, do any of the top solvers use anything besides 3-style? Pretty much everyone uses 3-style at the top level, but some people can get relatively fast times with a different method known. A different method known as M2 or Old Pacman, or some combination of those other non-3-style events. I know Luke Garrett was able to get a 34 3x3 blindfolded single with M2 and Old Pacman, which is absolutely insane to me.
Seems like we're also missing Dylan Miller from finals. He was also in previously. I think he counted at 12. Seems very, very unfortunate. So, of course, at the highest level, everyone wants to be doing their best on every solve, but small mistakes can add up to not making finals.
Yep, top 16 is not an easy feat to make. It is not a huge number either. So incredibly competitive to get into those top 16 spots.
That being said, the competition is going to break for lunch, and as previously mentioned, after lunch we'll be having all the final events. I'm going to try and weasel my way back to stream, so hopefully I'll be here for some of that. But for everybody else, we will be back after lunch for all of the finals, so make sure to stay tuned. And this is CubingUSA Nationals 2023.
Lucas Guerin. Do you know who that is? Lucas Guerin? Lucas G. He's a like WCA member. He's like he's been cubing for like 17 and a half years, like officially competing. He just got his first sub-10 3x3 average after 17 and a half years. Yep. Good job on the average, by the way. Hey, Luke, the 2 seats behind you are reserved for me and Madison. Are they still like...
All right, what is up, everybody? This is Chris Shanathwani here with Brandon Lynn
Hello,
following
everyone.
lunch. And we are here at CubingUSA Nationals 2023 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, starting the first final of the day, Square One. It's very, very exciting, very close to see who's going to podium and who's going to win. And we've got a quick intro video for you all, so let's roll that.
Square One is a very interesting event in the World Cube Association. It is the only event in which you have a shape-shifting puzzle, meaning it always won't be in one uniform shape. Square One is also known for being a very algorithmic heavy event that often requires a lot of memorization and muscle memory. For the past year, Max Shaw held the world record average for Square One at 5.02 seconds. The sub 5 second barrier was unrelenting for a while. That was until Max Shaw, a week before US Nationals, started his average at Stumptown Summer A with a 5.32 second solve and a 4.6 second solve, dancing right around that 5 second barrier. On his third solve, he got a 6. But as a reminder, the best and worst times are removed in cubing averages, leaving the middle 3 times to be added up and divided by 3. So that 6 could possibly be removed if he got 2 fast solves. And on his 4th solve, he got a 4.8 second solve. And on his 5th, he got a 4.58 second solve. Max Shaw ended up getting a 4.91 second average when it was all said and done. But as an outlook to the US National Championships, there is an interesting fact to note. Samir Agarwal actually beat Max in the first round of this competition, meaning that even though Max is ahead of everyone in terms of the world record, he's still very much mortal. Even with this world record average, the winner of Square One at US Nationals this year is still very much up in the air.
That's for the data team.
All right, what's up, everybody? We are back. And looking at the seeding from Square One Round 2, we've got Hassan Kanani in first place with a PR average of 5.37, and Max Shao in second with a 5.67 average. And now we'll be announcing the seeds, and we'll be seeing Hassan and Max on the stream. Other names to look out for are Samir Agarwal, Brendan Dunnigan, Sam Fang, Daniel Karnock. Those are the big ones for sure.
Remember that Samir did have world record average right before Max. So Square One is an event where small mistakes can lead to pretty drastic outcomes. So it's going to come down to, really can come down to anyone's game here.
Yes, and Chad is asking, did Patrick tie OH world record? Yes, he tied his own world record average. I believe he was on the orange stage for round 2, so he wasn't on stream, unfortunately. But very exciting stuff for Patrick. But yes, what do you think is going to happen in the square one final, Brandon?
I really have no idea. It's going to come down to nerves, really.
Yeah.
Especially, like, my thoughts about square one is that, like, square one is not a puzzle that's like corner cuts very easily, and also so you're turning on square one really has to matter.
It's true.
And so nerves can definitely hugely affect your square one turning.
That's true.
So it can be just because these individuals are averaging like 5 in the semifinals could mean something else in the finals. But even though that is the case, these competitors are no strangers to really big finals. So
yes.
We should still see. I'm hoping to see Max come out on top, or anyone. Honestly, anyone. Brendan Dunigan has also been really killing it lately.
Yeah, a name I forgot to mention: Dylan Baumbach, the current North American champion in square one.
Yeah, it looks like he squeaked in there.
He barely squeaked in. He had to safety, which was tough for him. But we're calling up the finalists now. Elijah Rain Phelps from Massachusetts going up right now. Very exciting.
Former world record single holder.
Yes. Dylan just got called up, the 17th seed, which is not where we expected him to be. And Ben Gottschalk, former North American record single holder. Yeah, and you can see so much support coming out from the crowd here. Noah Swore, the second seed going into 3 blind finals. Anshu, the female world record holder, getting an 808 average, getting her in the finals. Our very own caster, Aiden Bartlett.
Let's go, Aiden.
Former North American record holder, right?
Yep. Aiden also recently switched to Lynn as well.
Yeah. Chris Chi from the Northeast. That's my guy right there. The reigning FMC world champion. Cam Miller, the GOAT of the crew battle. There will be videos of that somewhere, I believe.
Yeah, it should be somewhere on YouTube as well.
Dominic Cater PRing to get in the finals. And same with Evan Wright, who's next. 742 average. He was going for sub-8 forever, and he finally got it with a 7.4. Calvin, he helped run the stream.
Calvin, that's our very own Calvin that organized the stream.
Yes. Daniel Karnock, the father of Martin Square One, as I like to call him.
Yep, knows. Pretty much full optimal PBL.
Yep.
So we'll do a little pause.
Sam Feng, what happened here? What were they saying?
I don't know what Kian's saying, but Sam Feng is...
Ryan Pilot, the current Square One world record single holder.
I was going to say, Sam Feng has a lot of Square One resources and is really fast as well.
It's true. The crowd, Brendan Dunnigan, the crowd favorite here. Samir, definitely, I think objectively is the fastest person here.
Yep.
Based on at-home times. Max Shao, the current world record holder, with a 491 average.
And a huge all-rounder as well.
Yes. Hassan Kanani, Zane's brother as well. I think it would be huge for him to win so that people just didn't know him as Zane's brother.
Yep.
Hassan, a top 5 square one solver in the world, but somehow people always just compare him to his brother. And I think winning this national championship would be huge for him, or even getting a podium. He barely got 4th at North American Champs last year.
That's right. Yeah, Hassan is also really fast at every event as well. He's a pretty good all-rounder as well.
Yes. I'm going to pull up WCA Live here because we're going to be getting live input of results from the people outside the stream. I'd like to see what they're getting.
Oh. That would be amazing to see. If you also want to see live results yourself, go to live.worldcubeassociation.org and follow along with the live results as we see Max get ready for his first solve of the day.
He is...
Sorry, of the round.
I bet he is very, very nervous. This is what it's all been leading up to for him. Max could leave a national champion.
Here we have
Hassan
that
just
is not
drilling
his.
some PBLs.
Yep.
Also definitely a little nervous.
Whenever you see Hassan in the waiting room for any event, he's always talking about PBLs with anyone nearby.
He is. All right, Max Shao holding his breath, getting ready. Everything is going to be fixed seating from now on. Yes. All right. Here we go with Max's first solve. Just getting ready. We'll see if Hassan says he's ready first or if Max does. All right.
They're still taking their time.
I believe Max is ready.
Max is going to be inspecting. Scalp kite.
Very nice.
Really nice, easy CSP cheap shape parity to trace.
Yes.
And not a bad solution either.
All right. Max is starting his first solve. Hassan is inspecting. Oh,
Oh,
boy.
the guy
Locked
was in the
up.
OBL.
All right. Max with a
730.
730. And Hassan starting his first solve. Same solution.
A little bit shaky
Although
there.
getting a 591,
for Hassan.
which I think is the fastest solve we've seen so far on the scramble. Daniel Karnock getting a 607. Brendan Dunnigan, 689. Avocado, 703. Chris Chi, 717. That's our top 5. Oh, Anshu with a 707.
Thank you, Chris, for looking at the live results for the other competitors.
We don't know what Samir's gotten yet. He might be taking his time to get ready as well. Or Sam Fang. Asher Kim McGarrick DNFing the scramble.
Oh, no.
And Dylan with a 1265.
Oh. That's got to hurt for Dylan.
That's so tough. I'd like to see Daniel Karnock back on the podium this year.
I mean, I'd be happy to see any of them like podium. They've been working. It's a lot of algorithms. Remember, they've been working really hard. Everyone's been working hard.
Calvin Nielsen with a 642.
Nice. Aiden Bartlett, 655.
Yeah, these are. I think these are second solves now.
Christopher Cheese, 646.
Okay, Chris.
Still, we still need to see Sam Fang's solve being entered.
Yes. Yeah, Max.
Oh, Ryan Pilon buying.
I don't know who put in a 567 for Max.
Someone put Max Shaw's second solve wrong.
He hasn't done his second solve yet.
Hassan has a 5.
8 seconds.
So L with a 5-1.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like the good version.
Nice.
Oh, he looks so nervous. Oh no. 817 for Hassan.
PBL at like 3, right?
Yeah.
And the first part of his solve was very fluid. However, the rest was.
Trying to get a look at this.
JJ into something, I believe. Sam Fang got a 578 on his first solve.
Okay.
Very solid from Sam Fang.
That's really good.
Max starting his second solve. He's going to need to pull out something good to counteract the 7.
Really nice scoop shape.
Turning's a lot better.
Oh, this looks pretty good. Oh, the slime lock up there.
585,
still pulls off a 5.
But very nervous. That should have been a sub 5 for Max Xiao. Unfortunate, but now him and Hassan are pretty neck and neck. The PBL was just so shaky.
Looked like a U-perm on top, and was able to catch up with what was on the bottom.
Maybe UG, something like
bad
that.
UA, yeah, looked like it.
All right, what did Samir get on his first solve? Samir got a 7.3 on his first solve. Oh boy. Dylan gets a 5.5 on his second.
Redeems himself from that 12 a little bit.
Daniel Karnock getting a 16.
Again, nerves are going to really matter in score 1. This puzzle is not the easiest to turn.
No, it's not.
So
unforgiving. Who is getting claps?
Oh, Samir got a 484.
Okay, that's probably what was getting the claps.
We don't have a clip of Patrick's OH world record because it was not on stream.
Brendan with a 689 and a 980.
Nice.
That's unfortunate for him. Daniel Karnock 550 on his third solve. Let's go.
Looks like bad pawn. Sorry. Yep, bad pawn. Looks like it was the bad pawn.
Hassan with a 544. Let's go. Good stuff from Hassan.
Okay.
That is, that's good there. Hassan counting a 591 now.
Daniel Karnock. I don't know if you've already mentioned this, but Daniel
550.
got a 550. Nice.
Yes. Hassan is 4th in the world in square 1.
Ryan Pilot, a 7.5 and an 8.62 as his most recent times. Max is going to get ready for his third solve.
Yeah.
Looking at some of the results, Aiden unfortunately got a 10 on his third solve after following before that with a 6.55. Calvin Nielsen with a 7, 6, and a 7.
Yeah, where is Dylan?
Anshu with 7, 7, 11, and a 6. She's already done her 4th solve.
Dylan already counting a 7.5, so
no.
It doesn't look like it's gonna be pretty tough for him to come out on top here. The North American champion.
Live result link is at live.worldcubeassociation.org if you want to follow along with this. Max getting this third scramble, which is the bad pawn that we've saw before.
8 seconds.
Let's hope he doesn't miss trade.
Yeah. Oh, did he?
I think he missed trade.
I think he did the wrong one.
Oh no,
he didn't.
556 for Max. Okay.
He might have
solid.
What he might have done is he might have moved the D layer.
Yeah, instead of the U layer.
Yeah. Yep. There's
Right,
2 ways to do that.
Definitely
CSP.
still a little locky for Max, but Max does now have a 5-8 and a 5-5.
Oh, Dylan is counting a 10 as well.
All right, Evan Wright, our first finisher with an 818 average, pretty solid from him. Samir, Anshu with a 728 average.
Yeah, so it looks like Dylan might be out of the running. He's counting a 10 as well as a 7.
God, yeah, no, he's definitely out of there.
Rough. Daniel has 2 5s, a 6, and a 16. So if he does well, he could be looking at a 5.8 average.
And a PR.
And a PR.
Oh man, his nerves must be going crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, and a thing to note is Anshu getting a 544 in the last one.
It's crazy.
So we could be looking at something pretty good for Daniel Karnock.
Yep.
And the rest of the competitors here.
Square One's definitely a event where scrambles can hit very heavily, and easy scrambles can translate pretty well between competitors.
Slice the scalp kite?
Yep. Yep, looks like the good one. T-pin on top. Oh, 688 for Hassan.
No. They're saying Max Chow has finished his average, but that's not true.
That's not true.
He's done 3 solves. A 7-3, a 5-8, and a 5-5.
Hassan looks very nervous.
Max on to solve 4. All right, we're hearing some sort of a reaction. I think that sounded like Daniel Karnock.
Yep. Daniel Karnock with a 581
PR average in the finals of Nationals.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, that's so amazing. I'm so happy for him.
Let's see what Max's next solve is.
12.
Max
562. Okay.
Very solid.
Max's best possible average still could put him ahead of Daniel. But it's going to come down to this last solve for him, because that worst possible average, 626, would put him behind. Let's see some of the other results. Ryan Pilat with a 743. Calvin Nielsen with 760. We still don't know of Samir's solves. Sam Fang has a Sam is going to count a 9 and a 7, so it looks like Sam might be out of the running here.
Unfortunate for Sam Fang. I don't know what the live results team is doing.
Yeah.
But Hassan's best possible average is 608, so that's putting him out of the running for national champion. Max's best possible average 568.
All right.
Max.
So you have 3-3 and an L on the bottom. Not a hard cube shape. I heard a loud
8 seconds
here and there.
Yeah.
It's not a hard cube shape.
Yeah, sliced to good pawn, right? Yep. And that's what he does.
Really nice. Oh, this looks pretty good. It's at PBL at 2.5 seconds.
565 for Hassan.
So
that's going to give him a very low 6 average. He doesn't look too happy with that. 615 average. That puts him solidly in second place right now. Over a second gap between him and Anshu. But we have to see what Max and Samir are going to get. Samir is counting a 5-8 and a 6-0. So let's see what he can do on the last one. And Max, his best possible average is 568. He's going to need a low 6 probably to put him over Daniel Karnock.
Yeah.
Let's see how he can handle his nerves. We could also be looking at a WR podium here.
Oh, that's true. What is WR podium right now?
I don't know, but I feel like 3 sub-6 averages might do it.
That sounds about right. Max needs 596 to win. Samir 559. So it all comes down to this last solve.
All right.
It's 3-3 to L.
This is so nerve-wracking.
Oh my god.
Who are we clapping for?
Might be Samir. I want to say Samir.
It's probably Samir. He's the only one who's not done yet. All right, Max on his last solve.
Oh,
there goes Max! Securing the national championship. Oh, actually, wait. We need to see what Samir
We need
gets.
Samir solve.
But this puts Max in first right now. Oh, my God. That was so clutch.
He almost... Oh, wow. That almost could have been... That timer stop was very, very close.
Tough. Brendan Dunnigan, yeah, he's out of the running.
Oh, Samir with a 568 average.
Wait,
wait.
That ties
Max? Wait. Is Samir's?
Hold up. Wait.
We're trying to look at the live results right now.
Yeah, Samir with a 520 on the last. And Max's BPA is Max going to lose by single? Oh my gosh. Max's results are in wrong on WCA Live.
Yep, so Max does have a 568. Yeah, it looks like it's wrong. He might...
Wait.
It might just come down to single?
Wait, that's... Oh my goodness.
That's crazy.
And Hassan getting fourth again. So I guess that does it for the round. Max's average is still in wrong in WCA Live.
We're going to look into why it's on the WCA Live, but yeah.
I think Samir just won by single.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
With that 484 singles, Samir would be securing first place.
Yeah, Max's results are wrong on WCA Live, so I'm waiting for them to fix it to confirm this. Yep. But I think we're looking at a Samir Agrawal National Championship.
Yep, and Daniel Carnock looks like is third place, with that PR average. So congrats to Daniel.
I think I've got to go because Pyramix Finals is next.
Oh yeah, you should go prep for that.
I should. All right, it's been a real pleasure, guys. There's a chance. I think I'll see you guys next at 3 Blind. So enjoy. See you guys soon.
Pyraminx is typically a very fast event. There are 2 major parts to a Pyraminx solve. A solver has to solve the main body of the puzzle and also the tips of the puzzle, which are the small triangles on the outside. The Pyraminx world record was split between Ezra Shear and Jasper Murray, with a 1.55 second average, until 1 week before US Nationals, Ezra broke through. Ezra started his average with a 1.61 second solve. Then on his second solve, he got a 1.53. On his third, he was able to get a 1.42. So if you are Ezra in this situation, all you need is one more fast solve to lock in the world record average. As a reminder, in a Rubik's Cube average, the best and worst times are removed, and the middle 3 times are added up and divided by 3 for your score. So that means in this situation, if Ezra got one more fast time, it wouldn't matter that his 5th solve was the worst, since it would be the world record average anyway. And that's when Ezra did this.
Yes!
The 5th solve had to be redone because of a tip miss scramble, costing Ezra of the first 1.5 second average. Nonetheless, he still got a crazy fast 1.51 second average. The pack is still very tight as we head into US Nationals. Ezra leads the way, but he's followed closely behind by Michael Nielsen and Kyle Mead. It will be interesting to see if Ezra will be able to control his nerves in his US Nationals debut, or if someone else can claim the US National Champion title instead.
I wonder if they fixed, or I wonder if WCA Live was wrong. I had a couple people calculating averages, and they both said Max Shao got 568 average, which would have tied Samir, but Samir would have won by single. But WCA Live is saying he got a 571. Either way, Samir wins and Max gets second, but... the first two seats there. So this DNF +2 extra shake ahead. Oh, this? Okay. Well, he might put it here. I would just let him put it up there. I don't know. That's my roommate. That's my roommate. Luke Van Lanningham. He made 2x2 finals, Cube finals, and theater finals.
That is the start of. Are we live?
You'd be up there. Try again.
Hello, hello.
Testing.
All right,
okay.
There we go. Hello, everyone. That is the start of Pyramix Finals. We just had an announcement with everyone's name, and we're going to get straight into the action. Competitors have submitted their puzzles already, and so things are fairly quick as a turnaround. I'm Keaton Ellis. I'm one of your casters.
I'm Aiden Bartlett.
And we're going to be taking you here through Pyramix Finals. Obviously, we have the top 2 seeds on stream right now. You're seeing the number 2 seed, Michael Nielsen, who in the second round of Pyramix received a 175 average. Very, very consistent aside from a 4th solve DNF. That caused him to be a little bit safe on that last one. And in the first seed, on the blue stage, we have Ezra Shear, current world record holder. Got that DNF on that 5th solve with a 167 average.
Ezra going up for his first solve.
8 seconds. 2 tips.
Worth noting, this is Ezra's first national championships, and definitely the first time he's felt this much pressure. Was at North American Champs last year, but
was not in the exact same position.
Was not in the exact same position at all.
Yeah. As we wait for Michael to go on his solve, Aiden, you were in Square One Finals.
I was.
And how did that go?
I got an 8.08 average.
Which is very impressive itself. We have a crazy podium for Square One Finals. Daniel Karnak with a PR average in Square One Finals to get 3rd place. Max Shao and Samir Agrawal tying for 1st and 2nd place, and Samir winning by single, as we see Michael go here with a 1.61 single. We'll also be having live updating, as you will be able to see in WCA Live.
Cube Comps.
What generation am I in?
What year is this?
Not only will we have the top 2 competitors live on stream, you'll also be able to see everyone's results as they come in live.
That first round was given some good results.
Yeah, Kerry Creech with the 172, Luke Van Lanningham with 176, Ezra on his 2nd solve here.
Oh,
nope, that
was a practice solve. Okay.
Ooh.
Lucky.
Ooh.
The crowd didn't know either.
The crowd laughing a little bit on that one.
Ezra goes right away into his solves. By the way, he doesn't wait around. 3 tips on the scramble. I apologize.
Ooh. Ezra now counting at 2.2, assuming that is not going to be his fastest time.
That's tough. That's a tough way to start nationals, but
there's still 3 solves. Pure Mix is a very scramble and nerve-dependent event.
Yeah, and tips also are sort of a big deal. They do count as moves.
Yep.
So it's possible to get a 3-move body, 4-move tip scramble.
2-move body, 4-move tip.
Ah, okay.
Pure Mix is a 6-move.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that the body's going to be easy if you have 3 tips like that. Michael on the second solve right here. Carrie's actually already done 3 solves. 1.7, 2.0, 2.3.
Nobody started out with 2 sub-2s, but Carrie seems to have a pretty good start with the 172 and 208.
Dylan Cosson, Keon Wilson. Of course, once we start getting to the third solve, we start seeing which times are going to start counting for these competitors.
Michael taking a lot of time. In fact, enough time for, it looks like Ezra is about to start his third solve. Ezra gets a 204. Good turning, but not a great scramble, it didn't look like. Michael taking his time still. It looks like he's just about to get started here on his second solve. Michael does so far have the fastest single.
Of course, he's only done 1 solve.
Yeah, he's only done 1 solve. It's a 188, our first competitor to start out with 2 sub-2s.
He's also the fastest time on both the first and the second scramble.
That is a good sign for Michael.
He's good.
Yes, down in chat, people are mentioning the amount of time that Michael takes to warm up. He does take and use his full 60 seconds he's allotted via the WCA regulations, which does mean that he will be one of the later solvers to finish his average. But as you can see, it's clearly doing something very good for him. He's
for sure
getting very good results. He has mentioned that his hands do get cold. He wears the hoodie, and he does that sort of process in order to keep his hands warm. Ezra, on the other hand, going straight into his 4th solve here. Yet to get a sub-2.
Ooh. Very unfortunate for Ezra. 335.
So I was going to count that 2.69 from earlier.
I think
it is going to
definitely puts him out of first place potential.
Yeah, I mean, best possible average is not going to be sub-2. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, messes up the L4E Alg and then drops the cube. Michael now warming up for his 3rd solve. Michael getting ready.
Seems to have stopped rotating during inspection. That generally means he's got something.
Saw something decent. Oh.
Neither of our top 2 competitors getting a flawless average, but
no,
it is possible for Michael to just forget about the 3 and let other solves count. Ezra looks like he's on his last solve right here.
That, I think, puts Ezra out of the podium.
Correct. That's going to be a 270. We've got conflicting numbers on Cube Comps and or WCA Live and stream, but Ezra's here with a 275 average. Right now, we do have some competitors finishing up. Kyle Mead with a 221, Harsha Palajuga with a 234.
How many results do we have in total?
Overall, we've got 13 of our 20 competitors done with their averages. We do have what seems to be a very loud celebration off onto the blue stage.
Hard to know what that could be.
Dylan Cosson with a 202 average.
That looks like it's going to cinch a podium slot for him at this point. Keon Wilson.
As far as I can tell, that does guarantee a podium for Dylan Clausen.
Yeah,
Because it doesn't look like any of these competitors. Actually, I guess Keon could beat Dylan.
Keon Wilson has the potential to do so, but he does have an 8.
Only other competitor whose best possible average is sub that is going to be Michael Nielsen. So that guarantees that Dylan Clausen is in.
Seems to be a little bit of an error on WC Live. Michael is doing his 4th solve currently. That's 611 that's currently in there. Should not be there. But we do have the average live up on stream for you. You can see Michael solves. More or less the rest of the round is done other than Keon, and we're still going to wait for his results as well.
Michael's 4th solve here.
8 seconds.
.221. Unfortunately, had to deal with a bit of applause from the crowd in the middle of his solve.
So we saw Keon Wilson right there with the 213 PR average. That's what the cheering was about. 223 on that last solve means it
should.
That's going to guarantee a podium for Keon and Dylan. Worst possible average for Michael Nielsen is 247.
Michael still has one more solve. He's the final remaining competitor.
Oh my goodness. There's a lot of noise going around.
Michael feeling the pressure.
Michael on his last solve right now.
Michael's best possible average, 190.
Worst possible average, 247. This solve determines whether or not he wins, gets 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th place. This is a very high leverage solve right here. We're going to see whether or not someone is going to get kicked off the podium here.
And possibly the longer that Michael takes on this last solve could just end up psyching himself out.
I'm getting nervous on Michael.
All eyes are on Michael Nielsen.
He does have 1 minute to prepare.
Michael is often a bit of a character when we have him on stream, but you can tell he is laser focused.
Michael Nielsen also in 3x3 finals. He was the 15th seed. So this is not the end of his day. He's got plenty more to compete in.
There's been quite a few issues with WCA.
Very short inspection.
Ooh.
That's a 170. That is a guaranteed win for Michael Nielsen.
That is sub 2. 193 average for Michael Nielsen.
That is one of the
U.S.
highest
national
pressure
champion
situations I've ever seen a competitor be in. With celebrations from other competitors,
even
Michael
with
Nielsen,
the lockup,
with a 193 average in 1st place by, oh my goodness, by 0.2.
My last assignment for the day. My last assignment for the day.
Well-deserved applause for Michael Nielsen right there. That was as clutch of a situation as you possibly can be in.
That was nerve-wracking for me, and I am not Michael Nielsen. I can only imagine the pressure that he was feeling.
That's going to be a podium of 3rd place Kyle Mead, 2nd place Keon Wilson, and 1st place Michael Nielsen. North American champion from last year, now U.S. national champion. Congratulations to Michael, and congratulations
Adding more
to the rest
and more
of the podium.
hardware to his
collection.
Yeah. Is Michael going to Worlds, do you know?
Michael is going to Worlds. I think he's definitely going to be one of the favorites to win
We'll
Pyramids
see. Maybe
there
he can,
as well.
Maybe he can pull out just every single type of national, or not national, but championship podium, championship win.
Double crown.
Continental champion, national champion. There is only one thing left.
And of course, Ezra Shear, the other solver that we had on screen, the world record holder, getting a 2.75 average, having a counting 3.3, sorry, and a counting 2.6. It's a very difficult thing to come to nationals, especially at such a young age. Ezra, of course, will be back in future years, and I have no doubt that he'll be able to make the podium eventually.
For sure. This is such a stressful moment for him, I'm sure. Being first seed on stream for every solve. Has never competed at this level before. It's really tough to do.
Yeah, I'm still very impressed with those results. And congratulations to all of our pyramid solvers. Our next event,
5x5 finals.
Is going to be 5x5 finals. We have a lot of very exciting people for you for this 5x5 final. And of course, all eyes are going to be on Max Park, the world record holder. And we're going to take a quick cut here to prepare that.
5x5 is a relatively straightforward event. The cube itself has an odd number of pieces, meaning OLL and PLL parity are non-existent, and only a case called edge parity can occur. Max Park is the clear dominator of 5x5, and it's not even close. He's 3 seconds above the next nearest competitor at US Nationals, who isn't even eligible because he isn't even American. Max Park has a high chance to win every single big cube event. He currently holds all the world records from 4x4 through 7x7, and that's both average and single. If anybody had to choose any event to lock a guaranteed win of Nats, it would probably be Max Park in 5x5. As an outlook to Nats, it'll be interesting to see if his performance with some nerves is affected enough to give the people at Worlds a door of opportunity. And that can be seen with the Korean Seung-hyuk Nam, who is also competing in 5x5 at US Nats. If Seung wins, he wouldn't be the US National Champion, but if he pulls off the long shot victory, it could make Max shake in his boots for Worlds this August.
Three? Oh, yeah, you're on three. Calvin? Oh, hi, Ben. Max Pack. From Hawaii.
Do you want me to just hand you the box with Max's cube or put it down?
Either way works. No preference.
say it right now. I'll say it correctly now. I just didn't know.
All right, everyone. Hello and welcome to 5x5 Finals here. I'm Keaton Ellis still, and I'm joined by
Brandon Lynn. Good evening, everyone. Oh, actually, good afternoon, everyone. It's 2 p.m. here in Pittsburgh, and we are starting off with 5x5 Finals. Here we've got Max Park, the first seed of 5x5 Finals, along with Seong-hyuk Nam, who is second seed, displayed on the other camera here.
As always, for those of you who are watching online, you are able to follow all competitors' results, not just our top 2 seeds, on live.worldcubeassociation.org. There you'll be able to see live updating of 5x5 Finals. We are going to be seeing more or less the difference between Yao and Redux here, or reduction here, in terms of the methods. There's been a massive shift in terms of how people solve 5x5 nowadays, as Max starts his first solve. Max and many other competitors use reduction.
Yes.
Where what they do is they first solve the centers and then solve the edges, and then they do 3x3 stage. Other competitors like Seong-hyuk Nam will not do reduction, but instead.
So he started with yellow. Just finished up white center, and
yes, and then
really
green
quick
very
center.
quickly. That was a nice solve center right there for him. Seong-hyuk will do a method called Yao, and many other competitors will do as well. Or what they do is they solve 2 centers, and then go on to solve 3 cross edges associated with those 2 centers. Then finish all the rest of their centers, and then start pairing up edges. That way, what they do is they have a cross done as soon as they start their 3x3 stage, and they never need to flip in order to see edges on the bottom layer.
Looks like Max is on just finished PLO. 40 seconds for Max here.
So decent solve to start things off for Max. Patrick Ponce, as you'll be able to see online, actually got a 39.88. Nice job, Patrick.
Off camera, Seong-hyuk Nam also got a 41-second solve.
So a very tight race for the top spot right now. Ari Randers Patterson with a 43 as well, coming in 4th on that first solve, at least of the results that we have so far.
You can see Max really smoothly transitions to 3x3 stage, and always his F2L is incredibly quick.
Yeah.
Finishing off with that G-perm.
Yeah, so for big cubes, especially when you're doing reduction, Max normally averages something like 5 to 6 seconds on 3x3, but he's going to be a little bit slower when doing 3x3 stage on a big cube, both for the reason that he is using a bigger puzzle, and bigger cube hardware is not as good as 3x3 hardware, but also because he doesn't have time to inspect the cross in his first pair.
That's right.
So Seong-hyuk here finishing off things with a 41.52.
Also G-perm, ending that off with the G-perm as well.
I've been asked to talk a little bit louder. We're going to increase the gain a little bit, and hopefully
does that work better for you guys?
That will be a little bit easier to hear. Apologies about that.
So starting with his second solve. Well, he's a starter. He's going to be taking his time before the second solve.
Yeah. We have been asked, by the way, from organizers in order to be relatively quiet for finals. Unlike other rounds, the room is a lot quieter, and so if we speak too loudly, it's possible for competitors to hear us.
Sure.
As we are more or less directly behind the competitors.
Oh, looks pretty nice here. That's actually what Seong-hyuk is going to go for.
Seong-hyuk again does Yao. So you're going to see him. He's got 3. He's got his third edge right there, and then he's going to start centers. One of the trademark things of Yao is that left hand really doesn't move that much. You're not going to do that much until you get to 3x3 or edge pairing stage. Sorry.
Now he's pairing up the edges, moving onto, and as soon as he finishes 3x3 stage, he'll have to finish cross, and so he can move right into the first 2 layers.
That's a nice redux,
really
by the way.
That was really good edge pairing for him. Oh wow, we're on peel already.
There you go. Seong-hyuk Nam with the 37.01. Just barely slower than his current Korean record of 36.82.
Oh, it's not Asian record. Oh, it was broken.
Do Kwang Hong has Asian record with a 36.41. Yep. Obviously, Seong-hyuk would love to beat that.
Here we have Max just finishing centers, moving on to the edge pairing stage at about 14 seconds.
That's not a bad time.
pairing looks like it's going fairly smoothly for
Things on
Max.
last 4 edges. So we're doing a
Edge
parry
parry
up in
at
there.
33. Nice little OL skip right there.
.41 for Max. Sonkadam slightly in the lead with that 37.
I'm so sorry.
Going to be helping him a little bit with that average.
We're also going to be paying attention to Patrick Ponce's
For sure.
second solve right here as well.
You got this.
Maddie got a 53 on his second solve. Taking a look at other competitors here. Ari Randers Pearson with a 47 as a second solve.
So right now we're definitely still in a 3-horse race here with Patrick, Max, and Sunghyuk. Sunghyuk going on to solve 3 right here. Asian record for 5x5 being Sunghyuk's own 39.67 average. It's hard to make a judgment when you only have 2 solves and one's a 41 and one's a 37. You know, if this 37 counts, that's one thing. If the 41 counts, that's another.
We'll have a better sense once he finishes third solve as he finishes his last edge right there, 20 seconds.
It's a little bit slow for what you want to be able to have
Yeah,
for
decent number of pauses here.
solve. It's
Edge
got
parity.
parity at 32. Okay, this is
This is
looking
Does
good.
he notice ZB? Oh, okay, he doesn't. 40 second.
Bit of a lock up there to prevent him from getting a sub 40, but a 40.36, an excellent time.
Let me know when you're ready.
Looking a little. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's definitely a little shaky.
It's
Finishing up that solve.
just enough in order to not break that barrier.
Max starting up his third solve. Doesn't look too stellar. He might be. He was working. He worked towards the blue center here. Finish up the second center, his green center. Flying through those finish centers.
That's at 13.
Yep.
It's much
13
faster than
seconds.
the last solve that he had. Max got last 4 edges at this point.
Edge parity.
At 34. It's a nice F12 for Max right here and a J-print to finish things off.
42.
So if you pair Max's fastest solves up to Sunghyuk's fastest solves, it looks like Sunghyuk is about a second on Max right now.
Still in the lead a little bit there. Still don't have Patrick's second solve in WC Live, but we'll try and see what's up with that.
Sunghyuk getting out ahead of Max right now.
Just finishing his second center. Going to be working on his edges with that blue-white corner, edge.
All right, 13 for cross and first 2 centers. It's a very quick set of centers right there. 22 though to get to edge pairing.
Yeah, a little bit slower compared to his previous solves. Oh, this is kind of a little bit of a long pause during the last 4 edges. But it looks like he's moving to 3x3 stage. PLL.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Second layer came with you doing that ARP.
Not going to be as good as his other solves, but looks like his best possible average is going to be around a 39, a high 39 average here.
So he can just barely break his own ASR record if he gets best solve on this last one, which of course is quite difficult to do.
especially in the Nationals finals.
Although Sunghyuk does fairly well under pressure.
Of course. Nope, this is not a. This is a practice all that Max is doing.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, no worries, no worries. But yeah, we don't want people using the cameras when it's not on the song. It's all okay, Max. There's no.
For those of you who are just tuning in, we are doing 5x5 finals right now. We are now in Sunday afternoon on Championship Sunday, and so everything from this point out is going to be a final round. We've got Scube, 4x4, 2x2, 3x3 one-handed, blindfolded, and then of course the marquee event, 3x3 finals.
I believe off camera, Patrick did get a 46 single as his second solve. Obviously doesn't put him out of the running just yet, given that it's his second solve, but still has a couple of solves, and Sunghyuk is going to be going into his last solve as well.
Off screen, we've got Max about to start his fourth solve. It's pretty important for Max in order to sort of catch up to Sunghyuk here.
First the center's done, and the center's done at high 12.
So that's a promising sign for Max.
Oh, thank you, producers, for the split screen view. Here we got Max on the left and Sunghyuk on the right.
Max finishing his last edge right now. This is going to be a good solve. This is going to probably be his best solve so far.
36 into PLO.
There he goes.
39 single for Max.
And this is Sunghyuk's final solve right here. Oh, he caught a layer right there.
This is not going to be ASR, but hopefully he can still get something decent for him.
You just don't want to make that 44 count.
Of course. Oh, it might. It might.
And you do get worst possible average for Sunghyuk Nam. That means Max is guaranteed to win at this point. Even with the worst possible average of 4.69,
yep,
will beat Sunghyuk.
Max is going to take first place here.
No one else is going to be in the ballpark of either of these two. Patrick Pond's coming out strong with a 39, but since falling up to 46 and a 47.
So I guess it's a question of who's going to take third place. Matty Hironaba with a 48.57 average. Varun Monraj coming in just behind that with a 48.68 5/5 average. Looking at Henry Lickner solves. 47, 41, 51, 48. Looking at a low 48 average.
Ari Randers Patterson as well with a very wide variance. Counting 52, counting 47, but could make a 43 count.
Yeah. So this third place could be anyone's game at this point.
As you can see the crowd, we're going to have the first two rows reserved for VIPs of our 3x3 finals competitors, at least the rows closest to the blue and the red stages. And let's watch Max do his final solve.
Max first two centers done at 6 seconds. Oh wow. Was that done at, were those done at 10 seconds, the centers?
He didn't slice until 13.
Yeah. Wait, this looks...
This is really
this
good.
Is
He's on
crazy.
3x3 stage at 25.
This is crazy.
I'm sorry.
Wait, what? Wait.
Is this going to be world record single? That's world record single to win U.S. Nationals, Max Park.
That is crazy.
Max Park adds to his collection of over 70 world records with a 32.88 5x5 world record single in the finals of U.S. Nationals. That takes him as a first-place finisher.
Definitely,
and, of course,
definitely not an easy thing to do, especially given that we are in national finals. So, huge congratulations to Max there. That was crazy to watch.
Absolutely insane, and exactly at the right time as well. Chat has called it, by the way. Chat was calling for a world record single on the last solve.
As soon as we saw centers done at 10 seconds, oh man.
Max missing that 6x6 world record mean of 3 just a couple of days ago. Coming back now with that 32.88. Absolutely incredible stuff from him. Absolutely incredible stuff. Congratulations to Max. And congratulations to all of our 5x5 competitors as we are finalizing things here. It does look like
Henry Lickner got a 47.67 average, but we still don't know what the rest of Patrick's solves are. Looks like he has a 39, 46, 47, and 42.
And actually, I think that will mean that Patrick will end up getting the podium because he does have a 42 right there. I don't think he'll be able to beat Sung-Hyuk Nam with his last solve, but it's a very impressive average overall. We're seeing the replay of Max's solve right here. He gets to 3x3 stage at 25 seconds. And of course, he does redux, and so he had to do a full 3x3 solve starting at that point. So he got a 7.88 approximately solve on a 5x5.
Absolutely insane performance from Max. Getting the first sub-33 5x5 official single.
Looks like Patrick ended up with a 42 on his last solve.
That's pretty good. So there he goes with that third place, lock-in third place with 43.95. PR average, too, for Patrick.
Patrick not really fazed by the pressure for 3x3 or for 5x5 finals. I mean, for one-handed semis, he got world records. So there are lots of things that are on Patrick's mind, and I'm sure that,
of course,
5x5 is definitely an important one, but there are lots of things that he's got right now. Lots of things that he's got.
Oh, that was crazy.
It's about as exciting as the finals can get. We had a nice close back and forth between Sung-Hyuk Nam and Max Park. Sung-Hyuk more or less getting the better of Max for the first 3 solves, then Max coming back with a 39 and 32 on the last 2 solves. Of course, also with a world record. That was 5x5 finals for you. We've got Patrick Potts in 3rd place, Sung-Hyuk Nam in 2nd place, and Max Park in 1st. Next up, we're going to be having Scube finals. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in Scube finals in just a minute. Hang tight, y'all.
Scube is a very fast event. Arguably the 2nd fastest event to 2x2 in the World Cube Association. Scube requires very precise finger tricks to execute many shifty algorithms. The world record average was broken back in 2022 during the North American Championships finals by Zain Kanani with a time of 1.73 seconds.
Yes! Yes! 1.73 average, world record average.
In North American Champs finals?
Zain Kanani would further bring down the record to 1.56 seconds. Zain Kanani at the time had held the world record from back when he took it from Carter Kukala in June of 2022. Since then, the world record average stood until 2023, when 2 weeks before US Nationals, Carter Kukala took back the world record. Carter started out the average with a time of 1.89 seconds. And on the 2nd solve, Carter got a 1.14. And on the 3rd, Carter got a 1.55. A quick recap on how speed cubing averages work. Each competitor gets 5 solves, and the best and worst times are removed, leaving the middle 3 to be added up and divided by 3. So when Carter got another 1.14 on the 4th solve, the world record average was already locked, since even if the last solve was the worst solve, the average would still be beaten by 0.03 seconds. Carter then ended up getting a 4 on the final solve, making it the worst solve of the average, making the new world record average 1.53 seconds. As we head into US Nationals, it will be interesting to see if Zain Kanani will strike again and take back the record. like he did at North American Championships a year ago, or if Carter Kukala can hang on to win the national prize.
All right,
Hello?
welcome back, everybody. We're here with the Cube final. We just saw Max Park set a 5x5 world record single on the last solve of the finals of Nationals, 32.88. And now we've got Cube finals. Our top two seeds, Zane Kanani and Luke Van Lanningham.
Luke starting on his first solve here. Let's see, looks like orange is a good layer, but white also... actually, if Luke maybe knows EG2.
Oh, that's true. Zane does. Oh.
Similarity.
H-perm. That's disgusting. Dude, you'll never catch me doing an H-perm on Cube.
Yeah, I always avoid that. I don't know if Luke predicted that or what.
It was like a 4 or 5 move layer to H-perm.
Weird layers.
Zane probably going to do
Zane
EG2.
does know EG2.
I don't know how much of it he knows.
Oh.
Oh, no.
If that was
Zane misrecognizing, I believe,
Yeah.
missed one looking, and being off by 2 twisted corners.
Which is one of the worst cases, actually.
Yeah, that's 4 sledges.
You do it. You can do it in two sledges plus an extra 2 moves. But it's a very awkward algorithm. Even
Yeah, it looked awkward.
Someone's saying Braden Roten 1.9. That's a good start for Braden.
Yeah, did Zane cut his finger?
I don't know.
At some point, because I've been hearing
I haven't
whispers
heard of that myself. Let's pull up WCA Live because they are inputting times.
They are. I see Braden got a 1.9. Simon also 1.9.
Yep.
And
So
our
Braden 190. Simon 199. Clark Kukala 258.
Oh, God. Luke just getting disgusting cases. Layer to L5C. Each
Dom-
layer he solved his corners. Chris G with a 324. Domer DC with a
264. I believe that's on solve 2. No, it's on solve 1. Okay. There have been some issues with times being entered in incorrectly when they're doing it this fast, so we...
For example, Square 1 finals.
Yeah, we do have to take everything with a grain of salt when we see them go into WCA Live until everything is finalized.
People didn't believe me when I said Max lost by single,
Yep.
or Samir won by single, but that is what happened. We hear some clapping here. I don't know who that's for.
We
Zane
will find out soon.
On his second solve.
Yeah, Zane does have a Band-Aid on.
Oh, he does have a Band-Aid on.
303.
This is such an unfortunate timing for Zane.
Very bad event to have a
Scube and 2x2,
a bandage
that's so
on your
tough.
finger as well, because a lot of the new moves that people are doing on Scube for NS algorithms involve a lot of very precise flicks with your index fingers.
All right.
Simon gets an 806 on solve 2.
Stanley with a 209 on solve 2. Carter with a 214.
So Carter appears to be having the most consistent start, at least so far.
Yeah. Well,
Luke is
pretty consistent. And
that's the wrong case. Ends up with a U-perm. It's a 463.
463, counting 3.2.
Luke is not happy
and
with
3.1 guaranteed. Or not guaranteed. At best, he's going to still have 2 counting 3s now.
Yeah.
Which is very tough. That's not what you like to see. He got a low 3 average in semis.
Low 2 average.
Or low 2 average, sorry, my fault. All right, Zane about to start his third solve. Let's see if he can push through the pain here.
Zane's going to need some really good times to maybe even get on the podium.
Yeah, this is very tough for Zane. I would hate to be in this position.
Yeah. Zane appears to be going through some EG2 algorithms.
Yeah. Simon Kellum with a 266 on his third solve, so that's counting for him.
Not a bad start for Simon.
Not bad at all. I think this looks like a 5 layer on white or something. He's looking at yellow, I'd assume.
12.
His hands are shaking.
Ugh.
Zane, 229.
Very
all right.
rough turning to 229.
Loses to Carter on that one, I believe.
Carter
Ties Carter, yeah.
Wow.
At least I think.
Luke on his fourth solve. This scramble looks a little bit better.
Let's see what we got here.
It's a
Luke with a
252.
252. He's not happy with that.
Yeah, I don't know. Just the cases. I think it was an easy 1 look. It looked like, but
yeah,
the cases that he was getting were not.
Yeah, that's pseudo triple sledge, right?
Yep.
All right, and now we've got our first finisher, Dylan Cawson, with a 447 average.
Dylan Cawson was in Scube finals?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he barely made it. I mean, a 394 average made Scube finals,
Yes.
which is pretty crazy that was top 20. Who are we clapping for? Is that
could be
Dom or DC with 223? Dude, we're on podium watch for him.
Yeah.
Simon Kellum is counting a
Also
2.4 and a
on
2.6.
Podium watch.
Stanley is counting a 3.6.
Braden Roten, what does Braden Roten have?
Carter's counting two 229s.
Braden Roten 3 and 2 counting at the moment.
So I think Carter is steadily in the lead right now.
Ooh.
Zane 276.
That
I think
looked really bad, but that was still 276.
so. I think Carter has guaranteed beat Zane. Yeah.
Yes.
Zane's BPA is 299 apparently. I don't know why we have a. Or sorry, that's Luke Van Lenningham. Luke Van Lenningham got a 246, so he got a 299 average. Zane's BPA is 229.
269.
Or 269, sorry. Carter Kukala has, I think, secured the win over Zane.
But what about... Yes, Carter definitely has.
Simon Kellum
2.4 average, it looks like.
could
Simon
also
could
beat
also,
Zane.
yeah. Simon could win it as well.
Yeah. Dom or DC also still
Also
two solves left.
Potentially could win.
Who are you having for? I feel like that must be for Carter. How's Chris G doing? Ooh, Chris could get a nice sub-3 average in skewed finals.
Simon Kellum 236 average.
So he is guaranteed
ties
beat
his best
Zane.
solve, gets best possible average.
He's guaranteed beat Zane and puts himself solidly in first place.
At the moment, yes.
Although we have to see what Carter's... I believe...
Carter... Oh, Simon beats Carter by 0.02.
Oh, what? Oh, no.
This could mean that Simon Kellum...
8 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Dominic Radici is probably the only person who could maybe...
Zane 182
win
on the
over,
last one, yeah.
Win over Simon at the moment. So Zane goes in
269
third
average,
place.
yeah.
269.
Yeah,
with
Michael Nielsen.
While nursing an injury.
Okay, Dom Radici.
Dom likely
I think
can't
Simon's,
win,
I
cannot
think
win.
Simon's
So Simon,
won it.
Simon has won.
Simon Kellum is your 2023 Scube National Champion. Carter Kukala.
And now it's
most
just
likely
now
in
it's just a
second.
race for third place between looks like Dom Radici and Zane Kanani.
And Zane Kanani, yeah.
Dom
Let's
has
see
one
what
more solve.
Stanley has got. Stanley could also
potentially. No, I don't think so.
Oh no,
That,
you're right.
Yeah,
you're
best
right.
possible average is not sub 269. Ash Black in fourth place right now, 296 average.
Lots of sub
Washington
today.
Cuber, shout out.
I do also hope Zane's finger gets better. That's very tough to see. You hate to see that. But yes, right now we've got Simon Kellum in first, Carter Kukala in second.
And we're just waiting on results for Dom Radici, basically. Christopher Chi, best possible average is not.
Cam Miller.
Cam Miller also could not.
Unless he gets like 2 like low ones.
So I don't know if Dom is gone yet, and we're just waiting on data entry, or if potentially he understands the pressure that he's in and is taking some time.
Chat, I believe Zane cut his finger on one of the chairs here.
Dom Radici, fourth
place by 0.03. He gets his worst possible average. Oh no!
Unfortunate.
Christopher Chi getting a 7 on the last solve.
Chris and I were in we were in Worlds Finals for Scube in 2019. Both of us kind of fluked an average in semis to make it, and then got like 5 averages each.
I don't think either of you fluked. I think Chris averages somewhere around like 2 or 3.
Okay, well we both felt like we fluked into it.
All right, and that is the Scube final.
Simon Kellum.
Simon Kellum is your national champion.
I don't know that Simon has ever podiumed at a large competition before.
He podiumed. No, I'm pretty sure he.
Was he?
He podiumed at Nats 19 in Pira.
Okay. Well,
but John Gaynor won.
I don't know that he's ever won. So congratulations to Simon.
Congratulations to Simon.
First time ever.
National champion. Carter in second and Zane in third. All right.
These are the top 4. These 3 do all appear in the top 4 in the world for Scube average.
Yes.
Simon is 4th in the world. Carter is 1st, and Zane is in 2nd for the world rankings. So these are the 3 names that you would expect to see on the podium for nationals.
Yes, exactly. All right. With that, I think it's my time to head out.
It's my time as well.
All right. It was a pleasure. I'll see you guys for 3 blind finals. Enjoy the following events.
4x4 is such an interesting event because of how much a solver's time can vary despite aspects of the solve that are out of the control of a cuber. A top 4x4 solver's time can range by 2 to 3 seconds from abnormalities that occur in the solve. And because of these abnormalities, the current 4x4 world record of 16.79 seconds that Max Park set a year ago could actually be faster. The basic idea of solving a 4x4 is that the cuber solves the 4x4 into a 3x3, and then solves the 4x4 like a 3x3. Since a 4x4 has no fixed center, a cuber can possibly solve the 4x4 in a way that isn't where the centers usually belong. Half of the time, due to mathematical reasons, it cancels out, and the 4x4 can be solved like a normal 3x3. But the other half of the time, something occurs called parity. When a competitor reaches the final steps of their solve, that's when parity can occur. When solving the last layer of phase, a solver can run into OLL parity. And when a solver reaches the final algorithm, they can run into PLL parity. If you look at Max Park's world record, he actually reaches a point in his last algorithm where he runs into PLL parity. This adds a half of a second to a second of his already super fast 4x4 solve. So despite the parity that occurred, Max Park was able to set a world record. Currently, he still holds atop first in the world for both single and average of 4x4. But it does make you wonder, how fast of a solve could Max Park have done if he didn't have parity?
Hello.
Hello. We are
Hello.
back with the 4x4 finals. I am Nick Silvestri, joined
And
by
I'm Dana Yee. Hello, everyone on stream. We have over 1,000 people watching, which is amazing, and I'm sure the number will go up as we start progressing through the final events. On the blue stage on camera, we have Max Park, who recently got a 5x5 world record single. And on red stage, we have Sunhook Nam, who's also very fast at big cubes, both contenders for winning. And in the third and fourth seeds, slightly off camera, we have Patrick Ponce and Maddie Hirobo Onaba. In fifth, we also have Ari Randers Pearson, who uses parity avoidance. Everyone, I think in the top 8 maybe, could podium from the previous round. A lot of 26 averages, 25 averages. I think the favorite to win here is Max. The previous round, he was first by almost 3 seconds, which for 4x4 is a very, very large margin. But beyond that, I think the second and third places are up for grabs. So Max here with his first solve. The above camera angle is really great for this. And you'll notice that Max, when he solves, he always has a towel and hand warmers. So I'm guessing his hands are probably a little cold and clammy when he gets nervous, which we have seen sort of uncharacteristically throughout this competition. He is, oh my goodness.
This is incredibly fast.
This is with parity. Oh my goodness, double parity.
Double parity, 20.09 off to a flaming start.
Absolutely incredible. Nam with a respectable 23.37. That was, oh my goodness. This is the end of Nam's solve, which we were not able to catch because he and Max were solving at the same time.
Max has been absolutely on fire, of course, coming off of that 5x5 world record single. The first ever sub 33.
That's absolutely insane. That, as a 4x4 average, would have made round 2.
That is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
The current world record average for 4x4 is a 19.38. Max actually has the top 19 4x4 world record, or excuse me, the top 19 4x4 average results ever.
There you go.
Number 20 is held by Sebastian Weyer of Germany.
Also, interestingly enough, Max does not double flick his U2s in parity. So
that muscle memory is very old and very hard to overcome.
Yes. Yeah, definitely without that double parity, would have been maybe a world record. Okay, Max's second solve. So he's probably a little bit more relaxed. Actually, no. This is the final. You cannot be too relaxed. Let's see how this second solve goes. Let's see if we can hear his cue, actually.
Whenever you're ready.
He's not shaking for this at all, which is different from 3x3 semis from earlier. He was a little bit nervous because he had some bad solves in there. But I think Max is maybe more comfortable with big cubes because, especially for like 6 and 7, he's so ahead of everybody else that he's not too nervous.
8 seconds.
This one looks not as good as the last one. However, only PLO parity this time with a G-perm 22.26. We've got Nam on the red stage, who solves Yao on red-orange. Interesting. Or he's color neutral. I'm honestly not sure. Nam's turning is so smooth. Ooh. Okay, 21.37 from Nam. Very nice. So
staying very competitive so far.
Yeah. Given the means, both of them could win. And of course, 4x4 is not high variance like 2x2 and Pyraminx is, but 4x4 has the wild card of parity. So unless you are Ari's Renders Pearson, that could throw a loop in your solve. So here is Max's previous 22.26, I think, yeah. Very good execution on that G-perm. Sometimes I get locked up with the delayers on big cubes, but that was very smooth.
Max finished the previous round with a 21.82 average.
Which
we were
again,
only 2 solves in, but it looks like we're on pace to perhaps beat that by a little bit. We know Max is capable of up to averages up to 2 seconds faster so far.
Yeah. I'm still amazed that the first solve was double parity. 20.09? That's ridiculous.
Max has been getting absolutely crushed by parity in some of these solves.
So he has 3 out of 4 parities so far. Looks to the side.
Whenever you're ready.
It's just, his turning is so smooth and accurate and fast.
Very few pauses looking for those pieces either.
Yeah.
8 seconds.
All right, on 3x3 stage, parity again.
But
interesting,
no
a little risky with the M finish. So he has 4 out of 6 parities right now. Not the best luck, not the worst, of course. I'm curious to see how some of the other people are doing. Of course, we can only have 2 people on stream. We only have 2 cameras set up. Patrick is off stream, Maddie's off stream, Ari's Renders Pearson is off stream, and Nam just got a 24-24. So Max
is slowly
and Nam
pulling away
are,
with this mean.
Yeah, about a second difference, but of course with 2 solves left, this could go either way. We could also be having someone off camera who's doing very well.
there's about a 1 in 4 chance, I think, that if one of them gets no parity and the other one gets all parity, we could see these averages flip around.
Exactly.
Parity is, of course, a difference between 4x4 and 3x3. Because 4x4 has even layers, it is possible to reduce the 4x4 cube down to an impossible 3x3 state. And it requires some, in the case of OLL, long and very annoying algorithms in order to fix.
Yeah.
However, it is about a 50-50 coin flip, whether you get one type of parity, and there's up to 2 parities on a 4x4, so a 1 in 4 chance that you get both or none, which can make or break your solve.
Unless you're Ari, then it's 0.
This is true.
Yeah. M moves aren't necessarily risky, but for the bigger the cube, the riskier they get. Chances are you might only turn one of the 2 layers you're trying to turn. Again, for someone in Max's position, he probably has very high accuracy with it, so he's not too worried. But that is something I personally worry about. All right, here we have Nam on his 4th solve. He's neck and neck with Max. I don't know if he knows that. You shouldn't really be looking around all the solving stations when you're solving. But he probably knows that Max is doing decently, or can expect that, so he knows that he needs to do well for these last 2 solves. Let's see how his parity luck is.
Not good so far.
So I think every time I speak, something bad happens. That's not going to be a good solve for Nam there.
We had double parity there.
2602.
That is the unluckiest you can get.
And let's see how Max is doing. He currently has 4 out of 6 parities. Max is Yao color neutral?
Yes, I believe so.
I
We've
did not
seen
know that.
both white, yellow, and blue-green so far.
Okay, this OLL parity, PLL parity. However, based on Nam's 26, Max is safely pulling ahead. Again, we don't know how some of the other people off-stream are doing.
It does seem like between Max and Sung, both of their 4th solves are in, so we can know the range of possible final results for this average already.
So regardless of how Nam does on the last solve, unfortunately he cannot beat Max, but he is most likely in podium contention. We will see shortly how Patrick and Ari and Maddie are doing off camera.
So if you are unfamiliar with WCA competitions, each competitor has 5 solves. The fastest and slowest ones are thrown out to account for maybe getting lucky here, getting unlucky, or making a mistake there. Those middle 3 are average, and that is your final average, which determines the podium placements. Because we have 4 solves done, we can already make some predictions about what the best and worst possible averages are. You can see there, Max's worst possible average, regardless of the 5th solve, will be a 22.59, while Seunghak Nam's best possible average is a 22.99. So Max is guaranteed to at least place higher than Seunghak Nam in the final.
However, perhaps Nam knows this, and he wants to be on podium. And there are, of course, some world-class 4x4 solvers here. You just saw Maddie walk in the background. Patrick is off camera, and Ari is maybe solving. I'm not too sure. Let's check out Nam's last solve.
We saw Nam do red, orange last time, now apparently doing white, yellow, so
Also
clearly
yellow
color neutral.
No parodies, but ending with a 23. So the average is going to be somewhere between his best and worst, 23.55. So not enough to beat Max, but could be in podium contention.
Done with centers at about 9 seconds. Moving on to pairing those edges and reducing to a 3x3. That was so fast.
Oh, with just PLL parity, he ends with a 2071.
Had there not been PLL parity, I believe we would have seen a sub-20 solve there.
So that's going to be close to his best possible average. So Max pulls ahead with a 2160 average. I'm going to guess that is safely first place. But again, I have not seen the other people who have been solving off camera. Results are very quickly being entered by our wonderful data team. So hopefully we'll be able to see that shortly.
You can view the results for yourself at live.worldcubeassociation.org. Currently, Max is in the lead with a 21.6. In second place, Seung-Hyuk Nam with a 23.55, and so far in third, Christopher Sun with a 26.48. However, there are still a few results to go in, so it's possible that we'll see a little bit of shuffling around. But looking at the current best solves from everybody who is unentered, nobody has a single even faster than Max Park. So I do believe at this point it is safe to call Max Park as the 2023 CubingUSA National 4x4 champion.
Yeah, lots of words, lots of words. Someone in chat says, does he not do red or orange? I think that's Rabiel. I did hear some people talking about it. I think Max is he is color neutral, but he is primarily white, yellow, green, blue, which is interesting. He doesn't not do red, orange, but I think he tends toward the other colors. We've got our full seats now. I had mentioned previously when I was on earlier, you had only sort of seen the middle sections filled up because people wanted to watch people on stream. But now that we are in finals, everybody on stage is basically world class at the event. So people want to watch everybody. And we don't want people standing in the aisles, so a lot of people are standing in the back, lots of people are sitting. You'll see, I assume, more people piling in as we get closer and closer to 3x3 finals. So in terms of what we have next is going to be 2x2 finals, OH finals, blind finals, and then the ultimate 3x3 finals.
And it does look like the final results have been entered. It is in third place, Patrick Ponce with a 24.71 average. In second place, Seung-Hyuk Nam with a 23.55. And finally, Max Park with a 21.60.
The fact that he won by almost 2 seconds in an event that is 20 seconds long is absolutely incredible. Here we have the live results. As previously mentioned, I'll go backwards. Max winning by almost 2 seconds. Some really incredible solves, a 20.09 second solve with double parity. And Seung-Hyuk Nam we also saw on the red stage with a 23.55. And I'm very happy for Patrick to pull into third with a 24.71. Unfortunately, that kicks off Maddie Hirobonaba from the podium. And Aries Rondres Pearson, who does Ola Parity Avoidance, also was unfortunately not able to make the podium. But at this level, there's so many cubers that are so fast that podium is up for grabs, and there are too many people to fit on the podium that are
Yes, I would not have been surprised if I
podium.
saw anybody else from the top 16 up in that third spot there.
Exactly.
Depending on how the parities happened and how the stars align, it was possible for anyone to slip in.
Exactly.
So congratulations to Patrick, Nam, and Max.
And we will be switching to 2x2 finals shortly, and we'll see everybody in a second.
2x2 is the fastest event in all of cubing. The world record clocks in at 0.47 seconds by a man named Guanbo Wang. However, unanimously in cubing, one man is considered the fastest of them all at the event of 2x2, and his name is Zain Kanani. Zain Kanani has over 100 sub-1 second official 2x2 solves. He also holds the current 2x2 world record average of 1.01 seconds. How is he able to do this? In 2x2, there is a method called one-looking. A competitor will look at a cube in inspection and are able to plan their first couple of moves into the solve in order to build a face. However, when top solvers do this, they're able to see what the last layer case will be. If they are able to predict the first couple of moves into inspection and the last layer case that coincides with that first layer, they are able to do the whole solve without pausing. Zain Kanani is able to do this 3 times in one solve and pick which solution is the fastest for execution. A reminder, there's only 15 seconds that happen in inspection, and most 2x2 solutions have at least 8 moves. So in order to get a sub-1 second average of 5, you need to have both incredible skill and some luck. And that Venn diagram almost happened on June 14th, 2023. He needed only a 1.24 or lower to achieve a sub-1 average when tragedy struck. With one turn off causing a +2 second penalty, Zain Kanani is still chasing a sub-1 second 2x2 average as he leads the pack into 2023 US Nationals.
right, everybody. Welcome back to CubingUSA Nationals 2023 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I am Michael Chai.
And I am Nick Silvestri.
And we are just going to go right into it with 2x2. Of course, as you're watching the stream, providing the competitor introductions. And we got some competitors up on the stream today. It's going to be Kerry Creech on the second seed and Luke Garrett in the first seed with a 158 second average of 5.
We have a really interesting setup here. I think the favorite to win is Zane Kanani, who finished 3rd place in the previous round. Oh, a very strong start.
Kerry with a 129, stone cold expression there. Now, you did explain that Zane Kanani did not show up on the top 2 seeds. That is due partially, he had sustained a minor injury on his finger.
Just pinched his hand on one of the chairs and was unfortunately bleeding, so has a bandage on one of the fingers, but still managed to get 3rd place in the 3rd round.
Yeah, that might be just enough to cause an issue here for 2x2 finals. And let's see what Luke gets here on this scramble as well.
1.2, 2 very quick solves right out of the gate.
Yeah, this is a hot start for Luke and Kerry.
In the previous round, all 3 of the top seeds were within 0.04 seconds of each other.
Yeah.
Typically, Zane is the favorite. He has the 18 fastest averages on record.
Oh my goodness, Kerry almost able to one-look it and getting a 340. It's not going to get it done here.
So a little bit of background information. 2x2 is a very short event, as you are seeing, and it is very likely that most of these top solvers are planning out the entire solution in their head before they begin executing it. And oftentimes, more than one solution, and figuring out which solution is the fastest for them to execute.
Yeah, correct.
So it looked like in that case, the look ahead, unfortunately, or the planning that is specifically, was not accurate, and the wrong algorithm was executed, and the cube did not end up solved like intended.
Yeah, and this is actually our first time seeing Luke in the finals for this afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. And hopefully we'll see what he sees in this next solve too. From what it looks like, based off of Kerry's solve as well, did not seem to be super complicated. I see a white bar there, and then he might be honing in on that actually. Oh yes. Was he going for CLL?
I couldn't quite tell.
Yeah, it looked like a CLL, but I don't exactly know what was going through his head there. That's unfortunate.
Perhaps looks like another missed prediction of exactly that solve. We saw that from Kerry in the previous solve.
Oh. You know, that wasn't actually that bad of a solve, to be honest, from Kerry. 247. I mean, a little bit locky, but, I mean, all these competitors here, they have an entire crowd watching them, and I don't expect the most fast results for anyone.
I'm very curious how Zane is doing right now. Zane has very good consistency at these high speeds in a way that many other competitors have not managed to pull off in 2x2.
Zane actually starting off with a 0.79, which if you were able to hear the crowd reaction, probably in relation to another continuation, and then his second solve was a 145. So if you guys are trying to keep track live of Zane, you can check it on WCA Live. Just search CubingUSA Nationals 2023. I will say, though, based off the attempted solutions from Kerry and Luke thus far, these seem like a decent set of scrambles. All right, let's see what Luke gets here.
Luke known for incredibly high turning speed.
Oh, shoot.
Missed that very, very last turn.
Is that his back-to-back +2?
I believe that is.
Oh, no.
that will absolutely demolish an average, especially in such a short event like that. +2s are so much more punishing than they are in longer events.
In fact, like these competitors, their whole solve is faster than a +2 by definition.
That is probably Zane on another stage. Unfortunately, we only have cameras prepared to catch the top 2 stations from the previous round.
I think Zane got a .99, and he's on world record pace, technically speaking, but he could go both ways.
So Zane with a 0.79, 0.99, and a 1.45.
If you're unaware, the world record average currently is
1.01.
Correct.
Zane has been on the hunt for that first ever sub-1 average and has had a couple of close calls. Unfortunately, I believe +2ing out of one.
Yeah, and we're already seeing a lot of PRs here. Max Yao with a 0.83 second PR. Michael Nielsen with 0.9 PR. This is getting insane. Curtis Chai finishing his average with a 193. Andy Denny finishing with a 248. And Kerry going into his final solve. Whoa, Ortega. 268. And Luke is not happy with that one. Oh,
that counting 3.5 really puts a damper on things.
Yeah. This is...
You can tell how disappointed he is.
Best possible average of 205 is more likely than not it's already out of contention. This is unfortunate for Luke. Will Kalin finishing with a 1.83 average.
And we've had many sub-1s so far today, which is remarkable given that so many 2x2 scrambles happen all over the world. 2x2 is one of the most popular events at a competition. So many people breaking PRs here just goes to show how strong these scrambles really are.
And Zane unfortunately knocking himself out of world record pace with his 4th solve being 1.43, but should solidly place himself to win the competition at this point.
Based on the scrambles that we're seeing on screen, it seems likely that Zane has already locked in first podium position.
And it looks like Luke Garrett finishing with a 181, 226 average of 5. And Andrew Mao currently in pole position with 162 average. Brennan Lin with 1.80 second average of 5. Wow. That hurts.
Listen, Zane's best possible average is currently a 1.07. No other competitor other than Zane has ever had a scramble, or excuse me, ever had an average that fast. And Zane has broken it multiple times.
Oh my goodness. Wait a second.
Very clutch with this overhead camera angle we have here.
Wait a second. Oh, this is a great solve, potentially. Ooh, wow.
I believe that's a 1.2. It's very hard to read the display from here.
I'm going to be honest, if you can read that, kudos to you. Wow, 1.28, Nick. 1.28. That is great camera work.
So Zane finishing with a 1.23 average and a 0.79 single, both the fastest average, winning 2x2 at U.S. National Championship 2023 and claiming the title of the national champion.
Yeah, congratulations to Zane Kanani. And we still, of course, have a few more results to input there, so it's a little preemptive.
Unfortunately, it seems like WCA Live has gone down, so we may be a little bit delayed finding out exactly what the results are so far.
Yeah, and just so you know, coming up next, we will be having some 3x3 one-handed, and then 3x3 blindfolded, and then finally, we will be capping off U.S. Nationals with 3x3 head-to-head top 16. This has been an amazing time. All right, and thank you.
One-handed, often shortened to OH, is a fast event which, as you can assume, is very similar to 3x3. Even though for the most part you would think 3x3 and 3x3 one-handed solving would be nearly identical, there are some nuanced differences in the solving methods. For many people, they use their left hand to solve the cube. This is because many cubers learn algorithms right-hand dominated when doing normal two-handed solving. So when a cuber transitions to one-handed solving, the way a solver can hold a cube while performing algorithms is typically more ergonomic when solving with the left hand. Some cubers also end up learning different algorithms that have faster execution for one-handed solving that are different from two-handed solving. US Nationals has a strong bunch of solvers. Patrick Ponce and Max Park both lead the way with sub-9 averages. Patrick Ponce currently holds the world record average, while Max Park currently holds the world record single. While just behind those two solvers, there is Luke Garrett, Brian Johnson, and Eli Parker, with mid to low 9 averages. Although Brian Johnson has only gotten one 10 average in his last 10 competitions, the other 4 solvers have all been getting around the high 9s to low 10 range, making this event one of the closer toss-ups in US Nationals. Because their past competition times are all ranging somewhere close, and also because the variance that competition nerves can produce, there's almost no way someone can predict who will win US Nationals for one-handed with absolute certainty.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is once again your favorite casters, Michael Chai.
And Nick Silvestri. Hello, hello.
And we will be casting 3x3 one-handed finals for everyone here today.
Let's just talk about 3x3 one-handed before we get going. We have had some incredible results so far at this competition. I believe in the first round, we started off with a potential world record average from Zhuheng Sun.
Yeah. That's absolutely crazy. In fact, if we go double check, in his first round, he actually started with a 933 and a 788. The problem is that he actually did a DNF on his third solve, and his fourth solve was a 782. And, of course, wrapping with a 1301. So that last solve really could have mattered there.
But just in the previous round, in the semifinals, Patrick Ponce tied his own world record, getting another 8.65.
That is absolutely crazy.
Luke Garrett landed in second place, too, with a 9.17 in a personal record for him.
Yeah.
So Luke is on point. And then Max Park in the third seed position with a 9.65. So our top 3 here are all sub-10 in the previous round.
Yeah. And currently, we will go ahead and allow the announcers to announce all of the competitors. And they have just finished cube collection. We'll be right back. And as we hear our top seed, our pole position top player, Patrick Ponce, as announced by Kian Berry, chair of Cubing USA. Thank you.
We've done a little bit of configuration with our camera work today. We only have cameras set up to catch the first two stations. However, we have adjusted our overhead camera because we know that Max Park obviously is up here with just as much potential as either of our first two seeds, even though he came in third place in the previous round.
Mm-hmm.
Max Park is the second highest average of all time, just a tenth of a second behind Patrick.
Right. And Patrick getting started here, starting on, I believe, green cross here. Great hole all, but a little bit choppy in his execution.
Ooh.
Oh.
That is an unfortunate start for Patrick. He is in a dangerous position there.
Yikes.
Patrick, of course, has a good attitude about it, but we'll see how that affects him mentally for the rest of his solves.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like that was a rough ZBLL algorithm. ZBLL is a complex algorithm set that allows top cubers to do one fewer algorithms. However, it can be hard to recognize and execute. Was that a ZBLL?
I'm not entirely sure, but
maybe it wasn't. It's hard to tell.
See, the thing is with OH, I definitely feel like it's going to be a lot easier to prevent these sort of E slice, M slice DNFs to occur, just because you have a little bit extra you have a little bit extra time for reaction. So I don't think this is actually going to bother Patrick too much.
Yes, that was not a ZBL, it looks like, in retrospect. I think the rotation was a little confusing. In one-handed, you see often the cube getting rotated a lot more than two-handed, just to give your 5 fingers access to some other layers of the cube. So it can be a little difficult to tell what's going on sometimes.
Yeah. Patrick opting for a blue cross yet again. Oh, wow, this is extremely fast. F12, 3 and 4 are done now with the ZB. Not bad for Patrick. Of course, it will be a counting 976.
It is necessarily counting because of that DNF.
And we're going to get the sky cam for Max Park.
Well, let's clarify a little bit, Chai. It may not necessarily be counting if that 976 is Patrick's best result, but let's certainly hope that that is not the case.
Yeah, I'm just going to assume that doesn't happen for now.
And a quick solve for Max. Unfortunately, it's difficult for us to tell exactly what the time is there.
All right, and Luke. Oh, man. A little bit choppy in his solve in general.
Seems clear that all three of our top competitors are having a touch of the nerves.
Yeah, yeah.
We are not seeing the same performance that we were seeing out of the previous round, where all three were at a sub-10 average.
I don't see anything in particular for the scramble. Some green lined up bars here and there. But going for red cross for Patrick. Does he know the ZB? I think he did a OLL PLL there, but it was hard to tell with the cube cover right in front. All right, not bad so far for Patrick. I guess
Luke Garrett is about to start on the red stage. Luke is coming off of 2+2s right after 2x2 finals that unfortunately knocked him out of podium position.
Yes. Luke has got a lot of moves in his solution right now. 10 flat for him.
A lot of consistency so far. 10s across the board.
And we can provide you with some quick updates for some of the other top players. We got Joe Hung with a 1093, 12 second, and 1011 first three solves. Luke Tixon, who recently secured a sub-10 average in this competition with a 1006, 1026, and a 1037. Actually, these competitors are like on pace.
They are all neck and neck. I don't think a single one of them has secured any kind of podium position yet. No one is pulling away for sure.
Patrick going for as it looks to be. Oh, with a TZBL, he's got to know it. Yeah, 1032. Eli Parker with a 1077, 1170, 10 flat, and 1159.
That is 2 10 flats so far in this round alone.
If you weren't sure who Eli was on the stream, Eli was a competitor that had Gengar. And Luke Garrett is just really struggling in comparison to the previous round here.
We're looking at the live results on live.worldcubeassociation.org. It does seem like Max has 3 sub-10s, a 9.12, 9.19, and 9.60, putting him firmly in the lead so far.
Yeah, looking like Max Park is running away with the competition. Eli getting an 8-second solve, 8:45 actually as updates on WCA Live.
Eli is one of our first competitors with a final average. That is a 10.79.
Keep in mind, now I'm really feeling a caster curse. That 976 really might not count in this average. Let's see how Patrick Ponce does in his final solve of 3x3 OH finals. Opting for yellow cross. Solving the left pairs first and then going to the right pairs as such. Ergonomic. And there we go. Patrick Ponce.
8.19.
Showing the resolve. The best solve on solve 5. And more importantly, the 976 now counting. Wow, that was pretty smooth from Patrick with it.
Took a small data entry error. Luke is on his 5th solve now. That 819 is for Patrick.
Correct, yeah. And Luke Garrett on PLL. Ooh,
Quad nines.
He's got 9s everywhere.
He had one more shot to get a sub 10-second solve of the finals, and he did it with the last one.
Oh, man. A shout out to Luke Garrett here. Luke Garrett finishing with a 10.52 average, it seems. Max Park finishing with a 9.25 average, just like obliterating the rest of the field.
Max
today.
getting an 8.95 on his last solve. Lots of 8s coming out on this final solve. It seems to have been pretty good for most of the competitors.
Correct, and it looks like as we're clearing out some of the rest of the competitors here, this might tentatively be our podium of Matt, Patrick, and Luke Garrett. Our favorite caster, Keaton Ellis, with a 1383, 1305, 1587, 1264, previously telling us he wasn't even sure if he would make 3x3 OH finals.
And yet he did.
And
Keaton
yet
is
he did.
full of surprises.
So, Nick, as 3x3 OH finals wraps up, this also means that for most of our core staff members, we are running towards the end of the competition, and that includes ourselves.
Yes.
We've had a wonderful time doing some casting for US Nationals, of course, brought to you by CubingUSA and Happy Feet Productions.
With 3x3 finals signing off, we will have a couple more casters coming in for 3x3 blindfolded, and then, of course, we will be finishing up with the 3x3 head-to-head finals. But as far as me and Chai are concerned, I believe this is our cue. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the competition.
Enjoy. Thank you.
Blindfold solving times have vastly dropped since COVID. What used to be Jack Kai's world record of 16.22 seconds has now dropped to Tommy Cherry's 12.78 seconds. Even in last US Nationals, in the final rounds, Max Hilliard got a 15.5 world record single.
He's not pausing at all.
Oh my
That is
god!
absolutely
absurd. A 15.50 world record single.
Blind solving in the competitive sense is a two-part situation. The solver's inspection of the cube counts towards their overall time. This is the memorizing phase, often shortened to memo. Then, when the competitor is done inspecting, they put their blindfold on and begin the execution phase of the solve. During the execution phase, the judge puts a blocker in between the solver and the cube to prevent any cheating. Then, when the solver thinks they are done solving, they finish the solve and stop the timer to see if they have completed the solve or not. Recently, current world record holder Tommy Cherry had a solve in which he finished his memo phase at 5 seconds, meaning that a fast execution could be a world record. Turn misalignment induced a 2-second penalty added to the end of his time, causing the solve time to not be world record, and he also missed out of a world record mean of 3 solves. As we head into US Nationals, it is clear that as long as Tommy Cherry finishes his blind solves, he'll almost certainly win 3x3 blindfolded. But it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities that he breaks a world record along the way.
My guy was not feeling well, so I'm gonna do it this side, you know, so it looks good. Oh no, for the stream I'll do this. Yeah. I'm gonna do it this way. Why? Oh, because it doesn't matter. I'm watching cameras over there. True, smart man. I did 4-1 this morning. Oh, you there? Yeah. You competed? Judged for 4 points. I see. Got Noah swore.
I know.
And what did he get?
You got a mean. It was like
southeast together.
Mean.
You know?
High ones.
You can get mad at me.
I have a high 1 mean too. 3 blind.
No,
Just the one order of magnitude
they
off.
chose meetings that like, so they're like, so you went to dinner with Shopper last night, right? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, okay, so he's not, doesn't like, so he likes you? Maybe. Okay, you're the judge of the like, if you breathe on him, he wants to ask for any more. Okay.
You judge Stanley Chapel?
Yeah, he's notorious for being like,
Yeah. There's a mic on me. This actually was pretty, when I was listening to myself yesterday, on the stream, yeah. Yep. They amplified the voice, that's why. From since yesterday. It's all good. Well, now you know. I don't want to be the person doing that though. I was told not to keep puzzles on a final stage, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah, like just for the visuals. I guess 4 blind is not that important. First, like as 3 by 3 or 3 blind, right?
I don't want you to tell me somebody plays something that Boston.
Talk to Sarah. She got Scube as an official event, right?
Yeah.
And she was on the Regs committee, so maybe your first step should be to go on the Regs committee.
I'm not a fan. I just want to do it. It's not the U.S. It's like all California ones.
I see. I heard.
So the hardware's.
You're good.
It's very bad. Yeah, I tried to do it. Can I have some? Good luck, man. Good luck. No, he just did that and then that's it. But if he's leaning into it, there's a limit, right? I mean, there's only so much you can do. That's crazy.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're here with 3x3 Blindfolded Finals. I'm Chris Shanathwani, here with Brandon Lin.
Hello, everyone. We are getting started with 3x3 Finals. Looks like we have Tommy Cherry as the first seed on the blue stage, and Noah Sword, second seed on the red stage.
Currently jamming out to some music. Noah has a history with bad competition nerves. Let's see if he can turn that around here. He got a 15.1 PR single in 3-blind round 2. However, he said it could have been a lot better. And I watched the solve, and he was in fact right. Tommy Cherry, the world record holder for both mean and single by a fair margin.
Tommy Cherry almost broke world record mean last round, except the last solve was a DNF by 3 corners, unfortunately.
Will we see a world record from Tommy here? And if so, will we be able to keep the room under control? Oh, Noah's already on his first solve. Oh, he's so nervous. But this looks like it's going to be a success for Noah. 1997 for Noah. He's not happy with that, the nerves. However, it's a very solid start for him. And especially with competition nerves, Noah could very well put himself into podium contention already.
Look at some of the results. Graham Siggins with a 21.62. I know he didn't have the best performance in second round with a 29 single, so glad to see that he got that 21 single. Tommy Cherry starting up his first solve.
I don't see any solve pieces here.
Yeah.
Oh, Tommy on corners. And 1471.
Nice.
That will put him very solidly in first place.
Looked like a 9-alg, I think a 9-alg scramble. So 1472 is actually pretty decent for, I would imagine pretty decent. I think that definitely a good chance of getting first place there.
We've got Tommy in first with 1471, Liam Chen in second with 1918, and Noah Swore in third with 1997 after the first attempt. What just happened? Someone's getting an extra for that.
Yep. There was a kind of a large crash that just happened.
Very loud thud. And yes, someone in chat is saying Tommy can now go all out for WR. As he has all but secured the win. That solve being sub everyone else's PR except for his.
Noah going on memorization now.
All right.
I can't give you
on to execution.
Memo was about 7 seconds. This is not an official
This is not an official solve from Tommy. All right, Noah.
Oh no!
DNFing.
DNFing that second solve.
His edges weren't solved anyway.
Yeah, it looked like he must have forgotten his memo. So unfortunate for him. Looking at other ones, Stanley Chappell has a DNF on his first solve.
And Noah has one more chance to cement himself in the podium. I think a 1997 is really cutting it close, especially with Stanley Chappell. I think Stanley is probably the only person who can realistically beat Noah.
No, for sure.
But yeah, Noah needs to. I think if Noah can pull out, or Will Cern as well.
I know Graham is also. Oh, there.
Stanley Chappell with a 1986 on his second solve.
I know Graham can also definitely pull out sub 20s if needed, but it's also dependent on the scramble.
Yes. Yep. So now we've got Tommy, Liam, Stanley, and Noah.
Tommy prepping with fiddling with the camera stand. About to start his second solve.
Practicing his nod dawn.
.5 memo.
Could we see a world record mean here from Tommy Cherry? The TPS going crazy. Oh
this
man.
This solve looks too slow.
1743. It looked like a tough scramble.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no. Noah.
And that's gonna put Noah in at best fourth place. He's gonna be so upset.
No. Oh man.
I feel for the guy missing out on the podium by 0.11. Depending on if anyone else gets anything better.
So Tommy at this point looks very unrealistic that he'll get world record mean, but he can still go for single world record single.
He can.
So not out of the question. Just depends on what this last scramble is going to look like. What time does Tommy need for world record average?
Like an 11.
he'll need something really impressive for this last one.
12:02 for WR mean is what we're seeing in chat.
Yep. Remember the world record single is 12.78. So Stanley
Stanley
Chapel with a 16.
16.1. Wow.
Stanley kicking Liam out of second place. Yeah, Graham just put it at 1996, but again, that's not enough to put him in the podium spot, but does kick Noah down to 5th place as well.
Will Cern getting a 21.4.
Stanley looks like Stanley's done with his solves.
Stanley cementing himself in second place. He'll be very happy with that.
So it really just comes down to this last solve by Tommy. I mean, this is not going to change the standings, but if he can pull something off really good here. Oh, 5-second memo.
It's pretty average for him.
He's on the corners. Oh, so close.
13.23 for Tommy Cherry.
That would have been so close.
That's going to be a low 15 mean, right?
Yep. 14, 17, 13. Yep, low 15. About, I think, high 14,
High 14,
actually.
yeah.
Low 15, high 14.
15.12.
So close for Tommy. Tommy's had 2 close calls this competition.
Tommy Cherry, your 3x3 blindfolded national champion. Did we really expect anything less?
No, I don't think I'm surprised at all. But
Tommy taking a picture with his scorecard.
Definitely huge win for Tommy. Tommy with his, I believe that's GTS
3.
GTS 3, yep.
With the ridges.
Yeah, Tommy Cherry's your 3x national champion. Stanley coming in second with a 16-15 single.
And Liam Chen getting a 16-20. Wow.
16-20. Congrats to Liam.
That's WR podium? I'd want to say that it is. A 13 and 2 16s is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Tommy's final solve.
I want to say there's been a faster podium. Yeah.
Where?
Yep, Elliot pointing out we have world record podium without Westerns.
Yo,
yeah.
my fault.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark Boyanowski getting a 23.83 PR.
Who's first right now? Tommy Cherry, just 1 3 blind. Tommy Cherry is your 3 blind national champion 2023. And I believe we are just wrapping up this round.
And coming up next, we've got the 3x3 final, which will be commentated by Keaton Ellis and Aiden Bartlett. So this is Brennan and I's last time on the stream.
Yeah, it's been really good streaming with you guys, and I had a really amazing fun time commentating.
Yeah, me too. No, it's been a real pleasure. Huge thanks to everyone for having us on. I've enjoyed every second of it, and thank you all in chat for being so nice.
Yeah.
It's been really great interacting with you all. It's been a really special 4 days, huh?
Yeah, it's been extremely fun these past 4 days. I don't go to many nationals, but this nationals was very memorable for me.
No, it was great.
Yep.
All right. Well, I think that'll do it. Yeah, thank you guys so much for watching us, and get ready for the 3x3 final.
Yep. See you guys in a bit.
US Nationals is about to be the scene for one of the greatest showdowns in cubing history. 3x3 will include Max Park, Luke Garrett, Matty Hiroto Inaba, Patrick Ponce, and many more giants in the competitive cubing scene. And 1 week before US Nationals, it got a whole lot more interesting. For almost 5 years, the world record was 3.47 seconds by Yusheng Du. That was until the California man, Max Park, broke the record in early June of 2023, with a time of 3.13 seconds. Even though Max Park currently holds the world record, there are many other storylines to unpack. Matty Hiroto Inaba is coming off a win at North American Championships last year, and while competing for the United States in the Nations Relay event, he also got a 3.08 second solve. The Hawaiian has shown his ability to execute on the highest stage and could easily contend for the crown of US National Champion. Patrick Ponce is defending his title from 2019 of US National Champion. The man won Euros last year as an American amongst a very strong European crowd, including world record holder at the time, Timon Koleshinsky. And just a week before US Nationals, Luke Garrett gave us all a reminder why he too could take the title of US National Champion. His 3.44 second solve puts him second in the world and past Yu Shengdu's infamous 3.47 second solve. If people didn't know already who they would predict to win US Nationals, the events that happened in the past couple of months didn't make it any easier.
All tables can be set for, obviously the tables with station 1 on each side, and the last 2 tables on the red side. Okay, we gotta keep them open. We're starting to put awards on there in preparation for our tournament. If staff can help with that, we would love to get that done. If we all just do one, it'll be very good. Thank you. We will be chatting with you all again very shortly. Thank you.
cubing, Tom? No one has a cube?
Is this bright enough in the front? Lucas, is that bright?
Bright?
The display.
It looks bright to me.
I made the fun.
Look at you. So, this puts me ready. Why is... Okay, stop having a face.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
This is your fault. For some reason, face detection is overriding the place I told it. Smile face detection off. Okay, so it's all around there. Naturally.
Hold on. They want me to do 60.
Just do it, just hold it up. Press the movie button. Can you get one?
Well, everyone wants me to do it with the 625.
More magic. That was something, huh?
That was a lot of fun. You make fun of it?
Yeah.
You did. You're going to be on stage. I know. So, congrats. Thank you.
Well, stop having a smile or face.
What are you trying to do?
Just he's calibrating for me.
The crowd wanted me to do it. And also calibrating with Lucas.
Okay, well, this is your fault for having a face.
It's actually my parents' fault. Abdullah, can you pass me the blue tape, a blue tablecloth? 625. I got 623 and 626. We'll see what Tim says. I have to think about it. So that looks good. I don't know if it's on the stream or not. But or counts? Yes, we named it after. Yeah. It's our first national champion. Yeah. We only have two, but we want to separate them now. Nah, it's I mean, trying to get the stream, but that's not going to happen. No, it's not going to happen. It would be weird. Is it okay if it's blue? You just use the black.
back there, Greg? Best of luck. Best of luck. I'll introduce some of the people that are involved with judging and scrambling in a second. My name is Team Barry. I'm the chair of CubingUSA, and we are a nonprofit organization that runs nationals, that's your North American Championships, tries to support local competitions in your area.
If you want to know any more about our supported competition policy or anything else, educational outreach, please visit our website, CubingUSA.org. If you want to donate to Cubing USA, it is an entirely volunteer-run organization. 100% of the funds that we have goes right back into the Cubing community. There is a lot of work that is done by Cubing USA, and none of it is compensated. All of it is tax deductible. So if you would like to do so, we're right there. I'm not going to repeat. Okay, so that is our little spiel. We're going to get started in a couple of minutes. I'll introduce the people that are directly involved with the running of the finals, which will just be our work.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
My name is Keaton Ellis. I'm joined right now with my co-caster. We've got Aiden Bartlett here.
Aiden Bartlett.
How y'all doing? We are going to be moving into 3x3 finals very shortly. Aiden and I will be taking you the entire way here. We've got a very exciting final for you today. 16 of the fastest solvers in the U.S. and from beyond. We've got, coming up first, we're going to be having Ray Bai and Michael Nielsen. Ray actually clutching a PR average in order to make it into the finals with a 6.99 average, his first sub-7. Michael Nielsen, of course, Pyramix national champion. You've just seen him on earlier. And then we'll be going down the list. We've got a huge amount of solvers for you today. And we have staff reporting to their final stations for the day, the last event of our day. We're going to be getting started in just a couple of minutes here. We're supposed to be scheduled to start at 4:15 p.m. We're going to be getting introductions here for our judges and the rest of the staff members in just a second. From Kean Barry, chairman of CubingUSA, who is the MC for today's competition and has been all weekend. And then after that, we will get straight into finals.
Sounds like we're getting our first competitors.
These are the judges he's telling to move up.
Our judges, okay.
So once he does the introduction, we will continue on with some commentary. We've got for you here today, every single one of these solvers, in order to make it into the final round, needed a
sub-7 average.
Sub-7 average. So sub-7, which previously got you a white jacket, now gets you into Nationals finals for your average.
I need a stopwatch.
Oh, we have a judge that needs a stopwatch. Let's listen in a little bit on them.
That's Matthew Dickman. I recognize that voice anywhere.
from the West Coast, has been in the Pacific Northwest, has been in SoCal.
Wait, does that one beep?
So introducing Walker Welch right now. Introducing Walker and James as our scramblers. Great recognition for all of our staff members here today that are being a part of this final. We have scramblers, runners, judges as usual, and we have our local Pittsburgh delegate, Stephen Griggs, here.
The only local delegate.
The only local delegate to the Pittsburgh area here on the red stage. He's going to be judging for the even seeds. The way that these finals work is that we're going to have a... Oh, here he comes. Ray, of course, being introduced, is from Texas, has just moved there from the Northern Virginia area, who had been there for quite a long time. He specializes in quite a few events, 3x3, 4x4, 5x5, mega mix, and one-handed.
Congrats. Thank you.
And here is Michael Nielsen from the Virginia area that is just outside of Pennsylvania where we are. Michael just won Pier Mix in a nail-biting final, clutched out the final solve with everybody in the room watching him. Gets a 1.7 to win with a 1.9 average.
Michael also repping what looks to be a pair of aviator glasses and a bomber jacket, so he's really going for that Top Gun kind of style.
When he is not. When Michael's not competing in one of his main events, he tends to be a bit more of a character on stream. Yesterday, 2 days ago, actually, we had him on Square One stream, and he was faking some CSP tracing. Ended up with parity.
Oh. That outfit has to have been prepared ahead of time.
Oh, it definitely was. He just started with Ray Bai on his first solve.
Seconds.
Ray with a Biggs, B-I-G-S as his time. Unfortunate F-perm from the front.
Michael will get started here. Tends to use a lot of his allotted 1 minute to warm up.
Has been repping the Virginia Tech jacket this entire weekend. Now going for a Baltimore County leather jacket.
Technically, it shouldn't hurt since you went first, but we want to avoid anything we can.
8 seconds.
Michael's still looking around.
12.
Dot K's. Oh, avoided it.
So,
good? That's good. That's good.
Barely good. 742. The fastest solve we've seen so far. That is of 2 solves, though.
Oh, it's very, very close. Right now, I'm looking at white.
8 seconds.
Ooh. Locks up on that apron. And the 772. Pretty choppy throughout the entire solve. This is, I believe, Ray's first national championships.
Oh yes, it's the first. It's the first nationals finals for both of them.
Yes.
Michael, of course, generally developing as a speed cuber sort of after around 2019 and after that point. So really hasn't had the opportunity to. Ray, of course, being capable of getting into a nationals for quite a few years now, but never getting that PR average in semis to be able to get in there until today.
Checking out white as well, looks like.
8 seconds.
Either doing cross on top, no. Starting with white on top, but transitioning down.
A little bit pause heavy here. COL into a U-perm, locks up, gets a 9.4.
Michael enjoying a little bit of the spotlight there, locking up on the R3 U-perm. It was generally supposed to be re-gripless, but
Keaton, was it you that popularized that, Alex? I feel like I remember seeing
you
do it back in the day.
There are two clockwise R3 U-perms. I believe I made a video about that one, and Lucas Eder actually made a video about the angle where the bar's in the back.
12.
Ray getting a dot case. It's going to give him diag.
Yep. 863.
There's not that much that you can do once you get to that point and you realize that you have that case.
Yeah.
You can try for an alternative algorithm, but you're going to have a dot case either way.
Yep.
Michael now with a 7.4 and a 9.4. Already won his main event and has accomplished his goal. From what I understand, this is icing on the cake.
For sure. Not much hesitation here with the start.
.808. Yeah.
ZB to finish it up.
Michael Nielsen saying Bob in the camera.
Bob.
That's a Bob time. Nice Z. Oh, that's pretty nice ZB recognition.
Very good recognition.
Ray on solve 4 right now. Even seeds will always go prior to the odd seeds here. There you go.
751. That's Ray's best time so far in the final, giving him a best possible average of 7.8 and a worst possible of 8.17.
Seconds.
Michael does yellow.
Much smoother
J-perm.
solve here. Gets a 592.
Michael Nielsen is very much so enjoying his time in U.S. Nationals finals. 5.92 second solve with a J-perm.
Quite an impressive time.
Our first sub-7 of the round, even.
Very fast. It was a 6-move OLL into a J-perm, about as good as you can get for a full step last layer.
I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up.
Ray now on his final solve.
8 seconds.
And the 738, getting his best possible average of his 7.8 average for Ray Bai in the finals of Nationals.
Sub 8 is an incredibly respectable time, and especially when you are faced with this pressure for the first time.
Yes.
Ray has done a fantastic job as we transition over to Michael's last solve. Huge range here. There's more than a second difference between best and worst possible average, and that's because of that 5, that's the best time, and 9, that's the worst. For those of you who are tuning in and may not know the format, the best and the worst solve of the average are dropped, and then the middle 3 are taken, and that's going to be your average ranking. So for Ray, the 7.38 and the 8.63 are removed. For Michael, anything could go.
8 seconds.
Bit of a hesitation before that G-perm. That will give Michael a 7.69 average in the finals of Nationals.
More or less exactly middle of the road for Michael there. Nothing in particularly lucky or unlucky about the solve. So he ends up beating Ray by 0.11 for our first 2 results of U.S. Nationals. We're now going
14 to come.
We're now going to move on to the next 2 seeds. So Aiden, as we wait for these next 2 seats to come out, we've got 14 more people left. Obviously, Michael and Ray are fantastic solvers, but they are among those that are very happy to be in Nationals finals.
For sure, yeah.
And there's another group that's really hoping to win the whole thing. Of the remaining 14, or Michael and Ray, who do you have as potential podium members?
I would love to see, just for my home state pride, Max Schauer, Samir Agarwal on the 3x3 podium would be incredible for me.
Varun, currently one of the fastest solvers in the world, previously was very well known for being the fastest cuber to stand up while solving.
That title now goes to Yehang Wang.
Morgan Ye from Canada.
One of our 3 Canadians.
6:03 average coming into this is his best. In competition, he was able to get a 6:86, which is his best average of the weekend.
Varun no longer stands up, but does sit on his knees when he competes. So, makes him look a little bit taller than he actually is.
I'm ready.
Eight seconds.
Oh, starting off with a D and F, off by 2 moves.
An M slice move is counted as 2 moves as per WCA regulations. That H perm, yeah. Not a common DNF you see from CFOP solvers, but it does happen.
Morgan now on his first solve.
Morgan, the fastest cuber to not have a sub-6 official average.
The only thing we ask is not to watch the stream. Oh, okay. It's okay.
There we go.
It's a 698. Pretty big hesitation from Morgan on this solve.
And so far the fastest time we've seen on Scramble 1. So while we can gather a couple of things about each competitor's speed, we can also gather sort of a little bit of information about how good each scramble is relative to each other by taking a look at the relative best times. And of course, right now we're taking a look at that 4th scramble. Michael Nielsen with a 5.92 with a 6-move all out into a J-perm.
And granted, all of the competitors we've had so far, I believe, are only white or yellow cross solvers.
We'll see a little bit of a mix-up later. Sunghyuk Nam, Patrick Ponce are very well known to be color neutral solvers. Max Park, I believe Luke Garrett is as well.
Garrett is color neutral. I think Luke Greisert might even be.
12 seconds.
Was worried about finishing with a +2 there, but the cube realigned itself on the table. Adds an extra half a second or so to Varun's solve time. Having to make sure that his cube was in fact solved before stopping the timer.
So I believe this is actually Varun's first major final. He's gotten to the semifinals of North American Championships last year, and then also the semifinals in Nationals 2019 and 2018.
Yeah, very different experience. Ooh, Morgan. Very shaky on the last layer there. It's a 679. Not happy with that solve. Looked like he was at last layer at mid-4.
Bit of a struggle for that G perm, but still sixes are better than what could have been had he dropped the puzzle.
8 seconds.
Varun accidentally turns the S slice mid F2L pair and also misses out on a winter variation. It's a 7.5.
This is also Morgan's first major final.
He was in Canadian Championship Finals just 2 weeks ago.
Seconds. 12 seconds.
Ooh. Morgan seemed to have trouble with his last layers on these solves. So the replay there.
Is the same G perm as the previous solve.
Locks up again, does a few extra moves.
And this is the song that we want to be paying attention to right now.
Our best time of the final round is on this scramble.
I believe it was done on yellow.
I think so. Varun looks like he's going for white.
He is.
Yes.
So we will not see the same solution here.
ZB? It is. 7.4.
Morgan taking a minute before they solve.
Does not want to make that 7 counting.
Seconds.
Very smooth.
That was wide
sub
here.
3 F2L. Locks up a lot. 625. The crowd goes wild. Morgan is not happy with that solve. Was done with F2L sub 3.
Morgan, of course, a 2017 ID, was not competing when the original 625 was a thing.
I was just stopping it. I'm ready.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
Yeah, Varun finishes his average with a 901. That's going to put him at with an 8.54 average.
Which is very respectable in the grand scheme of things. Varun,
Yeah.
of course, probably not going to be as happy with that average as he would have been
Especially with the DNF.
with his previous averages. But he's still an incredible feat in order to make it in the Nationals finals.
Seconds.
A little bit of lockup on cross here.
I think this is the exact same solution.
It might be.
Hit the exact same last layer.
Yeah, looks familiar. 760 for Morgan. That gives him a 711 average.
Currently slotting him into first place of the 4 solvers that we have seen so far.
711, one of my favorite numbers to get for an average in cubing, but I'm sure Morgan not as happy with it. So next up we're going to have, looks like, Caleb Chen and Samir Agarwal.
As Kian has said, Caleb Chen has been cubing for only a year. He's a 2022 ID. He competed in only 3x3 this weekend and has only ever competed in 2x2, 3x3, and one-handed.
That's incredible. 609 average. Probably our youngest competitor. And now we have Samir Agarwal from my home state of Washington. Samir just won square one at this competition, is a former world record holder for the square one average and single, and is 16th in the world for 3x3, so no slouch here either. Not Samir's first major finals as well, was in the finals of North American Championships last year.
Howdy. Good luck. Thank you. You got this.
Samir being judged by
his former local delegate,
yeah,
Matthew Dickman.
Has attended many of Matthew's competitions.
It's always good to have a familiar face in those types of
It
situations.
really is. It adds some level of comfort that you might not expect, really.
You can start whenever you're ready.
And emphasize that Caleb Chen has only been competing for a year.
Yeah, we don't know how long Caleb has been cubing. Likely could be started during lockdown and got his first chance to compete after. He's made a name for himself.
Eight seconds. 12.
Oh, he's recognizing
ZBO. Oh. Tries to go back to finish that last turn, but still slips.
Let me know whenever you're ready.
Caleb off by 1 turn at the very end. Any turn, if you're off by 1 turn, which is more than 45 degrees away from the solve state, that is going to be a +2 second penalty. If you're more than one turn away, it's going to be considered a DNF. Did not finish.
Samir turning pretty slowly for his standards. He's a 608.
That was a very clean ZB right there.
Yeah, almost no pause to recognize it.
Instead of doing 2 algorithms in order to finish the final case of the cube, he saw exactly what he needed to do in 1 algorithm.
Back soon into soon.
And he saved approximately 5 moves, and then additionally some recognition time of the second case.
Yep. Caleb now warming up for his next solve.
It's the best start that we've seen so far from Samir Agrawal.
By a good amount, too.
That type of average, if he's able to keep it for the rest of the solves,
would
put him in contention.
Yeah, very good spot.
Caleb taking a second, doing a full solve here.
I'm checking out white cross on this solve, it looks like. Able to cancel into appeal, gets a 637.
Talk about a comeback. Caleb Chen, very, very smooth. Does a couple of cancellations into that Stealth Bomber OLL and then immediately recognizes the G-Perm.
Handling the pressure very well.
Let me know whenever you're ready.
Really, the only slip-up that we've seen was just due to the missed turn on his last solve.
Seconds. 12.
Pretty big pause from Samir here.
Looks like he's got a dot case as well.
Yeah. Lots of lockups on the G-Perm. 909. I'm not going to be happy with that solve at all. Caleb now warming back his hands. Doesn't like what he sees on white. He's checking out yellow right away.
8 seconds.
A little bit shaky on F12 here. Yeah, not going to be a good solve. 884.
And that will be counting.
Yeah, Caleb not going to be happy with that, I'm sure. Missing some crucial F moves.
Samir on the third solve right now. Typically been sort of middle of the pack solve for other solvers.
They're definitely not looking to make that 9 counting. Very smooth start. Bit of a pause here.
Still on his
I think he might have done
right there.
an extra F12 pair by accident. 749.
And that again will count. I believe you just heard a freight train.
Yeah. I didn't know there was any train tracks around us.
Caleb taking a decent amount of time here. Gather his composure.
This is the scramble that we've seen some good times on, so we'll see what Caleb can make happen.
If he does yellow.
It looks like he will be.
He does.
Oh, very fast into last layer. Ends with a 5:35.
Caleb Chen.
That is the fastest time that we've seen so far.
Caleb Chen doing a little bit of tricky D moves right there. Automatically saw the U-perm coming out of the OLL, knowing that that's going to give you a bar on red with corners oriented and permuted. Now Samir checking out the exact same scramble.
He might be going for yellow as well.
But it isn't.
To 637.
That was a soon F sexy into F perm. One of the longest last layers you can possibly have. You can execute all the turns very quickly. Oh, he had F perm plus U2 as well, just to add insult to injury on that one. It doesn't mean that 6.37 is counting. He does have a very good best possible average of 665. Caleb Chen, of course, a very wide best possible average. We were talking about that range with Michael Nielsen. Caleb Chen has a 10 and then a 5.3 as his alternative time.
And Senior's best possible average and worst possible average are exactly 1 second apart.
Seconds.
.57.
Gonna give him a low 7 average, 7.26. We'll put him in second place at the moment.
Behind Morgan Ye.
So you'll just hang out here until
Not a bad performance for his first nationals ever.
8 seconds.
Also the best time that we've seen so far on that final solve.
Oops, we're doing a Y2 there. Ends with a 627. Smear probably not happy with that, but it is our first sub-7 average of the final round. It's a 6.71 average.
That's going to slot him into a tentative first place for now.
Ahead of Morgan Ye.
We've got 10 solvers left. Samir's going to be watching each one with a decent amount of bated breath. Congratulations to Caleb Chen, by the way, coming out to your very first U.S. Nationals.
Making the final round and not doing bad at all.
Doing only 3x3 and making the final round of it. Then getting a 5.3 in finals.
Yeah.
I'd
all
say
of his eggs into one basket, and
they did very, very well.
Very well.
I mean, Caleb Chen is one solve away potentially from making the podium at U.S. Nationals.
For sure.
For your first attempt, that's incredible.
Yeah. And here's somebody who needs no introduction. From South Korea, home of this year's World Championships.
Sung-Hyuk Nam, of course, the 5.77 PR 3x3 average. He is no secret to top-level competition, podiuming at Worlds 2017.
Yes. And Brennan Lin, coming off of winning the Canadian Championships just 2 weeks ago, beat out Matti Hiroto-Inaba.
Also with the 4.14 PR single, that's currently the Canadian national record.
12th in the world, has a 5.93 PR average as well.
Is it filming? Is it filming? I believe so, but I'm not entirely sure. It might not be.
Nam is our first color-neutral competitor that we will be watching, so the scrambles that have been bad for some solvers may not be the same for Nam.
In particular, we're going to be taking a look at Scramble 4.
Yeah.
Scramble 4 on yellow is what we are taking a look at.
Seems to be the best solution to come out of this round so far.
For those of you who are following along online and maybe watching your very first cubing event, first off, welcome. We are at CubingUSA Nationals 2023 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. If you're interested in following along with all the results, you can go to live.worldcubeassociation.org And there you can find CubingUSA Nationals, and you'll be able to follow along with the results in 3x3 finals. Results are being input live for each competitor as we take a look at the very first color neutral solver. So now is taking a look at blue here.
8 seconds.
Makes sense. Most of our white cross solvers have not done too well on this solve. Last layer, sub 4. Gets a 569 to start out. That is the best time we've seen on this scramble.
Very clean last layer with a U2 sledge with a UA perm. Very, very clean execution right there. With a little bit of a lockup.
A little bit of a lockup. Just a tiny bit. Brennan Lynn did pull out an upset in Canadian champs. Imagine that. A Canadian winning the Canadian championships.
Seconds.
Brennan with a Z perm. Despite
Was it a Z perm?
It was a Z perm, despite the fact that it had. Despite the fact.
Okay, it was.
Despite the fact that it is all corners permeated, the Z perm is actually considered the middle of the pack, if slightly below average PLO.
Average, yeah. Has a lot of room for error as well. Was looking to be a pretty good solve for Brennan up until the last layer.
Seconds.
So, taking a look at a lot of crosses here.
12.
Settles on yellow. Locks up on the G-firm. Was a very smooth solve up till that point. It is 6.93.
There was a lockup on the
OLO as well.
On the OLO and the PLL.
Not great cases for the last layer.
Seconds.
Brennan locked into an orientation very, very quickly.
It's another Z-perm.
This time executes it very cleanly, a 6.64.
Brennan's been getting some really bad last layer cases. Soon F sexy F prime OLL into Z perm. Last solve was an awkward shape OLL CP into Z perm.
Seconds.
Taking a look at white here.
Well, I think Nom's going for blue. Yeah. Served him well on the first solve. Another G-perm. Having trouble executing these.
Constantly increasing solves for Sunhook as well. 5-6, 6-9, 7-5. It gets into a little bit if you sort of feel like you're losing control of the average if your times continue to go up. Obviously, I don't expect Sunhook to get anything higher than a 7.5 in this next solve, but mindset is a big part of this. Nerves are a big part of this. Obviously, Sunhook has a lot of it, but he did get only second last year to Hyunkyo Kyung at Korean Nationals. Good solve for Brennan.
Big drop. 789.
6-move OLL into A-perm as your last layer. You really can't ask for anything better.
By far the best last layer that Brennan has gotten.
Oh. Sung-hyuk breathing and not doing a lot of warm-up in between each of his solves. This is the solve.
It looks like Nam is going to check out yellow.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
This solution looks familiar.
That's it.
5:34. Fastest time of the finals by .01. Caleb Chen got a 5:35 on this scramble.
And the exact same solution as Michael Nielsen on that one as well. 6-move
Olo into J-Perm. Yep.
Very, very clean execution.
Seconds. 12 seconds.
Oh, Brennan turning very fast, but locks up quite a bit. Brennan, yeah, not going to be happy.
Does not end up doing the exact same solution, although he does do yellow.
Best possible average 752 for Brennan. 599 for Nam.
I believe actually his worst possible average of 671 will tie Samir Agarwal.
But will win by single. So Nam is guaranteed to be first place of the competitors that we've seen so far after the fourth solve.
And that would be the first 8 solvers already done. We haven't been able to see a lot out of this last scramble, although Sung-hyuk is our first color-neutral competitor here.
8 seconds.
Looks like he's in for red?
Green? Yeah, he ends up doing red. Just puts blue on top at the last second.
So from into ZBL, gets to 640. That will give Nam a
mid-6 average.
634 average. Well
Again,
into first place of the competitors we've seen so far.
Again, best possible average and worst possible average are good statistics in order to understand sort of the range that solvers have. But when they're really, really wide like we're seeing right now, it's not too surprising that he gets a middle-of-the-road solve.
Brennan is going to end with, I believe, an average over 8 seconds, 8.05. Definitely not what Brennan's looking for. Came out of Canadian Championships 2 weeks ago with, I believe, a 6.2 average to win it. Has a sub-6 PR. 8.05, he's not going to be happy with that.
Patrick Ponce, of course, the defending national champion from 4 years ago in Baltimore. He's here again. He has just set the world record average for one-handed, rather tied his own world record average for one-handed this weekend, earlier today.
Kyle Santucci from Alberta, Canada, our final Canadian competitor of the round, and I believe our last non-American competitor.
Correct.
Kyle tied his PR earlier today with a 593 average in the second round of 3x3. That put him in second for the round.
So far, we've got the 8 competitors that have gone so far up on the screen right now in terms of their averages. Sunghyuk Nam is currently in tentative first place with a 6.34 average. Samir Agarwal in second with a 6.71, and Morgan Ye with a 7.11. Sunghyuk, that 6.34, I think, is in contention.
Worth noting that Kyle's 2 of the 3 rounds Kyle's competed in, he's been in the top 3 at this competition. Ooh. Patrick locking up on the Z-perm. Gets a 5.36 to start.
I mean, we've just saw that story with Brennan Lin, except 3 seconds a little bit slower. Patrick Ponce, I mean, that was nearly a sub-5.
It was. Seems like Blue Cross is the one to do on that scramble if you color neutral. Nam did it as well, got another sub-6 on it.
Blue and green are Patrick's most comfortable colors as well. He did start on those. Of course, he has transitioned over to color neutrality over the years.
Kyle is a white-yellow solver, though, I believe.
8 seconds.
Much less efficient solution, but still very good turn from Kyle. Gets a 6.2 to start off.
Incredible TPS right there, especially on that last layer. And again, if you can stay consistent within your sort of expected range of solving, for Kyle in this case, that's going to put him in a podium slot.
It would.
Ready.
But Patrick does have the best start we've seen so far.
8 seconds.
Patrick with an OLL skip.
Little cheeky VLS there. Bit of an easier case, but nonetheless gets to skip OLL.
I'm ready.
Kyle with a very short inspection here. Fantastic case.
Fastest solve we've seen so far, 5.08.
Fantastic time by Kyle. The best time I have ever seen. It's a bit of a joke there. But still an incredible solve.
No stranger to 5.08s. Is that still your PR?
That is still my PR. It's been 6 years. Both of our competitors off to fantastic starts. I mean, these are
the best we've seen.
Sub-6, easily able averages.
Ready.
Patrick immediately looking at blue here.
8.
I believe that was Nam's choice of cross as well for this scramble. Locky, but gets a nice ZB to finish off with a 6.77. That does mean that the 6.75 is Patrick's first counting time of the average.
Little Locky going into the ZB right there, but decent execution on it.
Come on, dude. 8 seconds.
.OLL. Into an R-perm, 6.18.
Very consistent. Kyle with 2 counting low 6s right now, and that 5.08 to be able to sort of buffer anything that he may be able to get better than that.
Could very well lock in a sub-6 average.
And we've got solve number 4 to go.
Yeah.
don't know why.
8 seconds.
Not finding a cross.
12
He's
seconds.
looking at red.
There's a pretty large block to work with. Maybe you can find X-cross solution. Very smooth last start to 663.
Non-stop turning after that fourth pair. He's able to get a decent time there due to that great look ahead.
625 best possible average. Mitch.
Looks like inspection was very, very close to that 15 seconds, but as far as we're aware, it's not a penalty.
Kyle is checking out yellow.
8 seconds.
Locks up.
Different last layer case.
618 again. That locks Kyle into the first position that we have.
And he does have a national record
so far.
chance. Does have a national record chance. The Canadian national record is currently Bill Wang's
592.
5.92.
Kyle was 0.01 off of it earlier today. Which tied his previous.
And he's just discussing it with his judge right now about what the national record is.
What does he need?
He's going to need something fairly close to that.
581.
508.
Meaning I think that he needs
like a 5.4, 5.5.
535, I think, to tie it.
Okay, so even faster
8
than that.
seconds.
535.
.538 to tie. 651 for Patrick. Locks in his 663 hours. That puts him in 3rd place for what we've seen so far.
And Kyle Santucci actually still has a solve to go. So
Kyle can get a 538 or better here. That will give him a national record.
I'm ready.
Patrick Ponce, by the way, moving into #1 among American solvers. Sung-hyuk is Korean and Kyle is Canadian.
8 seconds.
Oh, cube fall right there. Good recovery.
Okay, Kyle does end with the worst possible average. Having some issues keeping the cube in his hand, but I don't think that Kyle is mad with a 619 average by any means.
That slotted him into first with only 6 solvers to go. He's not guaranteed a podium yet.
Very well in contention, though.
But he's very well in contention indeed. We've got 6 solvers left. They are all Americans, which means they're all eligible not just for the podium here, but also additional prize money associated with being the national champion and, of course, the coveted title of U.S. national champion.
I imagine that's what most of our competitors are thinking of more than anything, is if they can get that title.
So we're going to take a look at results right now. But first we're going to Max, of course, from Aiden's home state of Washington, a fantastic square one solver who just very recently got a 4.91 average, breaking his own record and getting sub 5.
Max phenomenal at every event he does, except for Scoob, as he'll tell you, but
Max, of course, a fantastically well-known solver, currently has the 3x3 world record single, has gotten the 5x5 world record single just earlier today. He is one of the favorites coming in, having had won 2 national championships prior, and of course being our 2017 world champion. He's had a Netflix documentary about him, and he
has his own little personal tunnel to go through right now from some of our staff members. So this is our Max versus Max
Whenever you're ready.
round. Max Xiao warming up. has competed against Max Park before in a head-to-head finals at Western Championships earlier this year. Is no stranger to the pressure. Before
No, but you can go whenever you want.
Max starts, there's a bit of an applause. Max is a white-yellow solver. Very rarely does yellow, though.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
Max getting up to that more or less time limit of inspection.
Messes up. I believe Max knows full UZBLO, but maybe doesn't remember that alg or just wanted to play it safe.
I think, especially if you're missing a couple algs or you're not super familiar with them, you just play it safe.
CO alone, the U-perm is not an awful solution for that last layer.
Max Park doing blue in this case, just like Patrick Pons.
And so like not. It's our first sub 5. 4.95 for Max Park. With one of the worst OLO cases, but that gets to cancel into the G-perm.
And here Max talking about his first sub 5 in finals. I believe that's also his first sub 5 of the entire competition.
It might be.
Yeah, his previous best has been 5.22.
Max Xiao looking at yellow
8
here.
seconds.
Maybe trying to make use of that
12 seconds.
2x1 block. Ooh, very locky throughout the solve. It's an 8.3.
Yeah, and that's more or less the reaction you expect. It's just a really unfortunate lock right there.
Max Xiao has been chasing a sub 6 average for well over a year at this point. Looks like Nationals Finals is not going to be the place it happens, unfortunately.
Yep.
Max is color neutral, but he's primarily a blue, green, white, yellow solver. He doesn't solve all colors at the same amount. In this case, he's going for yellow. Oh my goodness.
5-0-0.
That is counting, a counting 5 flat.
Never let it be said that Max Park is not an efficient solver. That was very, very efficient F12.
Fat anti-soon into T-perm, about as good as you can get.
That'd be cool.
By far the best start we've seen.
And of course, there is still some 4.
And 3 and 5.
Yeah, and 3 and 5.
Max Xiao is having issues here.
He's going to get diag.
806. So not the times he's looking for. You can see it on his face.
Just very unfortunate. Last layers that he's having right now. G-perms and E-perms are what you hope to avoid when you get into a Nationals finals?
Yep.
Looks like another blue cross here, or potentially
8
one.
seconds.
Blue cross. I think this is what Mom and Patrick also did.
Yes.
This is another low 5. 5.34 for Max Park. Barring some very unfortunate events on these next two solves, it is going to be a tall ask to beat Max Park. The mean of his 3 solves so far is 5.1. The only other solver that we have to go that has an official average faster than that is Luke Garrett.
Oh my goodness. Max, of course, working with strategies, working with his parents on strategies in order to cope in this type of situation, to do series of drills actually that was discussed in a seminar by Schwan Park earlier at Nationals
8 seconds.
about how to get used to this kind of situation,
12
handle
seconds.
the pressure, and perform well. Max Xiao in the situation. I believe this is the exact same solution that Brennan Lin had on his fourth solve.
Something similar. 7-16. Very fast start, but just cannot make it happen. Meaning that Max's best possible average is 7.56, well behind what he would have needed to be on the podium.
Yep.
Just need to see what cross Max decides to do on the solve. Doesn't seem to be looking at yellow.
8 seconds.
It's looking at red, just like Patrick.
664 for Max Park. Guarantees him a sub-6 average. 5.66 is Max Park's worst possible average.
An old 3x3 single world record from 2011. Very unfortunate. In this case, color neutrality ends up biting you in the butt a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
You take a look at the slightly easier cross for a significantly worse continuation on the rest of the solve. But, of course, Max isn't able to see that kind of thing in inspection.
No.
Cubers will only really see the first, the cross, and then the first up to 3 pairs in the best kinds of situations.
It doesn't look like we've had any scrambles where that would be possible. Max Xiao, all but given up here, is retreating the cube into his lap. Gets an 8.42. Worst possible average of 7.94 for Max. He is not happy with that, but you can see as he smiles into the camera.
He's
having a good time at least.
He's got a square one world record from a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
He's got a square one second place at U.S. Nationals. This is a blip in an otherwise exquisite cubing career.
Yep. 8 seconds.
Next is white.
Locking up a bit. 621. Meaning that Max Park's average will be 5.52. An incredible average in the finals of U.S. Nationals. Going to be very tough to beat.
There are only 2 competitors left that have an average in their best average in competition better than a 552. That was Luke Garrett, as discussed earlier, but then also we have Matty Hiroto and Naba, who is a 525 average officially.
Matty, also no stranger to big finals, won the North American Championships last year with a 5.62 average.
Luke Garrett last week, of course, with the 3.44 single, breaking Yu Shengdu's 347, only just after Max's 3.13. So Luke is currently number 2 in the world for a 3x3 single.
Ben Zhao got a PR average in semifinals, I believe 5.82. 5.8. Puts him just ahead of a solver he's very comfortable competing with. Both of these keepers are from the Midwest.
Ben Zhao has not made it, however, actually not even attended a major competition for 3x3. So this is going to be his first experience in this type of high-pressure situation.
Luke Garrett came second, I believe, at North American Championships last year. So has dealt with this kind of pressure before.
Has competed prolifically. He came in 3rd last year, competed prolifically since COVID has sort of eased competition restrictions. He's also come in 5th in 2019.
It's another color neutral solver, so
8 seconds.
Might be able to see what some of our other competitors have seen, but appears to be hesitating a bit. Although it is very fast in the last 30. 5.87 to start.
Bit of a hesitation on which PLL to do. It looked like it was a G-perm, and he thought it was the mirrored case.
That is one of the OLO cases that most competitors will predict PLO for, as it only moves 3 edges.
Ben Zhao also doing blue here. Gonna give himself diads.
Same time, same exact time.
Down to the thousandth of a second.
Down to the milliseconds. 5.879. Different solutions, though.
I'm glad we have video footage of that. Otherwise, it may look like a data error when people are entering into the WCA, as we're hearing Keen Berry say. Luke, of course, was very well known at .001 differences. Now, like Chad is saying, it's a .000 difference.
No difference, you might say.
8 seconds. 12.
560.
So Luke keeping pace with Max, if just a little bit slower, not by that much.
Some fancy wide F moves for that last F12 pair. Avoids a rotation. Oh, +2 to 6.51.
Ben Zhao getting a bit unlucky with these last layers, getting 2 V-perms in a row.
Does not tie Luke on this solve, unfortunately. Was going very smooth through F12, but unfortunate last layer.
Oh, it looked
actually,
like it was an
looks
L
like,
turn at the end
yeah,
for
looks
the
like
timer.
when he dropped it.
Look at him blue here. 2 cross pieces in place. Another 3 moves to solve cross.
Done with F12 at 3.4. It's another sub-6, 594 for Luke.
Luke with pure sub-6 right now.
I'm sure he's very happy with that. Our solvers do not know what times previous competitors have gotten.
It's also the same solution as Max with that G perm at the very end.
Ben also looking at blue here. Gets one of the worst PLL cases. 755. Ben not happy with that for sure.
Ben getting the brunt of the bad luck here.
That +2 definitely he's gonna feel it now.
Looking at yellow.
8 seconds.
Here we go.
It's not the same solution.
This is not the Brennan Lynn solution either.
It was a J perm though.
It was a T perm, I believe. Yeah. Oh, J perm. Yeah, you were right. No, not 601. Best possible, worst possible have not shown up yet. I believe this puts Luke ahead of Kyle Santucci with his worst possible average.
Seconds?
Yes, it does. So Luke Garrett into second place at the moment. Ben Zhao having a lot of trouble this final. It's a corner twist.
Everything that could go wrong more or less is going wrong. 2 V perms, a GC, and a twisted corner. Oh, I feel.
Not to mention the +2 on the second solve.
Feel for Ben Zhao right now.
You can see it twisted on that last R2 move. I think he noticed it and immediately rotated. At least if that does avoid a DNF.
So Luke definitely going to be slotted into the second place slot right now, but
cannot
of course
beat Max Park with his best possible average.
There are 2 fantastic solvers behind him. You want to make sure that you don't give them any ground in order to beat you.
8 seconds.
Luke on last layer already gets a 629. That should be a sub-6. No, it's going to be...
It's good.
603.
It's good with the 603. Luke Garrett slotting himself into second place here.
Just hang out here till he's done.
He is not guaranteed a podium yet.
But this means that Max Park is. Max Park at the very worst, in the worst scenario for him, where Luke Greiser and Matty Hironaba beat a 5.52 average.
Hard to imagine that reality.
Will make a podium no matter what.
Ben having some issues again with PLL. 7.43 to finish it off.
And it looked like another GC perm for Ben Zhao. What an encore.
It was. GC perm.
I can only imagine that Ben Zhao will be back in future years and next time cannot get nearly that type of bad luck.
Absolutely. Got it all out of the way this time.
Yeah. Luke Garrett, on the other hand, comfortably putting himself into second place right now with a 6.03 average. You're going to need to get sub-6 to beat him. His spread was very, very good. I mean, his worst solve, 6.6. His best solve, 5.6. Very consistent average to be able to make it to second place.
And then we do have our current North American champion coming up next to finish off the final round. But first up, we have Luke Greiser hitting the stage. 5.66 average that he just got in these semifinals.
Also has a Kentucky State record beating Lucas Edders 4.90.
Maddie, of course, the defending North American champion, looking to continue that for a second year here at US Nationals 2023. Does not have much to prove, but a lot to gain.
Sure, he would not be unhappy to take home something today. Another medal for Hawaii. Luke doing some practice solves on the stage.
Good luck. You may begin whenever you're ready.
It's like Luke must have gotten his puzzle. Although is just stood up to take off his sweatshirt. It's getting serious. Jacket comes off.
Ready. 8 seconds.
Bit of a rough start for Luke. It's a 783.
Bit of time spent on recognizing that ZB, which is not one of the nicer cases. Maddie looking at blue, just like Max and Luke.
Maddie notably does never use a whole lot of inspection. I think that's the same solution that Luke Garrett did.
Yep.
On that solve. He took 576. Very similar time.
I believe the difference here is that Maddie was able to recognize the G perm slightly faster.
Slightly faster, yep.
Big shot of staff right now, and we've got VIPs in the front row and many other viewers as well.
Greiser taking his puzzle. Looks like he's looking at
yellow
yellow
here.
cross.
No.
Oh! Messes up the AUF after that ZVLL.
That means that 7.8 is going to be counting.
That it would be very tough to get a 618 or better, 619 average or better.
It's going to be an uphill battle for him.
Yeah. Maddie looks like he's checking out white cross. Although now,
8 seconds.
unsure. Decides to go for yellow. Bit of a lock up here.
Bit nervous.
6.48.
Looks of it. But he's able to lock down a decent time right here.
Maddie has one of the most distinct solving turning styles I've ever seen.
Was able to also to do a T-perm plus U2 cancellation. A neat little trick that some of the top solvers have picked up over the years. Greiser also going for a very short inspection here, doing yellow.
It's a 692. Not pleased with his performance.
Especially that +2 on that second solve.
Here comes Maddie. We've seen Blue Cross do pretty well on this scramble.
8 seconds.
Maddie does do blue as well.
It's locking up quite a bit. to 656 with all those lockups. Really, all things considered, that wasn't terrible. Although Maddie does need to put in some work now to aim for not just second place, but the podium.
That also does seem to be the exact same solution that Luke Garrett and Max Park had that solve. More or less one way to win it.
Maddie would need to count, I believe, a sub-5 now to win.
I think winning would be very difficult for Maddie at this stage, although he is very much still in the running for a podium slot. If he's able to make that 5.7 count, he's going to more or less need 2 5s in order to wrap this up.
I think so.
8 seconds.
Luke Greiser not seeing a lot on this solve.
This is the fourth scramble, which we've seen some of the fastest times on.
I know it.
He knows it.
He knows the ZBLL.
I got it!
Yeah! He did it! Knows the ZBLL. Only took him 3 seconds to recognize it.
I was really hoping he didn't bust through that.
It's the small victories that he's able to claim here. It's the small victories.
You know, when you're at this stage in the Nationals finals, you might as well have some fun with it.
Maddie taking a look, initially taking a look at yellow, and instead what seems to be going for orange.
He is going for orange. I don't think we've seen anybody go for orange on this scramble, but does pretty well for him. 586.
It's going to be very close.
This could, if Maddie gets his best time, it might be a battle for second place by a single.
Yes, so that's going to tie Luke Garrett in the case where Maddie Hirotonaba gets his best possible solve. He's going to need a 560 or better, though, in order to get into second place.
A 559 or better. I guess 560 would tie Luke Garrett and Maddie Hirotonaba for second place. A very rare scenario.
Of course, his worst possible average would put him out of the podium entirely.
Would keep him on the American podium, but Kyle Santucci from Canada.
Luke Greiser finishing off strong with a 5.86.
Luke not happy with his performance, but I think he is at least pleased with that final time. And now our last solve of U.S. Nationals.
Potentially for second place.
8 seconds.
Ooh.
That puts him off of podium.
Maddie Hirotonaba with a almost the worst possible average in this case. 6.27 average is going to put him into fourth place. He is going to be top 3 amongst our Americans, but Kyle Santucci from Canada will take third. Luke Garrett will take second, and Max Park with a 5.52 average will take first place.
Kyle Santucci performing very well in this competition. Top 3 in 3 out of the 4 rounds he competed in.
And incredibly consistent as well in this final. 6.20, 6.18, and 6.18 counting. That is a wrap on one of the fastest finals we have ever seen here in any cubing competition. We are here, though, at the largest one at CubingUSA Nationals 2023. We're going to wrap up here, and then we are going to transition over into the awards ceremony very shortly.
Well, you want to move it? What's that?